You can't see it forever.
Yeah, so that should be the point close to the horizon where I cannot see the moon, but I can see it, which disproves your theory about the thickness of the air.
No, because you globe earthers don't seem to understand how perspective convergence works.
The perspective is specifically applied to anything but not the moon.
No, it works with the moon as well.
So why then we see it close to the horizon?
You do see
Far,
it
far
when you
beyond the
you do
100
see it when
kilometers.
it's close to the horizon.
So where should we not see it due to the air density? The air density should fog it from us, right? Should, as you mentioned, like it should be just fade away after 100 kilometers. If not, then point me like
No, you
any
don't
object
see. You
100 kilometers away.
generally, yeah. So you don't see that far, though. You're not. You're seeing the moon within your personal field of view. Right. Let me show you an example. Right. So you don't see far. Okay. The reason Jay Tolan can see further is because uh, he's using extremely powerful zoom camera and infrared. Okay. So if the Earth was a globe, right, you're claiming that the horizon should cut things off and you can't see them because they're cut off, blocked by the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so the things that Jay Tolan can see should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
That's if we really find the actual points of interest. What I
Yeah,
see,
so
for
it's
example, here, he's basically tweaking the scale, right? He's trying to approximate the scale, which like couple pixels here, or even like 10 pixels, making a huge difference, like hundreds miles. What he's doing, he's taking this small measurement and approximating, extrapolating it to the whole image, which is not correct.
no, what he's doing is calculating where the horizon should be on a globe, depending on the observer height. Okay, the physical geometric horizon should be at a certain distance, and the things that he can see should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by a huge amount, but they're not.
Yeah, and this calculation is not correct because he is approximating
What,
it.
okay, so what's wrong with the calculation? What's approximate about the calculation? What's he
He just took some
approximating?
measurements of couple angles and
No.
like couple
No, this is an
pixels here makes.
observation. No, the horizon should be a certain distance away from you depending on the height that you're at. Right?
Theoretically, yes, but it's really hard to see here, and the scale here is
Theoretically,
very.
yes. What do you mean theoretically?
I mean,
It's supposed to
theoretically, if
be
you
a
know your
ball.
height,
It's actually, physically, a ball. If that is true, then based upon your elevation, will give you how far you can see. The limitation is the horizon, the physical Earth structure that is supposed to be in your way. It's not theoretical. That is what is supposed to be there under your paradigm.
so under this paradigm, if I'm
No,
above the
no, you
sea,
don't even know what paradigm you're about to start spewing out. Are you here proving you're on a ball? Are you here defending you're on a ball? Or do you just don't know?
I'm here proving it's a ball, roughly
Well, you're
speaking.
not doing a very good job.
It depends how we see it. So on
Well,
the above
the
the
missing factor
horizon.
you have is curvature. Okay,
Yeah,
you
actually,
need
I'm not trying
curvature.
to prove it to you. It's not really why I'm here, but
It's
I
because
would
you don't
like
have
to.
any evidence for it. That's why.
That's debatable.
No,
But what I'm
it is
trying to say,
debatable.
you
That's what we're
also
doing right now.
cannot have any example in where I'm above the sea, right above the sea, and see 100 kilometers, which I should
No,
if
you
the
can't
Earth is
see
flat.
100 kilometers because if you go on the weather report, you
But you
look
see
up
the moon
what's
still.
no. Go on the weather report, right? And you ask what is the maximum visibility? Okay, do you think
And
the
why
weather
I see the
report's
moon?
lying to you?
They are lying, yeah. Why I see the moon if their visibility is less than 100 meters? The moon is less
No,
than
no,
100
no.
meters.
No one
Because
said
the
it's less than
moon
100
is
meters.
above sea level. As you get higher elevation, George, the air gets cleaner due to less things like dust and smog and humidity. It's cleaner, it's clearer, so you can see further. And people have proven this quite simply by taking hikes up into the mountains and taking long range photos.
It's just above the sea. You can see. Do you ever see the moon just above the sea? You're saying there's no pictures of the moon above the sea? We only
George,
can see it up.
I live 5.5 hours away from the sea. Not really an option for me.
So you only see the moon on the top. You don't see it close to the horizon. That's what you're talking about.
No, that is not related to what I said at all. You're talking about the moon at the sea, and I informed you I am not near the sea. And how you got your whatever that was out of that, I don't know.
So you saying that we cannot see the moon above the sea? Or
No, I'm saying from my house I cannot see the moon above the sea.
that proves much, but I don't know if it's.
Well, yours didn't prove anything either. So here we both are.
You can Google any image of moon above the sea, or you're claiming that it is not possible.
You can Google stuff too. Google the curvature for us, and wish it into reality.
Let's switch the topic. We're talking about the moon. You're just saying that the moon is not visible.
No, you're talking about the moon because you've come to the understanding that there's no Earth curvature. So you're going to dilly-dally around every other subject matter that you can because you know there's no anything that you can present that shows Earth curvature because you've been smashed left, right, and centre. Us proving quite cleanly that there's no curvature. You need curvature for a ball. You comprehend this.
I clearly see the curvature, and I'm trying to understand.
Where do you see it?
Prove it.
The horizon, right? I see.
No, what's a horizon? What's the horizon? Define horizon.
It's where I see the edge.
Okay, so what distance? So we can calculate how far away the horizon should be, right?
And it shouldn't be far than 100 meters, right?
No, we can calculate if the Earth's a globe. We can calculate exactly how far away the horizon should be,
and how it should not be, right? So it should not be farther than 100 miles away.
No, it should be 3 miles away if you're 6 foot tall.
For the globe earthers or the flat earth, in which one?
Okay, so in reality, the horizon is just the apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. Okay, that's what the definition of horizon says. But if you think that you live on a big spinning space ball, then the horizon's a byproduct of the curvature of the spinning space ball, right? And we could calculate exactly what distance it should be from the observer, depending on the height of the observer. It's kind of crazy how we have to teach you these basic things about how the globe works and then debunk them.
Giving you this simple example and trying to understand why we don't see the things 100 meters away, but we're still seeing the moon. And you're trying to...
You do see things 100 meters away. I showed you observations of seeing things.
No, I mean from the...
Bro, you're trying to compare seeing like a boat hundreds of meters away, like through a medium, as opposed to seeing the moon, who's what being reflected from the sunlight. It's way different. It's not even the same thing. It's not even the same comparison.
The moon is just proves that we can clearly see farther than 100 miles, and that's
on a globe. No. You don't know what the moon is.
On a flat
you don't understand how perspective works, even on your own in your own paradigm. You don't know how perspective works. You don't know how
far away.
Yeah, you okay. What's an azimuth or grid of vision? You have no idea, right?
Azimuth of what you just
Yeah, you have no idea how vision works, even on the globe,
You know
right?
so much facts, but
You don't know any, bro. That's what's making this painful. It's
you're
painful
hardly
talking to you
trying
because
to
you don't know what you're
debunk
talking about.
my statement.
No,
So
this
you're
is
trying to
what
switch the topic with some kind of fact.
No.
that you
This
just
is the problem, bro. You're essentially, right, you're too dumb to be having this conversation with because you don't know any of the facts. You don't know any of the basic details about how your own model works. So it's kind of annoying having to teach you how your own model claims things work and then debunk it for you, right?
Now
It's
you're
like,
trying to manipulate. I'm doing the same thing for you.
no, you don't know
I'm
any. You
giving
don't
you
know what you're talking about,
exactly
though.
the
It's
same thing.
super frustrating.
You are trying me to explain. I'm trying to make you to explain things.
George, he's trying to be ultra polite in saying you are not qualified to be in this room.
Okay, have a great conversation. Really love your passion about this topic. I learned a lot in English, and yeah, see you soon.
God, that was freaking painful, man.
Tell me about it. It would have been more polite if he'd just went, nah, I don't like that, or nah, I don't believe that. Here's what I believe. Like, it would have been over like 5 hours ago.
Oh, man.
I found interesting was when you jump to the whole moon thing, right? There, he kind of implied something, which probably could have, dug in on it. But the statement that when the moon is right over the horizon and we can see it, we shouldn't be able to see it according to what was it, the Rayleigh criterion? What you guys are talking about? You shouldn't light beyond whatever it was, 300 miles or something like that. When he brought that up, he was saying that he knows that the moon is greater than 300 miles away. Because I think that's actually a good point, right? Something on the ground, let's say it's a giant thing on the ground 200 miles away. We might be able to see it depending on the conditions. If it's greater than that, beyond that, we wouldn't be able to see it because the light would extinct. If the moon is right over the horizon, effectively, looking, something that I think he was trying to dig into, that idea that we shouldn't be able to see that either, because it's going through, the thickest part, and we shouldn't be able to see it. But that implied that he knew, or was assuming that thing is within 300-mile range. So he was implying that he knows the distance to the moon. Follow?
Yeah.
Technically speaking, yeah. I think that's actually a really good point, though. The whole moon thing, because why
That's
do
like
we
saying,
see it if it's
that's like saying we shouldn't see stars that are supposedly billions of light years away, but we do. Like, I don't understand how that's.
I know. Well, if light extincts when it's going through the thickest part of the air, right, beyond 300 miles, right, then we shouldn't see anything basically when we're looking over the horizon, or anything in the sky when it's over the horizon, because technically those things are, according to them, greater than 300 miles. Yeah. Now, technically, I'm not sure if there's actually a distinction in that whole thing, whether that qualifies for things that are basically just reflecting light or actually point source. I don't know. But he was really grilling into that one because,
You should have been
But
here for
anyway.
his last 2 hours then. Like, I still don't honestly know if he was just an A-grade troll or a complete numpty and just had no idea.
I think he was right in the middle. You know, he seemed, to have the acumen up to follow along, but I think he started just getting frustrated and.
No. He has not been following along for the last 2 hours and 37 minutes. It's just been random one-liners that he's been throwing out there in hoping anything that would catch. The only one that was even closely related to awesome was his moon one, which you just happened to catch just at the end.
Yeah. Well, I was here the whole time, but I only half got out of my woken up stupor half an hour ago.
Oh man, I
So-
wish I was in one through that. Welcome, Dazai.
Hello. Hello.
Yo, yo, yo.
No one is talking. I saved you some chips. I mean, some salsa. I had fun with it earlier. You're welcome. This is a good flavor of drink right here. Hope I could sleep tonight. Did you have any wine? I don't know if I'm gonna do that right now. Whoa, what is all this math? Let's see. I like this picture. Copium. Okay, time to update the banner. Come on, stupid thing. Jesus. Click, 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 click. Why is my phone being stupid? Excuse me, good God. Ah! Alright. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. Edit. There you go. You're. Hey, maybe I should make my profile picture those guys that tried to dress up as like oh, what were they doing? They were dressing up like Iranian women. These dudes. These black guys, they put paint on their face and put the hijab on and
No idea what you're talking about.
I thought I showed you this.
No.
What the hell? Why is my photos doing this? There it goes. Japan, Japan. Damn, my hair looks good in that picture. There we go. Okay. Marijuana, don't you wanna smoke this bud? Put it in your mouth and suck on the glass pipe. Hit the weed, get real high. Oh Lord. I guess the chat's dead right now, so I'm just sitting here.
Looks like you're still in there.
Yeah. I was looking at the let's see the side chat. Okay,
Are
let's.
you muted?
No, I'm not muted, just nobody's chatting. Hopefully they're not streaming and I'm not messing it up or something. I think they stream sometimes. Met a few cool people in here, and my toes are cold. I stepped in soda earlier that I knocked over, and I knocked it over, then stepped right into it. I was like, no, damn it! The funny thing was, is I knocked it over twice. Babe, I knocked it over, went to go get a towel, and knocked it over again, putting the towel on the floor. Forgetting there's a table right next to me, picked the soda off the floor.
Everything was gonna happen.
I was too big. Stupid cable. Okay, I had to tuck my feet underneath my body because
Okay.
is that what you're doing? You sit in meditative pose. Hey, did you know if you cover both of your ears and you go it's really relaxing for your like vagus nerve. It vibrates your brain and calms you down. Did you know that? It's actually pretty sweet. Probably annoying though. I've done it before and it annoys me to hear my own voice in my head. So, You know, I started getting the sniffles last night. And, what are you looking at?
You were in.
24/7 flat Earth. Yeah, I feel so stupid every time I come here because I always try to think of like something I want them to explain, and I can never think of anything other than I don't know. Am I smart? Sometimes being smart is painful. Hey babe, where's my wine cup? Son of a bitch. Can you give me a cup and give me some of that? Thank you. It's kind of weird drinking wine out of a solo cup though. I feel like I'm in high school and we just stole a bottle of wine out of the cabinet and this is all we had. God, that shit. Ugh. It's not too bad. It's like when I first sip it, it's like that yuckiness.
Pear.
It's kind of light.
Pear wine.
Pear wine. Is this the same one as before?
Mm-hmm.
So what mode are you going to play? Multiplayer or? Oh.
Start doing lagging shit again.
Mm. It's getting kind of cold. Maybe I got that heater on. Do you want to turn that one back on? Or I'll turn that other one off once it's toasty. Misty, I love you, baby. Wish I was like the scat man and I could and sound cool. You know, it's weird. There's people that the throat singing is still weird. Every time you show me that.
I'm going first again.
Yeah.
Charlie has to say about that.
Uh-oh. I can't wait to see what came out.
Watch it.
Epstein. Ooh, bad guy. Hey, welcome to the chat, Matthew.
Hello.
What are you up to? I guess everybody's been quiet in here. I've just been sitting here, waiting for someone.
Just came to see if anybody was talking about anything interesting. Sounds like you guys are.
Well, I was talking to my husband. I'm just sitting here, and everybody else is pretty quiet right now.
Okay.
Which is a surprise, because usually they're ready. Yeah. Do you believe in flat Earth?
No, I think the Earth, the surface of the Earth is roughly spherical.
Yeah. What makes you believe? What's the thing that you would say is your best proof that you've got?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a proof. I think proof belongs in the realm of mathematics and logic, but I would say the best evidence is that the globe idea is the best explanation for what we see in the sky, like
In the
sunsets and
sky.
moon phases and seasons and those kinds of things.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's not proof. It's just like, hey, the globe model seems to explain these things in GPS and
I think
satellite TV and weather stations and all that type of stuff.
yeah, I think flat earthers think that space isn't real essentially. And they believe that there's like that we have a sun and a moon, but it doesn't they think that they don't think the earth moves, they think that the sun moves uh in a
Yeah, I
different
mean
way.
that makes
I
sense.
don't
That's
remember,
what it
but
seems like. Yeah, I mean that's what it feels
yeah.
like. You go outside and look, it looks like the sun and the moon are moving. But the fact
Yeah.
is, we use satellite TV and GPS, so that's pretty good evidence that there's something up there.
Yeah, I forget what they told me against that before, but I'm still, you know, trying to give it a chance, but it's hard when there's certain sciences that are believed for them, and then there's sciences that aren't, like gravity. It's like we have no proof that gravity is actually a thing, and then they think that if we were at a spinning ball, that the water wouldn't stick to the earth or something. I don't remember. It's something to do with the my brain just
Yeah, I
farted.
think I've heard some of those. So what do you mean? Tell me what you mean by like trying to give it a chance, and what types of things make you want to give it a chance?
Mm, I just try to be open minded because I'm also kind of like a spiritual person, and I think there's more than what it seems. So I'm trying to hear it out. I haven't done enough personal research. They keep telling me to do the research, and they give me the resources, and I've only scratched the surface. So I just gonna give it a chance and listen to it all before I decide. But
Yeah, no, good for you. Good for you for looking into stuff and trying to find stuff out for yourself. I agree that you should um, do the research, even do some of your own observations when you can, that kind of stuff.
yeah, and it's like if we don't have the technology to measure the whole Earth, what makes people think we have the technology to prove whether or not it's curved? And it's so
Oh,
big. It's
yeah.
so big that, and we're so small, and the bigness is so big, you have to be so up high to even see the curve or see how. Hold on a second. What, babe?
No, you're right about
Hold on a
that.
second. Hold on. Hold on. There's new Epstein file stuff I'm about to read that's nuts. That just got released today.
I
We've
heard about that.
taken oral sex to Donald Trump. What happened? How old
Whatever
was the
years
girl?
old when
Donald Trump raped me. But just because they release it doesn't mean that could be like a FBI tip. That could be, you think, or is that like proof?
I don't know. Yeah, that's sweet.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Bringing children in and Trump would auction,
Trump would auction children?
I guess.
Oh my lord. I don't know about that. What's your opinion, Matthew, on everything that's been going on with the Trump situation?
So obviously there are good people and bad people at all levels of government, all the way up and down. I don't know Trump
Yeah.
personally. It's going to be hard for me to be able to judge based on just what other people say. But I'm in general think that people are mostly good people. And you'd have
Well,
to
me
have like
too.
pretty strong evidence to accuse someone of selling children or something like that.
Well, of course. That's wild. But anyway, back to what we were talking about. Uh, I don't know. Yeah, so I'm just hearing it out, and There's some pretty cool people here,
Yeah, that's
but
good. I would
they're
suggest
they're
looking at both sides.
oh,
Obviously, if you're here, you're going to get just one side. Look at the other side. Look at the anti-flat earthers and their arguments. I could give you some of those. Don't just look at one side. Kind of like weigh the options, figure out what the best explanation is.
yeah. I feel like even if it was, like, let's say it is, like, what does that change? It changes absolutely nothing. That's another thing I've been thinking about is why even go that far because it changes nothing, you know what I mean?
This fucking
Nothing changes spiritually or nothing changes
yard.
ethically, you know? But why would, if it's some big secret, you know, why go through all that for so long to mislead people?
Yeah, that's a good question.
It would have to be a mass, like, organized effort to do any kind of cover up or any kind of deception.
Yeah, I agree with you there. It would have to be a pretty big conspiracy.
Yeah, we're all gonna die, so who cares if it's a balls or if it's, you know, flat? But yeah.
Yep. I mean, I would like to know the truth, so it's not super important, but it would be nice to know the truth.
I feel like the only way I would know with 100% certainty is to go up to space or try to, and I ain't qualified, baby.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah, I think you're right. That would be one way to like get some more information. I think there's enough you can do here on Earth to kind of come to a conclusion one way or another.
And I love space, so if I come to find out, like, the proof is that it's not, I'm gonna be destroyed because I love outer space. I think it's awesome. Like,
Yeah, I have a telescope. I like looking at stars and planets and things and the moon. There's all kinds of fun stuff to look at.
I mean, obviously, I am more so leaning towards what I call reality of it is, yeah, we've pretty much got it. The science is figured out. I think we're learning new
Yeah.
things every day, but I still believe in the fundamentals.
Yeah, I think we've got
Not-
the basics figured out of the shape of the solar system and how things work. So I think you're right about that.
Wish we could figure out. If only we could figure out more about life after death. That would be sweet.
Oh, yeah. The way to do that would be to ask the person who created us and see if he has anything to tell us about it.
Well, if I did that, then according to my beliefs, that I never died and I never was born, I always had been.
Well, yeah, but you had a beginning. You were definitely created. You haven't always been.
Well, that's assuming
Oh,
that the person you're talking to believes that they. It depends on what you view the soul as, or if you believe in reincarnation or something, I guess.
still, even if you did believe in reincarnation, there would have to be a beginning of
Yeah.
the soul, because you yourself are not the creator, right?
I don't know. I think I am, bro.
I don't think you are. I don't think you created this place.
Well,
And no
you're
offense.
welcome. I know. Hey, you Earthlings are so ungrateful.
Right. But
Sorry, I'm having a little fun with that. I like that idea. But, well, they say the power of thought is pretty strong, and maybe I could birth my own universe in my head.
well, I mean, you can imagine things, but to make things actually what you imagine actually become true, only God could do that.
Yeah.
But I think
Do
you're
you
right
have?
that it is interesting it is important to figure out what happens after death. Fortunately, I think
Yeah.
God has told us what happens after death.
I just imagine it being awesome, like that episode of SpongeBob when he parties with all the jellyfish. Like that would be sweet.
Well, I think that yeah, being with God would be awesome. But you have to make sure that you are at a place where God will invite you to be with Him, or that you want to be with Him.
Yeah. Well, God is my homie, so we always chat, and he's always telling me what's up. So I consider myself in union with the divine. But
Yeah, I think
religion's a
God listens to us
touchy
when
subject.
yeah, God listens to us when we talk.
Yeah. And sometimes I sound good, and sometimes I sound crazy. It's all in good fun. I love to have fun. I don't like to take things serious. Like, I can be serious, but in reality, I'm just a goofball.
Well, yeah, I think it's good. I think it's fine to have fun. Good.
Yeah, as long as I don't hurt anybody. Though I did hurt somebody today and ask a Hindu chat.
What did you say?
I said, he came into troll saying, why do you worship cows and drink piss? So I said that he kept going on, and he said something about seasonings. And I said, I want to season you and devour you and rip into your body, drawing blood. And then he left immediately. So I used my fun side to be scary to cringe him off. Taking it too far, just being crazy,
Yeah.
You think that was too much that I said I was going to eat him up?
I mean, I understand why you did it. You're trying to fight fire with fire. If he was trolling people and you were like sort of replying in kind, but yeah, I mean, Jesus said to love everyone, right?
Aw, you love Jesus?
I do.
Aw. That's cool. I was born into Christianity.
Oh, so you know the basic story or the basic idea of Christianity?
Yeah, I went to Bible studies and Christian camp growing up and all of that, but I kind of got into Eastern religions over the years. But I'm syncretic,
Yeah.
basically. Like, I like to take from all the religions and make my own understanding of reality.
Well, the basic difference between Christianity and Hinduism or the Eastern religions is that with Christianity, there's a dualism, a difference between the creator and the creation. Whereas with some of the Eastern religions, or all the Eastern religions, all is one. Like creator and creation is one thing.
Yeah.
So that's obviously false, because you can't have we are not the same as creator. We haven't existed forever. So that's why all Eastern religions
But
are
how do we
false.
know? How do we know that? Like, what if we do die and we have another life? We keep our soul.
Well, I'm talking about whether we are the creator or not, whether we are one with the being, whether we are God or not. And the reason we know that we're not is logic and rationality. That you can't have creation, which is created and had a start with be the same as a creator, which is uncreated and has no beginning.
Yeah.
So obviously,
I can see
that's
that.
why I know that you aren't the creator.
Yeah, I was joking with you. I just
No. I
was
mean,
playing on it.
you know what? There are plenty of people who think they are. They say, "Oh, all you have to do is be one with God," but obviously that's irrational. So we know that there's a difference between us and God, and so that's why the central message of Christianity is, "Hey, God has offered a way back to Him to have
Yeah,
fellowship with Him."
and language is limited, so when people say those things that don't make sense, maybe it's not necessarily them believing in this stupid thing. Maybe the way it's wording. What am I trying to get at here? trying to give it. Let me think of an example so I can. I'm not good at articulating now because I'm tired. Good God. Yep, lost it. Because I was thinking of it as you were talking and I lost it. Never mind.
That's
I
right.
kind of forgot what we were talking about. What were we just talking about? What were you saying?
Oh, I was just explaining why I think that Eastern religions and Christianity are different, because we think that
Oh, yeah.
God is separate from creation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. And maybe now I can finish my stupid thought. Okay, what was that phrase you said? That people think that they can become one with God, right? Maybe it's not.
Right.
Maybe it's they're saying they're one with God, but that entails X, Y, Z. So, for example, like I would be somebody who would say being one with God, but my idea of being one with God is doing the same things a Christian would do, essentially, with a few extra steps.
Well, yeah, we Christians say that yes, we can have fellowship with God, that we can be with Him and we can love Him and talk with Him and all that kind of stuff, but we're still separate from God. So that's why the Eastern religions are
Right.
false, because they say, "Oh no,
my
you
God.
are God." I'm like, "Wait, I'm not God."
Yeah. Hold on a second. My husband's showing me something with Beast Games. Hold on.
Um,
Oh.
I wish I like mentally. I don't think I went past like 17, 18.
Yeah, probably. Maybe that's why Phyllis didn't like you. What? Did she ever say anything about you being childish?
Mm-hmm.
Damn. But you were young when you first got with her. What'd she say?
Like me, I was out as like a 12-year-old. Church so much, but I still act like a kid something.
She's a bitch. You know? I hate that bitch. We should have got her when we had the chance. Sorry about that. You know I'm kidding. I don't do that. Anyway, so did you just join the server, Matthew?
Oh, sorry, what did you say?
I said, did you just join the server, or have you been in the server for a little while?
Maybe a week or two. I've been here before. I had a different username, so I've been here before. I've been to a couple other Flat Earth servers too, just because I think it's an interesting topic.
If somebody was here that could debate you, would you debate them right now?
Yeah, I could debate them.
This is kind of crazy because every time I come in here, I feel like somebody's always ready for me.
Sometimes there are other events going on different servers. Maybe they're all there.
Probably. Do you have any TV shows you like?
You know, I just finished watching The Diplomat, which was pretty cool. What's her
The
name?
Diplomat.
It's a Netflix show about this ambassador to England, kind of a political drama.
Oh, okay, I see. Political drama. Wait, are you from the U.S. or Canada?
I live in Los Angeles County.
Oh, wow. How's that going?
Oh, I've lived here for a long time. Was born in California. I've lived here most of my life.
Oh, okay. I just didn't know how, like, everything was going over there, like, economy-wise, and then... Is that the same one that I'm thinking of, Los Angeles?
I don't know. I mean, there's only one Los Angeles.
Hey, I don't know. I was just making sure.
Yeah, the second biggest city in the United States. Yes, same one.
Nice. I'm trying to remember. I think the place I live is a pretty big city. I don't know if it's the biggest city. Hey, babe, is it one of our cities is the city that is the biggest on the East Coast? Chesapeake, yeah. I'm from Chesapeake, Virginia. We're the biggest state on the East Coast. I mean, city. Damn it.
What about New York? Is New York bigger than you guys, or are you guys bigger than New York City?
No, no, I don't think so. But let me fact check that real quick. He was asking if New York is bigger than Chesapeake. I don't think so, though.
New York is kind of small.
All right, let's see. Is Chesapeake... Okay, actually, we're wrong. Let's see. The biggest... Chesapeake covers 351 miles. Okay. Not even close. All right. Actually, you're right, dude. The largest by population is New York.
Population.
Oh, okay. The largest by land area is Jacksonville. And the largest land area in the Mid-Atlantic is Chesapeake, so I was wrong. There we go.
Largest in the state, yeah.
So people-wise, New York, Philadelphia, Boston has 4 million. Good God. New York is scary.
Yeah, I would like to visit there again. I was there a couple times, but not in a while.
Yeah, I didn't get to spend a lot of time there. My car was giving me trouble, so I turned back around and camped out at not camp out, I'm just using that term, but stayed in a hotel in wow, my brain just died. The state right under New York. New Jersey, yeah. So, but when I went there, it was I got there at like 4 a.m. I left like on a Saturday evening and got there at like 4 a.m. and I met some interesting people. And this girl bought me some gum and a drink with her EBT card that I met randomly.
And then you wanted an earbox?
A what box?
And then you wanted to eat her box.
Eat her box. Nah, she was on drugs. With a bottle. Anyway, have a good night, Matt.
Okay, you too.
Why is it so quiet here?
No, there aren't that many people here, but you know, sometimes it's more lively, sometimes it's not. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. It's Friday evening here.
It's Sunday morning here.
Do you mean Saturday
Sorry,
morning or
Saturday.
Sunday?
Yeah, sorry, my bad. Saturday morning here.
Okay.
So you guys are talking about the Earth?
We were, but then she left. So yeah, sometimes in this channel, people talk about the shape of the Earth, whether it's flat or whether it's spherical, like a ball.
So what do you think? What is it?
I think the Earth is spherical, like a ball.
Yeah, the Earth is like orange. That's what I learned.
Right.
Why is it going to be flat? I don't know.
It looks flat. If you go to the ocean, it looks flat. It doesn't feel like you're moving. So some people say that because it looks flat, it is flat. And because it feels like it's not moving, it's not moving.
The Earth is so big compared to us. So that's what we should see. Like it's really so much big, so that like we will not have that kind of vision to see if there is a curvature in maybe 2 mile or 3 mile. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like why would there be a voice channel here about the Earth's shape? Because it's not flat. Like it's not my word. Like so many scientists have like maybe proven, or yeah, at least there are some people who actually dedicated their life for this, and they are saying this is not round, this is not flat, right?
That's right. There's some people who think it is flat. I'm not one of them, but there are plenty of people who say that, and that's what. And sometimes in this channel, there are people arguing for that. Not right. There's nobody really speaking right now, but if you come back in an hour or something, there might be somebody, or tomorrow.
Okay. Hey, it was nice to talk to you. Let me check other places. I'm here to
Okay.
practice my English, so thank you for
Have a good
responding
morning.
me.
Goodbye.
Yeah, good morning.
Hello there. Does anyone hear?
Things like my fucking brother's an astronaut or something, just like actual lies. Like, yeah, you'll get just kicked out for that shit.
I'm always
But
trying to be
Making
honest.
shit up, I'm not a big fan of. But all the globe earthers do it to a degree. They freaking just make shit up. Like they know like something about a subject, but they don't know everything. And then they like ask them a question, and
Are you
they
gonna
just
let
like try to
anybody else
fill in the
speak in?
blanks with
cool.
whatever they
Well,
think
what
it
if
should
I'm
be.
Are you gonna let
what if I'm
anybody else
just like
speak, Indio?
what if
'Cause,
I'm
like,
just
I'm trying to respond
communicating
to what
poorly?
Cup said, and it seems like anytime anybody says anything, it doesn't take 30 seconds before you go on like a 2-minute thing, and then you act like people are offensive or disrespectful. I'm trying to respond to
Oh,
20
this
Cup.
is Comfortable Clown.
No.
He's back again,
What are you
Wait a minute.
Suka.
talking about?
Well,
So like
20
for
Cup
that,
said it's
yeah, that's
not
a good
what
point
you
though.
say, it's how you say it, and
I
I think
didn't
it's
say anybody was disrespectful. The fuck
I
are
know,
you
I'm just
talking about?
responding to what
Now
20
you're
Cup
not
said.
listening.
Did you hear what 20 Cup said? He said that it's not what you say, it's how you say it, and I think it's both, right? What you say matters in 2 cases at the very least. One, if you're speaking with somebody that speaks a different language, yes, they'll pay more attention to how you're saying what you're saying, because what you're saying doesn't register. And likewise, if you're speaking with somebody that's using what y'all both believe should be the same language, if people have been taught or otherwise learned to attribute different definitions to words, which happens all the time because they change over time, then what one says actually is very important, right? It's like if a child was taught by its parents that what everybody else refers to as white is yellow, and it had no other experiences, like one has to like deal with the fact that yes, it was convinced of something that most other people wouldn't be in agreement about, and that it's either going to keep in being in this state where it's like, no, that's yellow. I don't care if you call it white. I don't care if the whole world calls it white. So
Yeah,
yes,
yeah, dude.
Okay,
The
you have a point.
Yeah, the context of that, dude,
I
was
just
about
meant
white.
if you know how to draw
Yeah,
a line with multiple points, then
yeah,
you would understand what I just said.
yeah, bro, check it out. Right, the whole point of that was really based on the question of, or the statement of, I want to know what I have to say or not say, so I don't get muted. And it's not
Look,
that it's not about that. It's
Okay.
not what
Well,
one particular
well, you want
phrase
me to
or
give you
word or something.
you want me to
well,
give you an
You were saying.
interpretation of what you meant? The point that you made is that people come in here and they don't just make shit up. And it's just they just learn something different and have different definitions of words. That's not the case. Okay, that's not the case. They make shit up.
as far as not getting
That's
muted,
what I
it's
don't
a
want.
matter of
I don't
something
want
you
to
don't
be.
have control over for
I
the
don't want
most
to
part.
like you think that I'm making shit up.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about anybody in this room
Yeah,
specifically right
that's
now.
what I'm
I
saying.
said we were
I
talking
strive
about
to
why
not
people
be
get
muted.
muted. I gave you a reason why they get muted. Why I
Yeah,
mute them. If
that's good.
I catch like they listen, all Glovers will just make shit up. But when they get told, "Hey, dude, you're just making shit up," you could have just Googled what you said before you said it and found out that you were wrong. like stop doing it, and if they keep doing it, they'll get muted.
Well,
You
why do you
hold
think
other
all
India,
Globers
there's a
and you
why
can
do you
hold
think all
yourself
Globers
and
follow the same radius and the same sized globe?
They
rather
don't
than
even
having
know
their
that. We
own-
have to tell them. What are you talking about?
Well, no Glober ever disputes the single in the one measurement that rules them all. Like, there's not like a dispute between
What
Globers between
measurement?
the different sizes of globe.
What
Well,
measurement?
someone will say, yeah, what measurements do I go? So some will say,
Yeah.
well, it's an oblate. This guy just did it a little while ago. He said,
Well, there
well,
was
it's not a
that. No,
perfect.
but I'm saying, like, what
He
if
said
it
it's
was
not a
only like
perfect sphere.
2,000? What if the radius was only 2,000 miles instead of 3,963?
Well, that would suck because the moon would be real fucking close, and so
I'm
would the
saying, like-
sun.
Oh, I see. So the measurements
Because
ain't-
all the entire cosmic distance letters built up the radius, and there are some it was all built from ratios, right? So
'cause
whatever
it's, like,
they're
reference
all a
to-
ratio of the radius, dude. So if
I
you
see.
change the radius, you have to change everything else.
Oh, right, but only. Oh, I see. So only the 3,963 miles is the one that lines up with all the other spheres and measurements around us.
Well, so let's say you cut the radius in half, then the sun has to be half the size and half the distance, and then the moon has to be half the size and half the distance, and all the stars have to be half their sizes and distances, and all the planets, everything has to change because
But we're stuck. We're the globe cult is stuck on that one measurement.
that's right.
Actually,
it's the cosmic distance ladder. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, because it's like it's the only radius that matches the celestial sphere, the celestial navigation, the gravitational.
Man,
no, there's problems with it.
Solar system, the universe.
Yeah, dude.
Gravity.
I mean, dude. Like,
Where do you think your Oblate spheroid came from? So obviously it isn't correct.
From Lord Everest.
Yeah, dude.
Lord Everest and
It's not our
Hampton.
fault.
George
It's not our
James
fault.
Hampton.
Yeah,
They measured
bro,
the surface.
it's not our fault. Dude, it's not our fault they painted themselves to a corner. Like, what are you kind of like, complain to us about?
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about that. What was that?
It's not our fault that people painted themselves into a corner with all this shit. You complain to us about?
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that one measurement. Like, I can live with 3,000.
What measurement? What measurement were you talking about?
The radius.
Who measured that?
Stick it in there.
The measure.
Who measured? Well, yeah. What instrument was that
radius.
measured with? What instrument was that measured with?
A couple sticks and some shadows and shit.
A couple sticks.
Yeah, you take 2 sticks.
Well, then you didn't measure the radius.
Well, you can. I mean, you can use the sunset.
Do you know what a radius is?
Yeah, it's a curve.
The radius is the distance from the center of the Earth to the surface of the Earth.
Well, no, it's the center of a curve. Like any curve's got a radius.
No, it's called a radii.
There you go. Whatever.
Okay, but that would be from the mean distance from the fucking arc, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, exactly.
Who measured that?
Well, lots of people.
Who went to point A? How did they go from point A to point B? How did they measure that distance?
All geographers.
Don't tell me about all geographers. Tell me about how it was measured. With what instrument?
Oh, here comes the great Indian fucking thing there.
Some math and some.
That's not a measurement. You measure things with instruments.
Science and shit. Yeah, like rulers.
Science and shit.
Come on, Talon. Invoke the.
Talon was trying to figure out how to not get banned, and he's going to be doing the things that'll get him banned.
Okay, so is it okay if I ask ChatGPT for the instruments used to measure the radius?
It was never. It can't be measured. Think about what you're asking. You'd have to go to the core of the Earth. Talon X. You'd have to go to the core of the Earth and measure to the surface. Do you think someone can do that?
You can do it. Well, no, you can't do that.
Yeah. So even in principle, it can't be measured. So no one ever measured the radius.
You can still measure radiuses other ways.
So here's the thing.
Not of the Earth.
No.
It just
how do you measure the radius of the
denying the proof Globers have. Like
what proof? What proof?
Like, that's what I'm saying. You hold
what proof was just offered?
Hold on. Wait. Constantly.
Look, we don't give a fuck. The social commentary shit is for the birds, bro. Don't sit here and say we're going to be proof and you deny it. Okay. If you want to say that, that's fine.
In fairness, if you measure the circumference, then the radius is just the circumference.
Okay. How do you know you have a circumference?
Divided by pi.
But how do you know you have a circumference?
Well, so I'm working on the Taurus Earth model right now.
Yeah, you're going back on mute, bro.
Right.
You don't have
Okay.
any. You don't have any evidence for your Taurus Earth model.
Yeah.
When you find evidence for Taurus Earth model, post it in the chat. We'll consider it.
Okay. So the
Yeah, come back
surface.
later, donut man.
So you take one. It's like it's basically because you're using plumb lines and you're using
Well,
you
in
can
the
also
globe model,
you
plumb line's
can
curved,
use
dude.
monoliths and their shadows and the angles, the change in angle will create a curve.
You did a lot better last time that I was in here when you brought up the
Harvard one. Just I mean, you
Go
like
back
the
to the
Harvard
India.
one that I read. It has to do with timing the sunset. So when the sun, you lay down on the ground and you let the sun set, and then as soon as the sun touches the horizon, you stand up, and
Okay.
then you can see the sun for like a few seconds longer, and then that time will allow you to like calculate the curve and then get the radius.
You would already need to know the radius.
No, it gives you the radius.
No, you would need to know the rate of rotation, right?
Okay. So in this case, I'll bring it up.
Okay. Listen, you're just saying ChatGPT level nonsense. Okay.
No.
First of all,
this is before ChatGPT.
Eratosthenes,
Yeah.
which is what you're saying, the monoliths works on a flat Earth anyway. So I don't know why you're bringing it up. It's even in the scientific literature and the academic literature that it would work on both. It works on one with one set of presuppositions and it works on the other with another set of presuppositions. You can't prove those presuppositions. That would be the distance to the sun, the orientation of the rays and relative to each other, with a diverging rays versus parallel rays. Okay. So that's not a globe proof. That's not exclusive to a globe. I could easily say it proves a flat Earth. I could say the rays diverge and that proved a flat Earth, which is what the Chinese did. Okay? So, the same time as Eratosthenes, as a matter of fact, in the same fucking millennium. So that's fine. It's not a big fucking mystery that if you're lower and then you go higher, you see farther. That's not because the Earth is a globe. A toddler figures this out when they've never left the house and they're like, I can't see my toys. I should stand up so I can see all the toys in the room. Has nothing to do with their floor being a globe.
Yeah, Talon, you did a lot better last time with the Indian continental measurement thing. You should try that.
We're still there.
Yeah, try that. Okay.
Okay.
I don't like to. I don't want. India likes to cook for a while, so I just got to keep my mouth
Yeah,
shut.
well, I have to be super descriptive and talk so that people listening on YouTube and you comprehend what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because like Constance said, we might have different definitions for fucking words. So I have to be explicitly freaking clear on what I say and give excruciating detail that's unnecessary. But I don't know what you know, so I have to assume you're a dumbass and explain stuff in freaking like you're 5 years old. I'm not doing it because I think you're 5 years old or I think you're stupid. I'm just doing it because I just found that that's what needs to be done. It just needs to be done. I don't know why. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, sure. I was just waiting. Are you finished?
Yeah, I mean, those aren't exclusive grow proofs. So you got anything else? They don't even measure the radius.
How would you measure the angle of the surface of a basketball?
The angle of a circle from where?
Yeah, the curve of the basketball. How would you measure the curvature of a basketball?
Well, you'd get a compass.
A compass and put it on. How is the compass going to tell you the curve of the basketball?
Okay, because you spread the compass out, you put it on the top and bottom, and then the center of the peak of the compass. That'll tell you you can calculate that triangle and get the radius.
How you calculate it with the compass?
Yeah. Did someone take a compass to the Earth?
Yeah, you do the compass of the Earth.
Yeah. So, how big is that? How long is it going to take to manufacture that?
What?
A physical compass. You know what a compass is, right? A compass tool or calipers. We could do it with calipers.
Yeah, Talon, he's talking about compass like in your like geometry kit.
Yeah,
Not like a
calipers.
North.
Why don't we just use the caliper for the Earth?
Yeah, make intergalactic size calipers and measure the Earth.
Well, how would you make calipers for the size of the Earth? Not with a giant caliper?
Yeah, I guess you would need giant machinery. Probably just need giants.
I
Yeah,
think they
first
would
we
have
got
to
to
be
grow some
huge, like
giants.
celestial size to like. But then what would they do? They would just put the compass on the Earth and measure it.
Yeah, you could put it on the top and bottom, and then you could measure it, and then you'll have a isosceles
How does
triangle.
putting it on the top and bottom measure the curve?
You wanted to know the radius.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
So that
radius
means
isn't
it's
the
curved.
curve. The radius is the distance from the center to the surface.
Right, which is a curve. When you
No, that's
actually
a straight line.
a radius
A radius is a straight line. Yes, correct.
to the circumference, right?
The circumference is a curve. The circumference is a distance. Radius is a distance too. They're straight lines. Well, the equivalent of a straight line. A circumference you can say has an arc length, but that's another thing.
Okay, so you guys think that because the radius is straight that doesn't represent a curve?
No, dude. That was the most pathetic straw man I've ever heard in my life, bro. You gotta
No,
do better.
no, that's why I asked. I don't think that you think that. I just want to know, like.
No, what I'm saying is the radius is a property of a fucking sphere or a ball. Okay, it's a property. Doesn't actually
Or
exist.
circle.
It's just an abstract property or a circle. Yes.
How would we get it for
It's the
something that's
distance
like?
from the abstract center to the abstract surface.
Yeah,
Okay.
so like you could go from like one point to another point on something that's like curved, and then get the angle measurements, and then
Yeah, if
test it
you're
and
in the surface.
compare it.
If you're on the surface, yeah.
Right. We're on the surface of the Earth, right?
Yeah, but what are you taking angles to? The
That's
angles
how you
between
find out
what
if
and
it
what?
is. So that's how you
An
find
angle. What is an angle,
radius.
dude? What is an angle?
What? An angle is a deviation between two lines.
Yes, a
vertices.
separation of two lines that have a linear relationship along their length.
Point meeting at a point. Two lines meeting at a point.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the separation of two lines. Okay, so which two lines are we talking about?
They don't separate; they're connected. For an angle.
And if they're connected, then they're the same line.
No, well, sure.
The separate, dude.
No, there are two. No,
An
there's
angle
a
is a
vertex.
separation of two lines. Okay,
No,
a
the
90-degree
vertex
angle, right?
separates
You
on
have a
vertex.
square. You have two
The angle.
lines. Yeah, but it's their separation.
No, there's
Yeah,
no
they
separation.
intersect.
They
Talent. Yeah, these two lines they intersect.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah.
That's what the word.
But the angle is their separation.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're okay. We're on the same page.
All right.
Now, when you say angle to the Earth, the angle between what and what?
2 points.
What's line 1 and line 2?
Yeah. 1 point.
Yeah, what's the line? What is line 1 and line 2?
Right. Those are the two. No, it's point A.
What do you mean, right? I'm asking you a question.
What are you talking about?
I'm asking you a question. What the angle between what line and what line?
No, there's more lines than that. It's the angle.
We just want the ones you're talking about.
Angle. There's two angles, not one.
Between
not
what and
line
what?
by line. That's two angles.
So, okay, so I could say there's an angle between the top of the sun and the bottom of the sun, and that angle would be 0.52 degrees, right? A line going from my eye to the top of the sun, a line going from my eye to the bottom of the sun will subtend an angle of 0.52 degrees. Okay, so now I'm going to ask you, the angle between what and what?
Oh, the plumb line and the reference the surface of the Earth.
Oh, so is the plumb line perpendicular to the surface of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, not in the globe model, it isn't.
What? Yes, it is.
No, it is not. In fact, in the globe model, the plumb line curves. Oh, you didn't know that? You didn't know that the globe model has curved plumb lines?
You're talking about gravity being curved?
Yeah, that's what a plumb line is, right?
A plumb line is a perpendicular line to the center of the Earth.
No, a plumb line is if I take a plumb line and hang it from a string, Gravity pulls it in a direction. That's the plumb line.
Yeah.
Called a plumb bob. You take a plumb bob, you stick it at the end of the string. The plumb bob's the weight.
Right.
Where on earth would you have to be for that string to be curved, though?
Well, gravity
I don't
is
know.
curved.
Isn't my
you know
account?
gravity is curved.
Well, you
it's
literally
curving towards
just
the center
said
of the
that there are places on Earth that if you did that experiment, then they
No, I did not say that, and I literally did not say that.
did, but okay.
I said in the globe model, plumb lines are curved. There's a
Based
reason
on-
we record this, dude. For people
Based
like
on
you. Based upon the globe model, based upon the
Oh,
geodetic surveying
nah,
manual.
well, let's
Based
be
upon what's in
realistic
the
here.
geodetic
You're just
surveying
going
manual.
off some YouTube video you watched.
I'm not
so
going off
calm
a
down.
YouTube video. I'm going off.
A thoroughly
I'll give you a
vetted
site.
information
Use and
by
abuse of
someone else.
detection of the vertical by Featherstone, published in
So
the
you're
Conference
appealing
of
to authority.
Geosciences, 1990.
Interesting.
Well, you asked where I got it from.
Yeah, so not you doing it yourself. You're
No, you
just
asked.
taking
Well, I don't
somebody
think
else.
plumb line's curved. This isn't a question of whether I did it myself. This is a question of, is that the globe model? Yes, that is the globe model. And I'm telling you the information that I have of people that are proponents of the globe model that say they do surveying of a globe. This is what they say.
And you never
I'll be
considered
right back.
that the
I'm not gonna do it.
information was wrong. No, why would he do that? Somebody else told him.
If the two plumb lines are not parallel, then they're and they're angled away from each other, then that obviously demonstrates a curvature.
No, but he's dumb. He's
Embo, don't be rude. That's rude. That's mean.
I'm not
And
rude.
I disagree. I don't think Globers should ever insult globe deniers.
Oh.
It's not fair. It's
teach
not
their
nice to
own.
insult people because it doesn't get anything across. It's just an ad hom fallacy. So, Embo, like, what kind of glober do you?
They've been
like,
open
are
to
you?
changing
Like,
their world.
what's your favorite globe evidence? No, Embo. What's your favorite globe evidence?
Oh, jeez. Shouldn't you be saving this for somebody else? I'm just here to
No,
listen. I don't even know why I
I'm Globe
talked up.
Jesus. I've talked with both flat earthers and globers. The same standard follows.
Your name says
Globe
Talent
Jesus
X,
loves
not
all their
Globe
children.
Jesus.
Embo, what kind of globe evidence do you have, and what makes you believe the Earth is a globe? Embo, come on, buddy. What's your globe evidence? Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Embo with us. He's gonna give us his globe evidence.
No, he's gonna look
He
for a
believes-
different room. This
he
is getting
believes the globe
obnoxious
is-
now.
He believes the Earth is a globe.
So, like, are you like? I'm confused.
Well,
Like,
why-
are you
well,
waiting
just
for me to
don't. I mean,
provide
like I
you with
said-
something you can use in an argument? Like, what the fuck are you waiting for?
Embo, I
It's
want you to tell
literally
me
the
why you think-
24/7 flat Earth chat, not the
Embo.
24/7 globe Earth chat. So,
What are
I'm
you
here to
talking
I'm here to listen to theories as to why the Earth.
So
is
what you're
flat,
saying,
man.
Embo, is you've got
my
nothing.
God.
Oh, is that
180
Jedi,
degrees.
the guy who's British,
I
and
think
everybody
that the
thinks he's
measurements,
smarter than he actually is? That's crazy.
Well, the Earth is a plane. Of course, like, if you want to really get down to it, you have a problem with that? A plane Earth?
Yeah, Jedi. You got a problem with that?
No, he's
The wrong guy, dude.
No, he's definitely talking to
Okay,
Jedi.
Jedi's not here, I don't think. I don't see Jedi.
Jedi's not in here,
He
dude.
he changed
Yeah,
his
he
name. It's Jedi though. He knows exactly who he is.
Is it Big Daddy Flirt?
Isn't that that's like the best compliment ever, Matrix.
What?
Okay, well, I don't think you know what a compliment is.
No, I would know. I don't think
Yeah, very well aware.
Well, at least the majority of people
triangle.
can tell the difference between an English and an Australian accent.
Well, yeah, but most people also wouldn't give a shit.
Well, yeah,
so,
but yeah.
calm
So
down,
what globe
dude.
proof have you got?
Calm down, dude.
None. That's what
Gotta
we
stop
thought.
the dingoes from stealing the babies, man.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
we ask them where their globe proof is, and they just run around in circles.
I wouldn't disbelieve it.
Because I'm Globe Jesus.
So,
I wanna
like you
learn
going
all the
around in
different ways
circles.
people think.
Where's
the-
your globe proof?
stupid, right? We're the stupid
Watch out for
ones.
them. Watch out for them drop bears, man.
Like I love learning flat Earth theories. You want to hear? So Embo, what's your favorite flat Earth theory? Do you want to hear about the geometric horizon and the?
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, I'm sure anything they say is going to boil down to watch this YouTube
You know
video.
the.
So
So Embo, do you know that the? Do you know
post
like
your
the?
links in the side chat. What's the most comprehensive YouTube video explaining why the Earth's flat?
Well, what do you define? Do you know how you define flat, Embo?
The opposite of round.
So like square.
My best proof is your experience of the
Is like a
Earth.
cube.
That's my proof.
Is a cube
Yeah,
flat? Is
yeah.
a cube flat?
Four flat sides are the opposite of flat. Yeah.
Is a cube flat?
A
Cubes are flat.
two-dimensional cube is, yes.
Do you think Earth
Not
is a
only do you
cube?
observe it,
Hold on.
but you also.
It's like hot dog shaped if you actually like think about it logically.
This guy's not even worth talking to.
It's also got like a theoretical bond around the outside, which is keeping in the atmosphere in this hot dog shape.
I like this guy. He's going to end up making more flat earthers than flat earthers.
You're done. Yeah, you're done. You think fucking cubes have four sides, dude? Like, go back to kindergarten, bro. Anyway, Talon, back to you.
Thank you. I tried to keep the he was definitely a chopped Glober, right? Like he couldn't even give us one piece of evidence.
No. Flat earthers are dumb. That's good evidence for the globe.
You guys are the best.
Oh, hell yes, guys! Check this out. I got him hooked up.
Come on, Talon, you're leaving us hanging, man.
No, he's right.
Invoke
Hold on.
invoke the Indian.
Like I said,
come on.
You
have to research.
I don't want to. I only want to use memes in a responsible way, which is why we're giving everybody a chance to express their feelings about what the shape of the Earth is. If you think the Earth is flat, then tell me: is it cubed or is it hot dog shaped? Like, where are we at? Those are real pictures. Okay, that's really what the Earth is.
I'm just curious. What do you guys think about that?
Which one do you think is the real Earth picture?
I like them. Yeah.
Research
the clouds, the heavenly clouds. That's a nice touch.
I'm only.
Yeah, I'm not.
ChatGPT.
No.
Well, I'm looking at the cube one, and I'm just thinking that it's technically incorrect because the sun's on the opposite side, and this side's lit up. So you better fix that.
Yeah, and not only that, like looking at your cube photo there, I don't live on a corner, and that depicts me living right on a corner. Like if I go down the street, I'm gonna like flip 90 degrees.
So
some
dope.
shit.
Fall off.
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
What if you fell off? You can only live on one side.
No, but I live on both, so I know that's not true.
You think we would build on the edges?
Yeah. Well, apparently we do, because like through that corner cuts through right through my backyard.
I'm feeling the hot dog one.
Yeah,
It's making me hungry though. And the sesame seeds are pretty great.
No homo, but yeah, it looks a lot better.
I think that gives away my AI. Like I can't even I'm gonna admit that that's AI. I used AI for those.
Could have fooled me.
I didn't say anything about sesame seeds, but that's definitely. I'm embarrassed. No, I wouldn't have done that.
Come on, man! You're leaving us hanging with the whole Indian fucking continent test.
You want to do it some more? Okay, so I've been thinking about where we're at with the Earth measures flat angles.
Yeah, tell India, man. It might be new to him.
So
I doubt it.
Right now, I'm working with Oh, you know what I need? Hold on. I do have to do some homework real quick. So do files, and then I need to go find my cool picture.
The fuck's happening again? What are you doing? All right. In the meantime, I'm gonna.
Yeah. Oh,
unmute
I'm sorry. I'm
Constance.
here. I'm here.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I was
sorry, Constance,
making
you're
a new
on mute.
picture. So basically, only way we're gonna look at it is it similar to like the pinned picture. So like what I'm working on a new picture because what I want to make, I'll just tell you what I'm making, and so that way we can maybe you can help me. So I want this picture to be out, and I really like how this one kind of helps with like corrections and whatnot. But rather than having the first tile having a straight line going underneath the mountain, I want it to be like planar with the zigzag pattern of like the surface of the earth because like I understand why it's difficult to see how you go from the flat line straight to the curved line, whereas like the curved line is actually a series of hundreds of little straight lines, and then when you zoom out it just looks like a curved line.
So what you're saying is you don't have any curvature, but you're quite willing to put forward lots of straight lines and pretend it's curved.
I'm working on it because what this picture should show is it should show like 100 mountains. There should be like it should zoom out where it's showing the edge, like all it should show like the fractal edge all zigzaggy, and then it should show the curve like passing through the zigzag pattern rather than like a straight line showing that it doesn't match the zigzaggy curve versus the smooth curve, and how the smooth curve passes through the zigzaggy portions. So like maybe I could just draw it. Let me do the rough drawing. You guys can put this in your encyclopedia. Okay, so I'll bring up that picture and then I'll do the zigzag pattern because I need like a surface edge. I need that same kind of like two-dimensional view. Okay, so let's go like this.
Wait, what's a fractal edge? That's new to me.
So like think about sand, right? Like you can draw, like you can measure sand, the length, the distance from like, you can measure a beach. Hold on, let me start over. A beach gets longer the smaller your ruler is. So if you try to measure the coastline of a continent, the smaller the ruler, the longer the coastline becomes. You start on the north end of California, and so like if you measure every little indentation on the surface of the planet down to the grain of sands, like you'll have, it's like it's like the villi of your stomach, right? Like the higher the resolution, the longer the line will be. So you have to use they literally use fractal geometry to get an accurate distance of the coastline without having to correct. That's how they corrected for the deviations in the surface of the planet since it's a rough surface. All right, let's see. Oh, yes. I think they kind of did it. Okay. This is actually
so it's not
perfect.
So it's not that the distance or the actual length, in real terms actually changes. It's just the resolution is higher and you're accounting for more space, right? You're actually traversing up and down along the edge of each grain of sand, so it adds more length, even though point A to point B is the same. Kind of misrepresenting the point, dude. Doesn't change really.
I think I got it. Okay, so let me look at this one.
All right. Well, while you're looking that up, how about we unmute Constant?
Yeah, is
actually might actually be more. I think it'll be more entertaining.
Okay, so if you look at the first one, see. I see.
Constant, what do you have to say about this?
So when
Make
you want
any
it, yeah,
sense?
like when you want the
I
yeah,
wasn't
so like
paying
when you want
attention
the
to it.
actual line to hug the like the earth, like you have to take out all the gap, and so that's how the curve is corrected because over the distance, because like you want to think about it like hundreds, like not just like what single mountain, like it's like a tiny hill, like that's like the scale is like thousands and thousands of miles across, and so as it goes up and then down, even like when it's just like a mountain, series of mountain ranges, you'll eventually curve over, and then like you correct for curvature by taking out all the gaps when you're just like straight up going to the top of a mountain. Oh, I see. So like the second plate on the new one is actually to scale. That's why I think they're backing. That's why they pushed it back. Whereas like the first one is the actual like 30-mile. Yeah, so the first one, the first plate represents the short range straight planar measurement. The second one, like each dash represents like a single plate, a single one of the top plates. And so it's actually scaled at when you actually scale it up to a huge distance, you find curvature. And so that's what those, so each one of those dashes is a whole triangle, whereas the top one is a single triangle. So you can still get that single triangle perfectly fine when you only have like a mountain and a couple towers, and you get that straight up shit. But then when you go down and you put each of those triangles into the dashes, you get a nice smooth curve going more or less going across all those triangles, which is each per dash.
Yeah, I get the point.
Yeah, I love that.
Matter
So,
of resolution. Right?
yeah,
How small
exactly.
steps you're
Yeah,
going to take.
I think because I can definitely clean that up and then like. Okay, so let me
Hey,
take
yeah,
this.
it's like basic calculus, right? Taking averages between shorter and shorter distances. Or rate of change of slope between shorter and shorter distances. But what's your point, though? Like, how in this did they actually prove curvature?
Because that's where we get the shape to measure it.
What did they do? What did they do to do it, though? Because I see
That's
the
the theory.
theory.
Like, the first one, you take
I
that,
get
you
the
take the
theory. I
first
get the
plate.
theory.
Yeah, you take a planar measurement, so you get like all those. You get that geometric triangulation, so it like goes up, then you're going up and up and up, and then you start going down. But you start always curving.
What did they do, dude?
Oh, they surveyed.
Okay, explain the entire survey process, please.
It's in the picture. So in the first one, when you say initial flat triangulation, see that?
Dude, this is AI generated to represent
No.
what
Yeah,
you're talking
no. This
about.
is yeah.
I'd like
No,
you to speak to
I
what you're
told it what to
talking
do.
about.
I told this what to do. So the top
Yeah.
one is just your single mountain, 30 to 50 mile distance between 3 points. You've got your 2 watchtowers, and you got the top of a mountain. The mountain, you can see all 3 of them can see each other, and you get perfect flat measurements from each one. Okay. So you see all that empty space between A1 and C, and then A2 and C. How there's all that gap and error and excess space.
Yeah.
Okay. So the only problem with C is that it has the mountain in the picture, and I should just like take the mountain out. So like the only problem with this picture is that there's a mountain in the second one, but it should just be like a series of mountains over the surface, and so that's what I mean by scaling it out is that you're zooming out in the second one, and you'll take, and so like even though you've got little flat triangles over long distances, you would eventually catch.
All right.
Because I would take out. Yeah, I gotta
All
work
right.
on it. I gotta work on it.
So what did they do that indicated to them that the second image, the second diagram in each of the images is actually what applies rather than the first in each image? What did they actually do? Hands on, getting their hands dirty. They did something, did some math or whatever, and the results indicated to them that the second diagram applies rather than the first.
Yeah, hang on 1 second. I know exactly what you're saying. That's why mountains and valleys over. Okay.
We're gonna do this again. Eh?
What were you saying?
What did they do in their surveying? Okay, that indicated to them that the second diagram in each of the images applied rather than the first diagram in each of the images.
Because like it would have been level.
What's it?
It would have been level
What's
and
it?
zero elevation. There wouldn't have been like that general like arc. See how the
So what
second
did
one
they do?
forms an arc?
What did
Yeah,
they
because
do?
like
What did they
yeah, because
do?
over time the triangles themselves start to form an arc.
Okay, so what did they do to obtain all these different triangles that formed an arc allegedly?
Yeah, that's where we go. That's where we go back to India, and you start at the baseline, and then you arc from there.
Thank you. Finally, we have a starting point. Make your case.
Yeah, exactly. We've
Go
always
for
had
it.
the starting point.
No, yeah, but it took me fucking like 10 minutes to get it out of you so you can actually start making a point and not just, dancing around the crowd with theory.
No, I'm working on taking out the Oh shit! What the fuck? Yeah.
Yeah. So make your case, dude.
After
Loads
that,
of people in here just waiting for you.
After that, I'm prepared to respond to the question, what do I think about all this?
You mean the question that I asked like 10 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe while he's cooking or getting ready, give us a little
Honestly,
summary. Curious what you think.
From my perspective, I think that there are some outlier cases that would lead to one becoming a flat earther. Things like there are humans which simply are not yet capable of imagining anything in terms of 3 dimensions. Like it's literally just something they're physically not capable of. But I think for the most part, this is in part a reaction to having realized that one was essentially interacted with untruthfully by those that one was dependent upon. A lot of this is a reaction to being raised in a manner where, like I was.
Nope, you're wrong so far. This is a reaction to
letting
the
me
lack
get
of
through
measured
this?
curvature.
Do you mind letting me get through what I prepared to say?
Oh, do you read a speech? Oh, I'm so sorry. Please
Yeah.
continue.
Okay. I think that a lot of people are raised in a manner that would have them prefer things that are untrue, delusions, fantasies, over the truth. It doesn't necessarily start with things, but most parents, I think, almost
Absolutely,
all
I
parents,
agree.
the majority of
That's why,
parents don't really have.
that's why children, they're very,
Please
they're
allow me
very.
to finish, because I thought this whole thing through, and I keep
Oh
doing my
yeah,
best
oh
not
yeah,
to
you
interrupt,
put a lot
not to
of time
overtalk.
and effort into this thought, right?
Yeah,
Go for it.
and to be fair, Constance, sorry to interrupt a second time, but I was kind of like, the question was more pertinent to like what Talon was saying specifically, not what your assessment of the people's character or mindset who occupy
It's
this
not
room
that.
predominantly.
It's not that. For me, it's about what is the truth of the events that transpired, right? How did things start? A person was born, then they became somebody that clearly must have at some point had some form of belief that entailed, wow, everybody's delusional or everybody's lying, because it is hard to, for example,
Because
hold the
you're
flat Earth belief.
And maybe it was
no,
when
but
they figured out
again,
Santa
that was,
Claus isn't real.
Exactly,
yes,
right?
but
Those are the things I'm
again,
talking
but bro, that wasn't my question. All right,
about. I'm curious.
I just reiterated it to you, and you kind of just like ignored that.
No, you stated that it wasn't your question, then you reiterated it, and I earlier said that I wasn't paying attention, as in I was focused on the side chat, so I didn't hear what was being said.
Oh, I
heard
missed that
thing
part. So you weren't listening to what Talon was saying, so you have no opinion or take on how he's presenting what he's presenting, or whatnot.
That's true. The one bit I got was that there was an
Oh,
image
okay.
presented.
Well, then
You
never mind.
said that it was an AI generated image.
It is. He said it. He said
already held belief.
I mean, because I can't
No,
draw
no.
it something like that fast. I'm actually working on modifying it right now.
Yeah, Constant. He said that what he's presenting in the chat are images that are AI generated, for expediency, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He's trying to form an argument or like an illustration of what he's trying to convey, and he's using ChatGPT to quickly put together said illustration.
That seems quite wise. I mean, let's be real. Grok can answer.
Yeah, it's fine, right? It wasn't. I wasn't saying, oh, that thing in the image. What you're saying is AI generated, therefore it's fake, therefore your argument is bunk.
Do you mind?
That's not what I was saying at all.
Tell me what your interpretation of his take is so far.
I'm hoping this is.
pretty
I
sure
think
you
this
can
is
condense
good enough.
it. Then I could answer.
What I'm getting at, what I get from the argument is that based on how, based on the you go out, you do surveying, right? You take measurements, and then based on the results, that can indicate to you the nature of the actual ground that you're standing on. Okay, so I'm asking for what they did, those data points that led them to an understanding that the ground must actually be curving. Right.
I get that. I mean, do you mind
That's all
somebody
I'm
like,
asking.
Constantly.
like me? What
Can I run
for
with
example-
CC? Check out my. Okay, so I just did the drawing to kind of like establish my concept, because like the ChatGPT got really close to what I wanted to show, but like it was having a hard time doing like scaling, like zooming in from showing one mountain with the straight up planar flat measurements, and then scaling out from and continuing this, and like it couldn't do the side view from like farther away, but then maintain like the curve within the second diagram. But if you look at the new one that I just shared, it got close enough to show the corrections of going from like the flat. So like if you look at the first one, it's the initial flat triangulation. We are using flat lines to find specific angles to triangulate our position, and then we take all those. Okay.
This reminded me of hearing how somebody apparently stated that they're inclined to believe that the Earth is round because when they watch the sunset, if the Earth were flat, then it would just disappear all at once, right? There'd be a point where it disappears. Like if it's all flat, right? Then you go from you have light to you have no light instantly. But he was able to see how, I think, right, regardless of what floor you're on.
So
on a skyscraper, basically, if you have 10 people on 10 buildings. Well, but if you have 10
qualify
people
the
on 10
statement, bro.
buildings,
Qualify that statement.
Okay, so the claim is this: if the Earth were flat, then 10 people on 10 different heights of buildings, so one person at 100 feet, one person at 200 feet, all the way to 1,000 feet, right? They would all simultaneously see the the sun disappear at the same time, regardless of what height they're at, but they don't. The person that's higher sees the sun.
Why? Why would they?
Curved. Well, because if it's flat, think about how the light would show, right? It would.
So the cause and effect relationship here is flat versus a curved surface. If it's flat, therefore someone that's 1,000 feet up, as opposed to someone who's on ground level, will see the sun disappear at the same time. So you're saying the causational mechanism is flatness.
Thank you. Yes. Well, I don't know about the last bit. The causational mechanism is flatness. I don't
It
know.
doesn't make any sense.
Okay, basically, if the Earth were flat, right, then all 10 people at 100 feet, 200 feet, all the way to 1,000 feet would see the sun disappear at the exact same time.
Why
you,
would
you don't know
they?
what you're talking about, man.
Because it's flat.
Yeah, no, not necessarily, dude.
Ipsy
No.
Dixit, because it's flat.
not
Why
argument.
does being flat dictate that would be the case?
Who's a
I
terrible
mean, you
flat
can
earther?
literally do this experiment in front of your eyes right now.
You're literally telling us the way to prove the Earth is a globe is climatry. This is climatry bullshit.
No, at this point, the things that I'm
Yeah,
stating
it
are
is.
just proof that
But you
it's
don't
not
understand how light works, right?
But
You
He's
don't
trying to reverse it
understand
onto
how
us,
your vision
obvious.
works.
No, the whole basis of flat Earth is denying globers. Like there's
Wrong.
no actual measurements they can.
You
provide.
have not heard one thing this afternoon constantly.
Get him out.
Constantly.
What is one argument that flat earthers have made?
This
that
is
not based
constantly,
around
listen
data?
carefully. Constantly, silence. Listen carefully. The Earth is measured as flat. There you go. That has nothing to do with globetards or any of their beliefs or Santa Claus or any other bullshit you've just strawmanned us with.
Yeah, Constant, just because you haven't asked for one or heard one doesn't mean there isn't any. So had you asked had you inquired about why we think the way we think, instead of just assume it based off of, how you characterize the conversations, somebody may have been able to present it to you.
I was really hoping these people would become more like you, but it seems you're becoming more like them.
No, I'm just highlighting the fact that what you said is not actually doesn't hold, dude.
Which statement specifically?
You
Reiterate.
basically said you're basically insinuating that flat earthers don't have any material to present. All they do is shut down globers and critique their arguments.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying is that even the evidence they have to present revolves around denying globers. There's no like, this is our model.
And what I said, did any of it deny globers?
Well, I mean, dude, hold on. But that's kind of implied. Like, I don't know, like, dude, if I watch it, right? If I present something to you, right, that's a measurement that shows the ground is actually not curving, that implicitly denies the statement that the ground is curving. So I don't know, like, that's like, yeah, no shit.
Okay. And what are your measurements that would have you believe that the Earth is flat?
Thank you. Does anyone have the lasers? Anyone got the lasers available? It's a good one.
Yeah. Have you not seen what happened when flat earthers use lasers to try and prove that the world is flat?
Yeah.
They used a flashlight.
Yeah, dude. You're thinking of the Jaranism, the Netflix documentary.
Why can't we explore whatever belief
they didn't use
must be
lasers.
attached to this? Like, let's say I accept your worldview, right?
Let's say your belief, personally, but you don't want to.
Let's say I were to accept flat Earth, right?
Bro,
what else am I supposed to believe about the world?
Dude,
how many laser tests have you seen?
Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Hold on. We just started on something, and now we're pivoting to something else. Like, pick your lane, bro. Are you interested in the whole laser stuff or not?
The one that
you
I
said
was really interested in.
Yeah, I want to know how many laser tests you've seen.
So let's go into that.
At all points is this.
Yeah.
Let's say I become a flat earther. What other beliefs should I adopt?
Yeah, bro. Cool story. How many laser tests are you aware of? How many laser tests are you aware of?
Yeah, let's get into that, and then you form your take on all that stuff. That's a personal thing. We're not here to tell you what you should or shouldn't do. What are you talking about?
Okay. Why is nobody comfortable sharing their own beliefs?
How many laser tests have you evaluated?
Stick to the lasers, bro. We'll get to that after, one at a time.
Okay. Let's
like what Tito said. What laser thing have you seen that leads you to think that that's a faulty approach in a similar situation?
You want me to find the actual thing I saw back then? Or
if you don't remember,
how many have you seen? How many have you seen? Just one?
I do, but the thing is, when I go through my memories, it's a longer process than people have the patience for, because there's lots of memories to go through.
Take your time, bro. If you want to form an argument,
is that because there was so many laser tests you saw you can't remember this particular which one it was?
I want to explore.
How many
yours.
laser tests have you seen, bro? Answer that.
You guys keep getting.
How
me to
many?
another-
How many laser tests?
All right, I'll come back when a conversation.
Fucking idiot. Fuck off.
You don't even have one.
Oh my God. Yeah, he couldn't do it. I mean, we all know, like, it's probably the
reason he was breaking down 20 is very simple. He made the claim quite simply that all we can do is go nah to Globetardia. Then when we put a positive spin on it and we started presenting evidence, it's like nah, oh shit, I gotta go.
I know.
Yep. Oh, I'm not allowed to talk about the social commentary.
Like I was kind of saying, look what T-Dub asked him. How many laser tests have you seen? Like, how hard is that to answer? If you've seen 10, oh yeah, 10 of them, mate. They all sucked. Like,
yeah. I mean, he did say, he needs to try and remember the details and stuff like that, or says something to that effect. So at least I can respect that. Yeah, I think he's being a little weaselly, but I don't know for sure. I think he's a little bit intimidated because like you guys are fucking like loud and shit. And I take my time.
No, he's a slime ball. He's a sook.
I know. He's definitely that. Okay, definitely that. But at the same time, you guys are loud as fuck. He's scared. Sooks and slime. It seems like Sooks and slime balls are scared of loud people.
Yeah, so passive aggressive Nancy boys, but
man, I was telling
I'd like
him
to respond to Lao Tzu, please.
Huh?
You guys want to get back to my diagram?
Yeah. Go for it. Go for it.
Cool. Here, hold
so
on.
India. Back to India.
Okay, hang on. So I got the save. Oh, access ready. All right, so I go uploading mode. I go.
Come on, dude. Like from just pointing out, like the last thing that I saw you post, where you kind of like you embellished the image that ChatGPT gave you, where you're trying to like highlight the concept of resolution.
Yeah, the scale.
We all get and scale. Yeah. We get that, bro. Now, where's the meat and potatoes?
Fine.
Give me like bland lettuce.
What's that?
So where's the meat and potatoes of your argument?
Okay.
All you provided was like a bowl of just lettuce or some shit.
What? Well, then we would go to the
And now
so that's like the rough.
Well, there you
so
go.
like that's like the rough demonstration of this.
Yeah. Right.
So you
yeah.
take
So
that.
get into it. Go.
Right. So each of the dotted, so the dashed lines represent each of the triangles on like the Indian one. And so like the diagram, even though the diagram uses the same mountain picture, like it's not literally a mountain in the second one. You want to think like the bottom one is just the Earth curve. Or just this Earth surface, I mean.
Talon, we understand the image. You don't have to break it down. What's your point with it?
Well, that's what I was doing. That's what they said. So, like, the
Is
meat
this
potatoes
is this evidence that the Earth is in fact curved? Is this your point?
In these measurements, you would then do that, yeah.
What do you understand about these measurements? What tools were used?
The great theodolite.
Theodolites. What ranges were they being used?
30 to 50 miles.
Okay, is that the operating range for theodolites?
That was the most optimal range for most of the measurements, but then they also did like 100-mile range ones, and then they did like really close
even
ones.
Our modern day theodolites aren't rated for going past a mile.
Well, those
for
are
any type of accuracy.
Because those are whole. Because those are not. Those are they have theodolites.
I also don't see you mentioning anything to do with atmospherics. Right. That would distort where things appear to be as you're taking these measurements and how you've accounted for that.
Right. Well, by using a great theodolite rather than a total station.
Yeah, Tom, maybe
Okay, and
expound
that counts for atmospherics.
on how they
Right.
actually
The great
qualify.
theodolite counts for atmospherics, yes.
Okay, how
Yeah,
does it
maybe
do that?
yeah,
That's
expound
how
on that, dude.
because by being
Yeah,
extremely
what did they
accurate.
do? Yeah, what did they do? Like to actually, like, what did they actually do to determine some range, right, between this range and that range is more optimal? Like, what does that term qualify in this
Because
context?
because that's how they accounted for the atmospheric errors, because they made sure that because at those ranges it was easy to determine how far the measurements deviate when they take the measurement at night and in the morning and during the day and for a
Okay.
week, and over and over and over again.
Based
Okay,
off
so
of
you
what,
have that as
Talon?
well. You have
yeah,
all
you're
these
gonna
other.
get
Do you have all these other measurements to present alongside with it?
right. Yeah, then you have the celestial sphere, and you have the all the other distance
Now, but stick with
measurements.
this one, though, dude. Yeah, because
Right.
last time you were talking about this, okay, you brought that up. You invoked 30 to 50 miles, and it sounded like you were saying basically in that range they get a tighter gap between the min max, between between all the samples that they take, right? There's deviation between all of them, but that range is the one where they get the tightest deviation, so it's
Yeah.
easier to average out, and then they take an average and all that, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, what we left off on last time on this was how did they factor in, right? How much of the reason, how much of what they were seeing was due to the ground actually curving versus the light actually bending? How did they determine what proportion of what they were seeing was caused by either or both of them at the same time, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, because they separated what's stable from what's variable, and what's geometric versus from what's optical, and so they used symmetry, repetition, different geometries, and independent measurements to isolate curvature from refraction.
All right, explain that. How did they use symmetry?
Yeah, what do you mean by symmetry?
Because light bending is noisy and changeable, but ground curvature is stable and geometric.
You said the word symmetry, right?
Yeah.
So symmetry across what axis exactly?
Well, hold on.
So if you're comparing these, there has to be a baseline.
Yeah. Well, even before that, right? Even if you go about symmetry about the y-axis, right? So, for example, if you go from point A to point B, from point A, you take a shot or a measurement, and you go over to point B, you turn around, you take a measurement to point A.
The measurement line itself, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted
so
to answer.
So it's geometry. So it's geometry versus
throwing out words.
Right. Well, so it's geometry versus atmosphere. So like you shoot it in the morning, and it's and you shoot it in the morning, and then you shoot it again, and you go back and forth, and then you shoot it over for a week. So that way, all those the theodolite's always going to be the same fucking thing, no matter how many times you do it. And then whether it's cold, warm, raining, not raining, like that is what will change the measurements. You know that it's only the rain, and the temperature that's changing the measurement, because you're a theodolite.
But again,
the same shit.
Yeah. But when you average all those out, right? You take a bunch of measurements, 30 degrees, 32 degrees, 33 degrees, 28 degrees. Okay, whatever. You average it out, you get something like fucking 30.5 or whatever. Okay. Then you take that 35 or 30.5 or whatever it is, you add that up with another measurement or average measurement from another point, blah, 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 blah. And then you add that all up and you get 180.5 or 181 degrees. How much of that excess, that extra 0.5 or 0.9 or 1 degree extra is caused by the ground curving versus due to optical effects? How do you actually determine that in the first place? Because you're taking a bunch of shots back and forth, you're averaging them out. Like, what's the process to determine why? Like, I don't understand that. Why is there excess? Ground curving or light bending or both?
Even I think we addressed the excess and stuff because that shows up in the the most current curvature reveal is that you can see in the flat triangulations there's excess from the towers to the top of the mountain, and that space of air isn't the Earth. So we want to correct those flat measurements so that they hug the Earth as accurately as possible, and that's how you get the scaled up second diagram where it shows the triangles hugging the Earth.
But we're talking about the Indian experiment, not a modern day one. Apparently, this Indian experiment was the go-to.
So in triangulation, the key quantity is spherical excess. So the angular sum of a big triangle is 180 degrees plus E, where E depends on the area of the triangle, not how many measurements you took. The formula is for a triangle on a sphere, it's E to the radians plus or minus area over radius squared, and then you got convert to degrees. Is E in degrees and area over radii squared times 180 over pi.
Yeah, I appreciate.
So small triangles, because this is where the fractals come back in, because like you can see the dotted line, and so with the when you use a big fat fractal triangle with in the first one, you get like a very rough not incorrect measurement. But when you make tiny little triangles, you're getting like a much longer, and so like because that's infinity, they had to bring in fractals to measure the coastline, for example.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Fuck down. You said a lot of words there that had absolutely nothing to do. Maybe me that you're actually listening.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What did I ask you?
I'll put it in the chat real quick, because it's kind of tangential to what we're talking about.
No, directly. Like, what did I ask you? And why did you say what you said that had nothing to do with what I asked you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Use your words.
I lost track. Where are we at?
I asked
you
what? If you even...
Are you talking about averaging out all the measurements that we add up to what degrees and what excess the 0.9 degrees or degree extra is caused by the ground curving?
It's not even there, right?
What the fuck? I'm trying to... We're going to determine why.
Yeah.
Process to determine why. That one.
Yeah. Yeah. But you realize that the answer that you just gave, right? Yeah. So I'm asking you how you know, and you don't even know. Dave did not like something that's not even you. This is not your knowledge. I'm asking for your knowledge, right? So I'd like you to answer the question, not ChatGPT.
No, I'm just using. I would just use ChatGPT to sort your questions out and my answers. What I'm thinking.
Yeah, but that was not your answer. That was ChatGPT's answer, right?
No. Well, this is. I mean,
but you give.
It's just. I'm just typing. I'm just dictating what you're saying, and then so that way I can. Sometimes your questions get really long.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So how about you write them down? Think about them.
I did. I typed them.
Right.
Because it's a network of triangles. And you have a bunch of spherical excess that you want to like rub out, so that way it's a clean curve.
And the spherical excess is generated because they're assuming a ball model in the first place.
Well, you're using planar geometry and trigonometry to get the angles. You want to do the angle measurements
research
first.
on the side, and come back after you asked her. She just read you. I know they know where it comes from. Instead of just assuming it's because the ground is curving, they need to confirm it because it could be the ground curving, or it could be the light bending, or it could be a mix of both. So how do they parse that out and determine which component has what amount of weight or any at all? Don't think about it, dude. Don't put it into ChatGPT. Or if you do, I mean, go, process it. Don't just fucking, repeat it. Like I'm chatting with you, not ChatGPT. Know what I mean?
What if I am like a ChatGPT?
No, you're a human being, bro.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, well, if you want to put yourself down that much, I mean, by all means, it's not my problem.
Because light bending is not the same as the Earth curving. So like the Earth is like a solid object that is made of a certain shape, whereas light bending can bend lots of different ways through like prisms and through raindrops and through air in different densities at different temperatures. So like you can't really bend light.
Good job.
Like the Earth isn't going to bend because of different temperatures, but the light will. So because light is light when Earth is Earth. So the geometry of the surface is
dude.
the difference.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've done this before.
So
I've
the end result where they have a triangle. I know, but both of these would have an effect on the end result. Dude, both of these phenomena
You're breaking up, dude. Really bad.
would have. I know, the excess is caused. An angle is, I don't know, 30 degrees. Hello?
Yeah, you're breaking up. We missed like most of that. All we heard was 30 degrees.
Damn it. Fuck. I'll try again. What I'm saying, dude, is basically how does the operator of the instrument tell the difference between a measurement reading, right, of 31 degrees being caused by the ground actually curving away or the light actually bending, right? Say, for example, you take a reading, the object in question, let's say, mathematically speaking, using Euclidean geometry, would be 30 degrees above the line of sight. Instead, they read 30.5 or 31. How can the operator tell how much of that is caused by the ground curving versus the light going through some weird path because of, atmospheric conditions and shit? What did they do to control for that? Like I've asked the same question probably 10 times in like 5 different ways over the last few times that we've spoken.
I don't know about the 31 degrees measurement thing.
I'm just giving you a random example, dude.
So whatever. Like we'll just abandon that.
Angle measurement that they take. Hypothetical, right? Give me one angle measurement that these guys took, for example, if you happen to have the data.
Okay.
Probably doesn't even matter.
Do you want to know what the instrument actually measures? Or how we get the curvature from the measurements? Because the refraction is the error that we would weed out. We're like getting the error.
I know that the
refraction out of the measurements.
They
isolate the geometric
actual reality. The error is the excess.
Right. Yeah, they isolate.
This is the point. How?
Yeah, they isolate the
Because at this
geometric
point, at the
part.
beginning of the how, dude? You're just repeating that they do something. How do they do it?
In Euclidean geometry, curvature produces the same angular relationship with both directions. Refraction depends on local gradients and usually does not. So you can use just like the you can compare both ways, and that'll like cancel out geometry with a specific.
Okay.
With,
okay, perfect. So you take one angle measurement from point A.
Yeah, and then you
point B.
and
then you go to
yeah
point B and
go B to A to B, then B to A, and that's going to be
take it to point
the
A.
curve. Yeah, the same
20, just so you know, we've heard probably every fifth word.
That's what you mean by symmetry.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
and then what? Perfect.
Test. All right, and then you do it.
Really,
and then you repeat that, and you repeat it under different atmospheric conditions. So you do it morning, noon, and night. You do it at different temperatures, and you do it different seasons. And that refraction changes sign and magnitude, but the geometry will never change. So you average that out. The change of refraction depends strongly on height above ground, but the curve does not. They repeat the
The curve doesn't change if you're above the ground. Bullshit. Go and draw concentric rings and see what happens, Talon.
If the same angular discrepancy
No,
remains,
he's saying it doesn't change, like the rate.
So if you have the same angle, like no matter how many different times you, how many different ways you do it, and it still shows up with a geometric curvature.
Where do you keep getting this curvature from? There's none measured. Your Indian fuckwittery is based off a model in the first place. Their model was a sphere. That's their baseline. They did some measurements. They did the triangle part correctly. I'm not disputing that. Then they compared it to the model. And this is where the spherical excess comes about. They assumed a sphere, they got triangles and went, hang on a minute, our measurements don't match the model. We have some excess. What can we do? Let's call it spherical excess and call it a day.
Is that what they do? Is that what they said?
Yeah, dude, how do you... Bro, you haven't really answered how they've actually determined how much of that excess is determined or determined by the geometry. Because if there is a model that they're referring to, they could just kind of impute what part of that curvature or what part of that excess might be because of the curvature, assuming the model is accurate. But the entire point of this argument was to show or was to demonstrate that this is like the primary source to show that there is curvature in the first place. So it'd have to be measured.
Because when they start to build triangles and loops, and then the triangle closure, which is pure Euclid, they observe that the A plus B plus ampersand, because they know that E is systematic and scales with the triangle area, and it repeats.
So you're assuming a sphere.
So
you assume a sphere, dude.
No, they observe.
Dude, you have to admit.
Triangle. You said it for us, Talon. Talon, you said it for us. A plus B plus. That symbol representing a fucking sphere.
No,
they're basing it off a sphere model.
So this is what they find.
Yeah, if they have to calculate using like spherical or circular formulas.
This is what a flat plane. This is the so the second one is what a flat plane would look like. On a plane, A plus B plus Y would equal 180 degrees. But on
oh my god,
what
dude.
they find is A plus B plus Y equals 180 degrees plus E, and they always find E.
Yeah, dude. We know, we get this. Okay, the whole point is that E. Okay, how did they determine that? Yeah, how did they determine? Bro, shut the fuck up for a second. That E, if it is, yeah, it's there. I've seen the. I recall having seen a data sheet where they kind of threw all this together. It was very vague and all that. But I understand that there's an excess, there's an error. But how do you know that E is not caused simply by optical effects? Where they're like, for example, what they're seeing, right? What they're when they angle the theodolite out there, right? Let's say they're taking an angle measurement of 3 degrees or something like that.
Okay.
But in reality, according to actual Euclidean geometry, simple shit, that thing is actually only, let's say, 2.5, or it would be calculated at 2.5, but they're actually measuring 3. Okay, there could be instrumental error or inaccuracy, or there could be optical effects going on.
It wasn't the
Yeah.
It wasn't the instrument. It wasn't the instrument.
Of
course it wasn't.
Of course you're going to say it's not, but even if it's not, okay. I know you assert that, but these things are not perfect. Okay, there's always instrument error.
Yes, they were.
The sheer fact that you're denying that and discounting it, the sheer fact that you're denying that and discounting it shows that you actually haven't really done anything in reality with regards to actual instrumentation, having to factor in instrumental error.
There is no
Okay?
instrumental error.
Bro.
It's all environmental.
Bro, it might be minute, insignificant, but it does exist, dude.
How can you guarantee, Talon, how can you guarantee there's zero instrumental error, 100%? How can you guarantee that?
They made them
You
They made them extremely accurate. Like, they were not
Yeah, so
inaccurate.
thank you very much. So that statement right there, okay, does not discount that there is no instrumental error. It's just that the instrumental error is so minute that it's insignificant. Thank you very much for making
What do you mean? I didn't say that there was error. I said they were super duper accurate.
You just said there's no. Bro. You literally said 10 seconds, dude. Stop talking over me. Stop talking over me, dude. You literally said not 15 seconds ago, 20 seconds ago, that there is no instrumental error. I called bullshit. Now you're saying, oh, well, there is, but it's insignificant.
Okay.
Thank you. That's fine. Now you can state that it is insignificant. Dude, you said it.
Your claim.
All instruments have impurities, imperfections, etc., tolerances. All of them do. Now, if you're going to say that the thing is insignificant, that's fine. That would be interesting to inspect and see if we can actually dig up how insignificant it was. Okay, but we're not even there yet, dude. We haven't even got past fucking first base here. Okay, the overall is the ground is curving and the light is also doing a thing, but the ground is overwhelming. Is taking the fact that the ground is curving is occupying an overwhelming majority of the reason why there's excess, and we're asking how that's determined. We haven't passed that yet, man. Okay, and you're just saying words, dude. You haven't shown what they have actually done to determine this. You're saying what ChatGPT says. That's all I'm getting right now.
Do you not understand how great those theodolites are?
Doesn't matter, dude. They could be, dude. Even if we grant you that those theodolites are absolutely perfect, okay, they're not.
They were. I mean, you want to know exactly how perfect they were?
No, I didn't ask about that.
The single angular reading error for the great theodolites was within 1 to 5 arc seconds. After repetition plus reversal, that became less than one. That became less than 1 arc second. So that was between 0 and 0.9 arc seconds. The modern instruments are 0.1 arc second or better. So you're talking about,
if they were so accurate, why your necessity to appeal to refraction earlier on?
0.9 arc second with repetition plus reversal.
Dude, listen. I just wanted to, all I'm saying right here, okay? Me bringing up this imperfection bit or impurity or inaccuracy, it's not necessarily to further the argument about the whole excess thing, because if these values that you're talking about are true, these minute error margins, okay, they would not necessarily they don't sound like they would add much to the excess enough to really make the point either way. Okay, I'll grant you that they're quote unquote perfect, even though they're not, but even with those minor details. Okay, the reason why I went down this line is because you basically insinuate that they are basically perfect and have no error. But that's not true. That's not a faulty statement. Okay, they do have. It's just basically insignificant to really argue about, and I'm okay with that. I just wanted to hear you admit that. Okay.
Right.
This is true.
That makes you're conceding. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I'm not conceding. You're the one conceding. You said they're perfect, and they're not.
They are perfect.
I never said they. I never tried to. Bro, I never tried to.
Accurate theodolites that they had
and
at
that's
the time.
fine. And that's great. And that's great.
Right.
That's fine.
Okay.
We can go with
So
that.
your concession now, Talon, is you're stepping backwards from they are perfect to they are the most accurate thing at the. Yeah, I'm not having that shit going on. So Talon, hold up, 20.
Yeah.
So Talon, you've now stepped backwards from they are perfect to they were the most accurate thing of the time.
Yeah.
If they were perfect, they're not the most accurate thing. They are the most accurate thing of all time. Full stop. There's no necessity to ever change them. That's all we'd be using.
Yeah, this little tactic, word magic bullshit. Okay, it's not going to fly, dude. Okay.
Quit your sophistry. Most people are over it, dude.
Fucking horse shit. Again, the whole point of me going down the threat was not
we can see like
yeah.
We clarify things once and there's no confusion, but you still seem very confused.
Yeah, Talon, the whole point again was not necessarily to further my point by invoking the error margin. Okay. It was just going down, I was just going down that path because you're saying they're perfect. They're not. Okay. So even if we take what you said at face value, that they are whatever degree of precision, fine. The excess remains. Now, how do we address that?
It's measured, bounded, and far too small to explain closure failures.
What does that mean?
Because when you're using theodolites that are 1,000 pounds, and the arc second error is magnitudes of fractions of a second.
Okay.
Right. It's insignificant, and then also it cancels out because they're canceling out. It's the same reason that they're using these specific ones, so that way when they do the corrections, it's the majority of the errors are in the environment. Because like when you take 1,000-pound theodolite from point A to point B, it's going to be, and you might, and so because what you're talking about is like the difference in like when like one person.
So Talon, we've heard the story 8 times today. Please don't go through it again.
Okay.
What was the baseline reference?
Right, because are you guys trying to say that the
Talon? No, Talon, I didn't say that. I asked a question. Reference. What was the baseline? What did they compare these measurements to?
Sea level. Like that's. Are we leaving the? Okay, so at least we're admitting that the instruments were accurate and precise.
Dude, of course, yeah, dude. If the instruments are accurate, that's fine. It was just about how accurate. That's all the question was.
Extremely accurate, like nearly perfect.
Yeah, they sound. Dude, they sound very accurate.
It's like, really, hold on. Wait, 100 years has gone by.
Wait. Yeah, dude, that's fine. Bro, that's fine. Yeah, I get that. The whole point was just to hone down on the fact they're not perfect.
Are you saying that
they don't have no error? Hang on. I'm going to finish my statement, dude.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not that they're perfect. They're just extremely accurate. I'm fine with that. That's all that was about.
Right. I mean, because that's a pedantic argument to like accuse me of being hyperbolic.
No, it's not. No.
Implying that because I say it's perfect, that means it can't be improved is simply saying that I'm being hyperbolic.
No.
If you want to say I'm hyperbolic.
What the fuck? Are you? What? When did I say
onto his own little
tangent? Hyperbole, right?
Alan, no. Listen. Check this out. Let me. Nah, bro.
If I say the globe, here's the globe argument is perfect.
No, dude. Can you stop talking?
The measurements perfectly.
Stop.
Yeah, thank you, whoever did that.
Stop talking to yourself, dude. Okay, you're on mute, by the way. Listen for a fucking second. If you think about it, there was merit to that part of the conversation. Why? Because you actually brought up a real value. You said 0.5 or 0.005 or something like that. Forgive me if I'm mistaken trying to paraphrase here, of an arcsecond. The point is you actually mentioned the value. In the past conversations, you never bothered to do that. Now, I don't know how accurate that is. I don't know how true that is, I should say. Right? I haven't seen any documentation about it. You could just be pulling it out of your ass. That's fine, though. Okay? Maybe if you want to further that point, maybe you can actually cite something that would be great. But at least you're acknowledging that the thing has minor error. Now, if we actually had a value, okay, maybe a citation of one, I should say, we could further that point and actually maybe try and calculate how much of that would actually have an effect on the excess. Okay, but if we just ballpark it and use your value, fine, it's small, whatever. But we got a value and we got you to acknowledge that they're not perfect, they're just highly precise. It's good, but we got a value. Okay. Finally, improvement, at least on that, in that department of the conversation, however many times we've had it. Okay. That's all that was about.
No, I disagree that they weren't perfect.
Well, how do you define perfection? Give me a definition of perfection.
So the great theodolite was perfect for measuring the angles across the surface of the Earth because the errors were so small that you could easily rule out any instrument error.
Dude. I understand, dude. So for all practical purposes, I'm
sorry. Can I please finish?
No, dude, no.
Yeah,
but I got it, dude.
But I haven't given you all of it though.
Bro, you already said enough. Trust me.
No, what do you mean?
Okay,
You don't even
they're
know what I'm gonna say.
practically. No, shut the fuck up. They are practically perfect, not actually perfect.
Okay, thank you. Yep, thank you. Practically perfect.
Thank
yes.
you.
Positively
Thank
perfect.
you.
Positive
Now that's a very,
yes,
very big distinction. No, you hear me, right? That is a very big distinction.
Right.
One word. So we finally know. We finally acknowledge that. Thank you very much.
All right. So that's how we were able to. So all the refraction errors were removed by repeating the measurements over and over again, and having multiple different symmetrical and reverse signs, and then the closing of the triangles was really important because then you had redundant. Because we did use multiple instruments, so like we would use, because they had the 1,000-pound ones, and then the ones that weren't, like for areas that were too hard to get to, like on top of mountains, obviously they would have used even older versions of whatever theodolite, and so even those ones wouldn't be as accurate. It would be enough to like get close enough to whatever the great theodolites were showing, which had much higher accuracies, and because the small that's why they had to like invent it their own, like when we're talking about how they create their own, like they made it like 1,000 pounds, so that way they had really good plumb lines, and then they had a huge disc, so that way the compass, the angle measurements, and they had a microscope, I guess, because they were like measuring the angle to the because that way they had a microscope, and then they could measure the line. They had a mirror on the at the second point, so that way you could measure the line to the mirror. FSA. Gravale FSA, the fire. He's at the bottom of the list. There you go. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, and so I think that's what we mean when like we would say that like the smaller ones aren't perfect because they're not as nice as the most modern ones that they custom created that were huge, and then like obviously total stations are perfect for. Because and I think we're like no, oh right, because like total stations are also not perfect for these measurements, which is funny because you'd think that like a newer, because that's why we're using lasers and satellites now rather than theodolites. But like the great theodolites in the 1800s were better at finding angle measurements over long distances than like our modern total stations. Yeah, that's totally understandable. I think we can agree on that. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
That's why modern day ones actually have. That's why the modern day ones actually have recommended ranges.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you claim that these guys they don't. You claim that these guys basically gauge the recommended range based off of trial and error. They found a range that was optimal Not a maximum necessarily, unless you interpret that maximum as being, the actual limit, right? But that's fine, right? Whatever. Point
So,
is,
I think a lot of time.
basically, hold on, dude. I want to address something, okay?
Yeah.
And what you said a minute ago, you used the term they ruled out refraction or something like that. Yeah, they removed it or they discounted it, they eliminated it, whatever.
The corrections.
Yeah. How, dude? How?
Okay, hang on. Let me figure out.
Oh my god.
What that translates to is I've got to go back through ChatGPT and check the answer.
I know, man. It's fucking pathetic, man. Because you're arguing from a position that you don't even know yet. You haven't done the research on this to come in here and argue it. You're staunch on a position and on the fly figuring it out.
No, we can explain it. I can explain it again. We just went over this.
But first of all, you never actually explained it. You said a bunch of shit, okay, that didn't actually answer the question, okay? And worse yet, this shit that you did say came from ChatGPT not 5 minutes or 10 seconds or 30 seconds prior. So you haven't dug into this yet.
We're digging. No, I've been digging.
That's the
We've
point.
been digging into this
Until
for
now.
like fucking 3 months now, dude. Like, we got pictures of theodolites. Like, I've been working hard.
You've been copy pasting.
No, I've been getting.
Yeah.
No, I've been pushing ChatGPT to answer your questions correctly.
Yeah, copy pasting.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you're copy pasting. You're copy.
Actually, that's
you're
most
copy
99%.
Hey, Talon, Talon, can I ask you a question? Talon, Talon,
wait,
can I ask you?
Hold on, dude. Wait, fuck. Hold on. Talon, what he means by copy pasting is you're copy pasting ChatGPT's words into your brain and then out your mouth to talk to us.
Okay.
That's the point. Go ahead, Matrix. Sorry about that.
I was going to say, Talon, would you be slightly offended if you were talking to someone and all they kept doing was just going copy, paste, enter into ChatGPT, and then returning the answer? It's like a world-class chess player. Here's you using the computer to challenge me.
Okay.
It's childish. It just shows that you have no brain capacity to stand and fight for yourself.
I think we just learn it together. We're learning about it.
No.
I don't know and he doesn't know.
No, it's not a case of him not knowing. It's a case of you needing to learn, and you're not. Because you're always going to refer back to ChatGPT or one of these other programs to do your work for you. You're never going to learn. So you are always going to be stuck in this endless loop of stupid, and you are never, ever going to learn.
But I did learn, I am learning how they rule out refraction, because we went over
So why can't you explain it to us? Like, Poor 20 has been asking for the last 7 fucking weeks for you to explain.
So,
and dude, to add to that, just quickly to add to that, dude. Oh, quickly, okay. To add to that, obviously, dude, you're not learning. Because if we've been having these conversations, I've been asking you these questions, okay, and you've been answering the same fucking way. Each time that you answer, you're actually putting the question back into ChatGPT. So you're not actually remembering the answer the first time or second time. I'll give you a little bit of wiggle room there. You're re-entering it and you're re-prompting ChatGPT every time. How are you learning if that's the case?
Because we're making sure that I understand your question and that we are consistently asking answering your question correctly while
it's not correctly. That's the reason why I keep asking it. You're not answering it correctly. Neither is ChatGPT.
So if I say
why
again,
we keep asking.
Well, because again, we've been going over how they measure it from point A to point B and then from point B to point A.
Yeah, we got that the first time.
And then we know
but you never,
ground. Okay, so we're going over how the ground is whether or not the ground is curved versus the light bending and making it appear curved.
Yeah, and you never actually answered that. You never dug into what actual method.
Because
you never
shape of the Earth doesn't change.
Bro, but wait though. Hold on. You never dug into the method as to how they do that. You just say what they say they do, and then left it at that.
So like,
right, the first first few times. Wait. The first few times you actually got we did get somewhere where you acknowledged that they take a series of samples, point A, series of samples, point B, then they average it out. They average out all the point A's to point B and average out all the point B to point A's. Okay. Then they get these, they have two measurements. Maybe they do a third, right? Because they're triangulating. They average out, point B, all this stuff, right? And then they add them up. And that excess, that excess is excess. But how much of that excess is not refraction? Because that average is still a positive value. And unless you have a baseline to compare it to, right, where that extra can be mapped onto that baseline and shown to be positive or negative with respect to that value, you don't know, or that baseline, you don't know whether it's curving up or down with respect to a curving surface or not.
Because it's repeatable. The geometric excess is remaining and repeatable after you rule out.
But how do they factor? But how do they factor it out to know what the baseline is?
Because it's variable. It's small and variable. You can just measure it in the morning and night, during the day, and when it's cold and when it's hot.
No, dude, the angular variation is small. That's what you're talking. I get that.
Why do you think they do it all the different times? Why do you think they do it so many times?
Obviously, because there's variation caused by optical phenomena. No shit.
Right, that's the whole point. So
how
that's how they
much?
Do it. I just said. That's it. That's the answer to your question. The answers.
Dude,
that's the answer.
So what you're saying is, Talon, there's an average. That's what you're saying. We're not just doing the measurements when there is zero, quote-unquote, refraction. We're doing it where there's average refraction. So you can't differentiate between high or low because you've just got an average. That's your story, Mr. Average.
Yeah, bro, that positive value, okay? How do they know that it's not all just caused by refraction?
Well, we just went over that.
No, you didn't.
We did repeat.
Dude, you can repeat it all. No, dude, wait. You can repeat the angular measurements 1,000,000 times, and it'll average out to something closer to like the average will approximate closer and closer and closer. Fine. Big fucking deal. You have an excess now that's highly precise. How do they know that excess is not just a high precision average of what the optical phenomena in the air in that jurisdiction over those periods of times that they've taken it is really just doing that average effect? All purely optical.
Did you just say jurisdiction?
The area, whatever, fuck. Landmass. Doesn't matter.
Dude, you shouldn't have said jurisdiction. Come on.
Whatever, fuck. I mean, it applies anyway. There's political body around that area, so whatever. Cool word. I like it. They call me the attorney in here anyway, so I think it applies. It's applicable.
So the reason why the excess isn't just refraction is because the triangle area and network size scales with triangle area and network size, not with atmospheric conditions or geography, and that scaling is impossible for refraction.
Okay, explain that.
He missed the whole lot of it. He's still claiming refraction is not the issue when he's got an average. Talon, you've got an average.
Hang on, buddy.
Does that not mean anything to you?
We'll get to that. We'll get to the average right after we get through this part.
Talon, I think you've had too many cones for the night and you're talking shit again.
No.
Does he drink? He drinks, eh?
I want to hit your point. You want to talk about the average now, Matrix? Or do you want to talk about refraction?
No, what the fuck? Dude, they're in lockstep with each other. They're not two distinct fucking...
Let me start with 20K's point, and then I'll move into Matrix's point right after I read...
Hey, Talon, I'd rather you just shut up. Seriously. We're over listening to you. Because every time you come in here, you just rattle on about this Indian test which proves fuck all. They based the test off of a model. Okay, they had some theodolites that are worth stroking over. They had lots of people carrying them around up and down mountains. That's awesome. That's a really cool story, bro. But guess what? The whole fucking lot was all based off of a globe model in the first place. That's where they got their excess from. They didn't just do the measurements and go, hang on a minute, I'm supposed to be aiming at that tree and I'm aiming more to the right. I've got excess. That's not what happened. They measured it out and we looked at the map and went, on the map it's supposed to be this much and we've measured this much. Well, let's just factor it into the globe and we'll call it spherical excess. You seem to want to bypass that. They based it off a model.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Talon, if you can find, in the source documentation, what they did to factor in what part of that excess was caused by the ground curving, and it tells you, we found it, empirically through, whatever method out in the wild, or we compared it to a presumed model in the first place, and then the extra remaining after that they attribute to refraction. If you can do something like that, that would definitely further the conversation. But at the moment, we're spinning in circles, dude. And that, Matrix, I'd forgotten. No, dude, I'd forgotten this part about, in the first few times that we talked about this, that there was already an existing kind of template compared to which this was actually compared. Now, where in the process they do the comparison, I don't think we dug into too much, but we're honing in on where they actually might have. Right. You were saying, Colin? Go ahead.
Now we're split between two different points. Matrix wants to talk about how we average out the errors.
See, this is how brain dead he is. He's just going to go full reset to 15 minutes ago.
Now, Talon, you think that these are two different points, but they're intrinsically linked. His point is like a more precise point within my point, which is a little bit more overarching.
Comparison happens after the measurement.
Yeah, no shit.
The globe model is
but where?
only when flat geometry fails to close the data.
Okay, so they do have a template. They have excess. They compare that excess to the template. They figure out, okay, in this excess, this much according to the template is actually curvature, and then they attribute the remaining bit from the average at each point to refraction. Fantastic. So they actually have a template in the first place. This is the problem, dude. Your entire argument was presented initially, right? And I keep almost forgetting this part. Your entire argument was presented initially as this was the source of truth. Basically, this is where they figured out like a supposed template to which everything else was compared, or like the initial point of like a series of template refinements and shit. Like this was a starting point, but it wasn't.
Well, what was it?
The other, obviously, apparently, at least the template that they used. They already had a preconceived notion of a global spherical or spheroidal model.
So,
right?
There's no refraction template used to generate spherical excess.
Nobody said that, Talon. Stop trying to weasel your way out of it.
I'm talking about the geometric template.
Right. Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's not
fine. It's not fine, dude. This is the problem.
No, the measurements are the geometric template, and then you match it up to whatever shape it is.
No, but you don't know what you have no idea. You have no idea what I mean by a template, dude.
You know, the trigonometric survey is the template.
No, it's not. It's it's the survey that they then use another template, another blueprint, dude. Shut the fuck up for a second.
Okay, Talon. What did they compare the measurements to?
Yeah. To get the geometric component.
Very simple. They took the measurements, and they must have compared them to something. What was that something that they compared them to? A map, a plan, a model? Let's use the word template.
So they didn't compare the measurements to a globe to get the excess.
Okay, so how did they know that their measurements were incorrect if they've got nothing to compare to? They would have just taken the measurements and went, that's it, fuck it, let's go to the next one.
Yeah, tell them, why don't they just say, oh, all the excess is due to refraction?
What excess? How do they know there's excess, 20? Think about it. If they don't know they're on a sphere, they are taking direct measurements of the ground. They take the measurement from point A to point B, and then they go, well, we've got our measurement. Happy days for us. Let's move to point C. They take their measurement again.
Yeah. It's because when they add all those angles up, it should form a triangle of 180 degrees, but it forms something greater than, right? So that means that they were doing something, or something was happening that gave them values that were off the ideal. And their claim is that it's because the ground is curving and that the light is bending, but they can't actually argue or point out how much of that is caused by how much of each of these components. So I'm just asking.
The fact that these are done over 150 kilometers, that's a big number to be shooting on.
I think it was 30 to 50, to be fair. No, but still, it's still a long way. Yeah, like there's all sorts of things, man.
So let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. They've got minimum refraction over 30 to 50 miles, but yet when we put the Black Swan out with 10 miles, it's a fucking major event.
No, that's another thing that, bro, if you think about it, right, the angle that the light would have to be bending to produce the Black Swan compared to this, like over 10 miles, compared to this over 50 miles. Think about it. Like something's really not right with this entire thing.
As you go further, it amplifies.
Yeah. It implies that the light actually has to be curving sharper at some points.
You're talking about the light. We're talking about the surface of the Earth. That's not refracting.
The light over the surface of the Earth, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, that's fine, but we're ruling that out.
No, you're trying to rule it out.
You're trying to rule it out?
Yeah, you're trying to, because it puts your entire fucking gears.
Why is it whenever refraction works against you guys, Talon, you are busting your balls to get rid of it, but as soon as refraction works for you, you nearly snap your neck because you can't say the word quick enough or hard enough?
Yeah.
Interesting how that works, Talon, isn't it? So maybe we should draw a line in the sand today. Are you going to have your refraction or not?
Well, no. Do you understand that we take the measurement
You're not sure?
through every type of refraction, through the morning, night, and day, and in different temperatures?
Yeah, no shit, dude.
We get
that's why.
Well, Talon.
If you take a measurement for all of them,
I'm just going to rail this shit. Shut up! For fuck's sake, I'm sick of hearing your soft, slimy shit. So, Talon, if you're going to go through every temperature range, every pressure range, and every humidity range, guess what? They'd still be there on their first measurement. It's infinite.
Yeah, they're not. So what that means, though, right? The concession is basically that there is refraction there. They can't do away with it because they're not operating in a vacuum. So it's obvious. So it has to be contributing to this entire thing. Problem is they're unable to quantify how much is actually being attributed, how much of it is actually being attributed to it. They claim they can, but they're not actually showing how.
Jesus Christ, dude. That's pretty hard.
Yeah, Jesus Christ indeed, dude. Dude, yeah. Yeah, no shit. Listen to yourself, man.
No, you're saying that refraction is causing errors. Right?
It's part of the it needs to be factored in. Yeah. It needs
How
to
do you
be
think?
it needs
Right.
to
And
it
so
needs to
when
be
you
at
factor
least
it
like
in,
that.
what happens when you factor it in?
What do you mean what
Does that tell
happens?
you what the shape?
Take
Does that tell you what the
measurement.
shape of the Earth is?
Discrepancies in your measurements.
Yeah,
Does that cause my
the
errors?
result. No, dude, what I'm asking, okay? I'm under what I'm trying to highlight here, okay? I acknowledge that the numbers, the results, I should say, when you add them up or add up a series of points that form a triangle, right? Ideally, like on paper, you add up the angles taken from them. The sum is greater than 180 degrees. Acknowledged. And the entire argument or discussion as to why there is that greater than 180 degrees portion, that E, right? That extra E. Why is that there? You claim it's the ground curving. I say it might be the ground curving, but so far there's no real way to tell. You claim there is a way, but you haven't expounded on it. And I'm just highlighting, how do we know that it's all just not optical effects? You seem to be able to be very confident in that it's not optical effects, because somehow they're able to cancel it out or remove it from the equation, but you haven't shown how, right? This is the whole point. How much of E is made up of what is the question.
So optical effects cannot make the geometry close. Like, you cannot close a triangle with refraction. So
what do you mean by close the triangle?
So what optics can do and what they can't do is they can bend individual lines of sight. They can change with temperature, height, time, and weather, affect angles you see, and act differently along different paths. But what they cannot do is make 3 independently measured angles conspire to close an angle. They can't make.
But you just said 5 seconds ago that it affects the angles. So let me get this straight. On one hand, it affects the angles. Why does Talon keep doing that? Yeah, you are done. So let me get this straight. On one hand, it affects the angles seen, and I'm pretty sure they're using an optical device. And on the other hand, it doesn't. So which is it, Talon? Does it affect these angles or not?
Yeah, Talon, what do you mean by closing the triangle? He's just typing it out, this motherfucker.
Dude, do you not understand, like, how many times we've
explained what closing the triangle means, dude? Because you're saying it can't do that. I never explicitly said those words, so apparently it means something of what I'm saying. So I'd like you to clarify.
Yeah, so closing the triangle means the measurements are self-consistent. So that's how we know it's not refraction.
What the fuck does that mean, dude?
So when you measure all the sides or angles of a triangle independently, the math should agree with itself. If it does, the triangle closes. If it doesn't close. There's misclosure.
So you mean to say that refraction cannot cause an angle measurement, right, taken from an optical device to potentially be an angle to take an angle measurement that is potentially off from what I'm actually trying to measure, and thus actually get a wrong reading, one that might actually be positive, so much so that when I take a series of these angles and add them together, supposedly trying to create a triangle, it creates something, or it sums up to something that would not be a triangle. Are you saying that refraction cannot do that?
No.
Why? If I take an angle measurement, right, I'm looking at something in the fucking distance. I try and take an angle to it.
Yeah, because
it changes. The light changes the path. The environment changes the path that the light takes. So I have to tilt the angle of the theodolite up a little bit. So I'm actually not.
58 Charlie Kirk. Tyler 5 letters. Robertson 8 letters. Killed them. 58 killed them.
Shut the fuck up. Go ahead, tell him.
Yeah, because optics alone cannot make 3 independently measured angles conspire to close the angle. You can't make them loop or turn exactly to the starting point.
Okay, stop being a weasel sophist. Refraction did do it.
Everywhere.
Talon, we're not saying that optics alone conspires to make triangles flip their fucking lids and run around and poke people with their pointy
end. I didn't say
end.
anything about what you said. I said optics.
You're trying to tell us that triangles are some sentient fucking being and they self-close. All we're doing is measuring angles with a theodolite. That is all. And you are claiming that these angles don't line up. You're an idiot. 2 of the lines are coming from an individual point. So how is the one coming from an individual point, from point A to point B, point A to point C, how is that angle not closing when it's derived from a singular fucking unit? You idiot!
Why are you yelling, bro?
Yeah, Talon, you're being you're frustrating the fuck out of everybody. Okay.
All right. Well, that's not my.
Dude.
I mean, we can figure it out.
Yeah.
Figure it out for you.
How about you listen and think, okay, before you speak. Okay, ChatGPT can't do that for you. Okay, I just want to ask you like a hypothetical. Okay, check this out. We're on a flat plane. Okay, you go out, you take a theodolite measurement, an angle measurement with a theodolite, I should say. That's something at 30 to 50 miles. Okay, do you or do you not have to do repeated measurements to make sure that the measurement that you're getting is accurate?
Flat. Well, you just assumed a flat surface.
I'm speaking hypothetically, motherfucker. Answer the question.
Well, no, you could just take it one way and then get the measurements.
Okay, so you mean to say that even if we live on a flat plane,
because the triangle will close, you'll have closure. It'll equal 180 degrees.
Okay, let me finish.
Yeah.
Okay. You go out. Do you or do you not have to take multiple measurements at all? Do you or do you not?
You have to take 3 measurements to make the triangle. So yeah, multiple.
No, from one single point, you dumb fuck.
1, 2, and then you repeat the
You
measurements
dumb motherfucker. I'm at point A. I'm shooting at point B.
Okay.
Do I or do I not to take multiple instances of that over several days, several times of each day to be accurate?
Sure.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Why would I have to do that?
So that way you have an accurate measurement.
Okay. What may be contributing to the lack of accuracy?
Like atmospheric refraction.
Thank you very much. Potentially, right?
Okay, but that's like a finite, just variable.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So thank you. So my point is, dude, imagine this. What would happen if I discounted that process? Okay. Or take this one example where I do what I just said several times and I get an average angle. Okay.
Would the
I do that everywhere. I get average. Yeah, things change. I know it. That's the whole point. But imagine this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You do that. You get an average angle. Okay. And then another guy says, "Fuck that! I'm just going to take one measurement." He goes out, takes that angle measurement, and the result happens to be a value that is greater than the average of the other guy. Okay, and they all do that from every point and all that shit. First guy gets an angle sum of 185 or
180 degrees. It's always 180 degrees.
180.5.
180 degrees.
How would you know that?
Because that's the hypothetical. Just say 180 degrees.
Okay. But the other, okay, so if he gets 180 degrees, the other guy, he's going to get 180 point something or 181, right? Because he only took one measurement.
Yeah.
Right? And at least one of the angles were greater than the other one. Right?
Yeah,
so the sum is going to be greater.
Because if it was a flat plane, the triangle would close at 180 degrees.
So that means that basically the average of all the refractive effects for the first guy who took several measurements actually cancels out and basically implies this angle is basically where there is no refraction. Right?
What do you mean? No, it would be.
Think about it. Think about it. Okay, the first guy, he takes a series of measurements from the same point. Okay, he averages them all out, and he averages those angles. Okay, if refraction were never at play, he wouldn't actually have to do that necessarily to account for refraction if the machine's perfect and all that shit. Okay, but if the atmospheric refraction is a reality, it's always at play. So even if he averages them all out, he's averaging a measurement affected by refraction, but that's his best guess. That's the average measurement plus refraction. There's always going to be refraction, bro.
How do you get rid of refraction out of the measurement of
You
a flat
can't.
plane?
You technically can't unless you know all of the corresponding parameters that are contributing to it, because then you can cancel it out mathematically, because you know how much of what, say, the humidity, temperature, et cetera, right, over the entire line of sight, right, would contribute to what to it and create what effect. So if you know those, you can just reduce. I guess you have some formula or something like that, and then you
measured angle
subtract.
equals a true geometric angle plus the E refraction plus the
Exactly.
E
So because you would right, so you would know how much of an extra angle was caused by all these different variables, and you'd be able to subtract E or subtract that from E.
Yeah.
And ideally, you do that on all these 3 points, and then you would actually sum to 180 degrees.
Right.
Okay, but you have to do that process. You have to know.
Never happens on Earth.
Yeah,
It never happens.
that's the whole point, because you don't actually know how much of all these different variables are contributing to refraction, but you know it's there, so you can't cancel it out because you can't predict how much it is there.
What?
That's the
What are
point.
you talking about? You canceled out your refraction. You can cancel out refraction
Dude,
on the flat plane just as easily as a curved plane.
Dude, I'm not saying you can.
Measured
No,
angle.
you're not listening. You're obviously not listening, dude. I'm not saying you can actually do this. I'm not saying you can actually account for all these variables and then subtract, that value at the end from E. No, you can't, because then you have to know all the constituent parts, dude. And if you can tell me that all these motherfuckers doing all these observations actually went out there and sampled the fucking air temperature, humidity, et cetera, throughout the entire lines of sight, then maybe we can start talking about that. Because then they would know how much the angle was affected by these variables. But they didn't. And it's not very feasible. Right? So at best you can estimate it, but the best estimate models, according to most standards now, are basically refraction models that are kind of like they take into account curvature of the Earth, and then they do what's the term? I forget. But it's a model. Basically, it's basically a modeling that is illustrative of what the Earth would be if it was a greater or smaller radius. I forget the actual term for it. Okay, but it's not actually a direct modeling of what the path of light would take if it goes through volumes of air under certain conditions. That's not how they model it, dude. So unless they can do that, you can't be hyper precise about this. So they can't actually factor anything out with precision. This is the point.
Let's see.
This motherfucker's not.
I'm
He's not even
researching.
there.
No, I'm here. I'm here. I was putting some pizza on, bro. We're having a good time.
Okay.
So we're doing refraction corrections on flat plane, right? Can we do that, or are we doing refraction corrections on the curved plane?
How are you going to do a correction when you can't model the thing correctly in the first place?
Yeah, it should be agnostic, dude. This is actually the
We
problem.
can
You
do whatever plane you want. Yeah, whichever
dude,
one you want.
It needs to
correct for
bro,
refraction.
If you can find a model that is agnostic to the surface of the ground and the characteristics of the surface of the ground, then we can start talking, because that model would have to be built up using all these constituent parts: temperature, humidity, air pressure, all sorts of these motherfuckers and their gradients, throughout the entire line of sight that the light is traveling through. At best, you're probably going to find a differential version of Snell's law, but even then, it's not fully complete. The ones that I've seen, and worse yet, even something like that is not even used in the type of calculations you're talking about, because this shit only came out in the last maybe like few decades or something like that. So the Indian experiment didn't use something like that. Could be wrong on that. I don't know. But you're telling me you're supposed to have this, or you should have it all laid out if you want to argue it properly.
So on a flat plane, you want 180 degrees, right, between the triangle.
Yeah, he's not listening.
To get
Eh?
the flat.
It's just
Earth, measure
it's
the Earth
just
flat.
a fucking broken record, and someone's got to lift the needle off or pull the plug. Either way, I don't give a fuck.
We don't advocate violence in here, Matrix.
You're claiming
pull the plug. Then
we're not claiming ignorance. Like we do know how to correct for refraction, right? 20K. You know how to correct for refraction.
No,
right?
You can estimate it. You don't know. There's no way to verify.
Oh, you don't actually even know.
Talon, you can't correct for something that you can't control for in the first place. There's no model for it to calculate it correctly. If you cannot calculate it correctly, you can't fucking correct it.
Yeah, Matrix, did you hear that? He just tried to spin that onto me, as if I'm responsible to correct for refraction. You motherfucker. You're making the claim that this entire test or whatever was able to do so. And I'm highlighting to you that they're not actually able to do so effectively, and they have no way to actually verify the accuracy of whatever they do. You fucking slimy piece of shit.
God, dude. Wait a minute. So we can correct for accuracy, but you don't know how we know that we correct.
No, he didn't say accuracy. He said refraction. Stop with the sophistry and bullshit.
Yeah, listen to my fucking words, bitch. All right? You claim to be able to account for refraction. I say, no, you can't. And if you can, show me how. And I gave you an example of what they would actually have to do to accurately account for it. And you got nothing. So the burden's on you, bitch.
Refraction is a variable disturbance that's path dependent, time dependent, height dependent, and not part of the surface geometry, right?
Yeah, no shit, eh?
So mathematically, an observed angle.
And he's going to go into... Now I'm just going to plug that. Shut up. I'm not going to sit and listen to the same thing you've said fucking 9 times now.
He's an absolute fucking reject, man.
He's got this idea in his head. Talon, you have gone completely back to globetard stupid mode.
Yeah. He said a bunch of shit. He repeated back to me a bunch of shit, that I didn't say. He was doing well earlier, right? He seemed to at least sort of try and keep up and was being a little bit more, good faith, right? But he's totally broken now. What a fucking mutt.
Like broken to the point where if I repeat the same shit that I said earlier, it might sound better this time.
Yeah. I'm curious. Talon, are you aware of how they account for refraction in the atmosphere?
Yeah, I do. Oh.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I know how they account for refraction.
How do they do it? What model do they use?
It's a calculation.
Yeah. What model do they use?
Whichever
mathematical model. Okay, which one is the standard?
What, dude? The standard for correcting
I don't know what I'm talking about, so I'm gonna play dumb. Which one do they use? What is the standard, right? And how is it used? And if that's not good enough, What was used in this context?
Snell's law.
God.
Where do you want to go with this? Because I've answered the question and you move it around. This is where you get in the goalpost moving.
So what's the second medium?
Yeah. Do you really think Snell's law in its generic original form applies to atmospheric conditions, sir? Are you really that fucking dumb? Okay, let's go with it. Show me where they accounted for refraction in the Indian test or whatever survey and applied Snell's law to account for refraction. Go ahead. Quickly chat, please.
Yeah, ChatGPT's taking its time.
This guy's a fucking psycho. I'm telling you.
Well, dude, it's pretty hard because you like to monologue and interrupt me when I've literally
dude,
never been
you're a
able to
rat
control-
bitch, fucking
Right there.
psychopathic piece of shit. Okay,
We're-
you come
we're only
in
getting
here,
half my point
talk
out.
shit, use ChatGPT to fucking do your homework. Okay, and you grandstand, using that. Like, it's fucking pathetic.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
you
'cause
either
the
got
refraction
a
is-
fucking
the fra-
sadist
they're
or some
gonna apply
shit,
Snell's-
or you're a jackass, or you just love the attention, which is equally as sick. I don't know.
I think he likes the attention.
Yeah. He's probably stroking it as we speak. Sick motherfucker.
Talon,
Go ahead.
if you
Do
were to
your
go
homework.
into a chess competition and you were to find out your opponent was using ChatGPT to help them play the game, you'd be somewhat offended. Guess what? We are that you're not thinking for yourself, that you're using ChatGPT to talk to us. This is low, dude. Fair enough if you'd forgotten a particular instance of something, but you're not even coming up with your own ideas.
Lights are on, but no one's home.
Say it in a positive way. We have greater expectations for you, man. You can do better than that. You gotta bring it.
Yeah. Level up, pro. Now, I would have no problem with a guy playing chess, goes to a chess match or whatever, and he gets fucking clobbered. Says, fuck, I messed up. Goes home and uses ChatGPT to, like, okay, give me references to, top rated chess manuals and books and shit for tips and all this stuff. And then actually goes and reads them. Using ChatGPT for a tool like that, it's fine. Then he studies some shit, then he goes back into the match. That's fine. But this guy's using ChatGPT fucking mid-match. Like, it's fucking stupid.
AJ, you're pretty quiet too, mate. Just saying.
Sounds like he's in like a hallway or something.
Sounds like he's trying to whisper and be ultra quiet so he doesn't wake people up. I don't get such a luxury.
Your whisper wakes up the neighbors anyway, dude. Come on.
I know, that's great.
Yeah. Anyway, maybe Talon's done doing his homework. Maybe he can actually
What's this?
cite
In the
some
GTS, Snell's law was used after measurement to bound how much refraction could plausibly affect angles, not during measurement to force curvature or closure. See, this is where that's incorrect, Talon. What should be happening is they should be taking temperature measurements, air pressure measurements, humidity measurements, then putting that into their calculator and then going, oh, look, it's 27 degrees with 80% humidity at so much bar air pressure. This means the refractive index is going to be X. They should have been doing that prior to taking their measurements. Therefore, they already knew how much it was going to deviate even before the measurement was done.
I think either way, either it was done before or after, I think it. The problem here is not necessarily whether it's done before or after. At least not in this instance.
No,
It's
that
they're
is the
using
problem. And I'll tell you
but the main
why.
one is,
No, I'll tell you why.
well, hold on.
If it's
wait. The
done
main problem, though.
beforehand,
Wait.
if it's done,
Hold on,
if
though.
it's done, I'm getting this one. You fucked up
No.
last time. It shut me down.
What?
If it's done beforehand, they can't bastardize the answer. Where if it's done afterwards, they manipulate the answers to suit what they want.
Okay.
The measurement was out by
I
a little bit, so I'm going to bump the refraction level up.
Oh, okay. You mean afterwards, like after the actual measurement, like in back in the fucking lab doing
Correct.
calculation. Okay, well that's one thing. Yeah, I mean they could do it. They could do it at first also. I mean, they get a value. I mean, they could. It would be a little bit more sleazy if they do something in the back room. They could probably manipulate shit, but they could always preemptively manipulate shit. But they take an angle, do a calculation, and say, "Oh shit, never mind. Let's not take an angle now. Let's do it tomorrow instead because the results from the calculation." It can always be, whatever. But the main problem though is that they're using Snell's law in the first place. I'd be very curious though that where.
Hold on, 20, you're lagging. Hold up, T-Dub, you're buzzing, and Shinit or whatever your name is. Camera off, bro.
That's this
Thank
guy.
you. But they're going to mathematically afterwards to imply that it was already bent. How did they get an angle?
Yeah, it's just fucking ad hoc. Surgery. It's mathematical surgical procedure. That's what it is. But I'd like to see where in the literature that they actually use Snell's law. That would be interesting. But at any rate, even if they did, there's still problems with it. Can't use Snell's law in this context.
20K, you're just filibustering me because what the reality is that Snell's law doesn't explain the curvature. So like the geometric measurements and the angles.
So how are you using it then?
Are greater than the refraction. So
greater than the refraction. You're claiming refraction used under Snell. Yeah. You're claiming refraction used under Snell's law, and now you're turning around and saying it can't be used to calculate curvature. That's not what it's for in the first place. It is a very specific refractive calculator.
Yeah.
Well, not even that.
And he's just basically asserting the curvature is even there in the first place. The whole point of this was to determine if there is or not. Well, I mean, maybe not the primary purpose, but tangentially related purpose, the entire thing. Like the curvature rate should have been discovered, in a process, something like this. You don't just blatantly force it in there.
What was measured?
Well, this is the point. We're asking how, and you still can't come up with the way to actually do it. We're asking you, how do you break up that excess, the components of the excess, how much of it was contributed to refraction versus the curve, or if either of them even applied, or none of them applied. How do you? Well, I mean, one of them must apply because there's excess. Something went wrong. Something went awry. So how do you decompose that to tell which part is which?
Okay.
And now you're invoking Snell's law to be used to calculate how much refraction or the bounds of the refractive effects. Right?
Yep.
Okay, good. Now let's look at the literature, see what they did, and then we can actually talk about whether it's even applicable or not. Because there's sources of it. There's a lot of material out but there's material out there that would state that you ought not use Snell's law in the context of calculating for atmospheric refraction for very elaborate reasons. So at best they did it and they fucked up, according to this. But I'm even willing to bet that they didn't even do this in the first place. And you're talking shit, and ChatGPT is just fucking hallucinating. So in order to figure that out, we have to look at the source material. So if you can cite that, then we can actually speak to it. Other than that, you're just
literature that said that it doesn't work, but I want to see that. You just
find the literature. Yeah, we can cite some stuff. DJ can come in here and get it. I'll ask him next time.
Okay.
Or if anybody's got Andrew Thomas Young on hand, that would be very expedient. Okay. But in the meantime, Talon, go find the source material, right, and show us where they are. Or ask ChatGPT. Ask him on what page and which document of the geodetic surveying and all this shit Did they actually apply Snell's law, and what were the results? That would be very helpful, right? Ask it to cite something for you rather than just fucking barf in your face.
Snell's law is just a law, dude. You apply it to the calculations when you're
Thank
calculating the
you
dimension.
very much.
Yep,
Do what
very
I asked,
specific
or shut
law.
the fuck up.
But dude, that's just some sea lion bullshit.
Oh, dude. Cite your fucking sources, motherfucker.
Dude, it's like
Hey,
you're just
Talon,
you're
hey,
like,
Talon, how
it's just
come your AI
insufferable.
drawing has triangles of the 186 degrees interior? Those
That's how
wouldn't
they
be
close.
triangles anymore, would they?
That's how they close the triangle.
Hello, answer me.
Do you even know what you're asking?
Never off by that much.
Yes,
Anyway.
how do you have triangles with more than 180 degrees?
By curving.
So they're not triangles then.
Well, then you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, you didn't get angles then.
If you just
What's
said
the
a
definition of a
triangle,
triangle? What's the definition of a
connected at 3
triangle?
points is curved and it's greater than 180 degrees.
How do you get a degree?
Curved
How do you get an
triangle.
angle measurement? How do you get an angle measurement from a curved line?
Use the tangents.
Thank you. Okay, so you're not actually taking. You're actually not right. So when you
tangents,
yeah,
hey,
yeah,
bro, you fucking
yeah.
don't use any tangents.
Yeah, but this is the problem, right? He's actually correct, but he fucked himself because
They
in
draw
reality,
a tangent line to their line of sight, do they, Talon?
no. Check this out, right?
Yeah.
So the reality is, Talon, you realize in your statement that you're not actually taking an angle measurement to a curved line. You have to take a derivative of that curved line, which happens to be straight, and then you take an angle measurement to that from the other straight line, right? You have to derive something from the curved line, right? A byproduct of that, and then you take the angle. So it's not actually from the angle. It's not actually from the curved line, right? So the problem with that, though, the other problem with that is typically when you're going to take a derivative of a curved line, sinusoid, fucking circle, whatever, you actually have to know what the function is. So you need to know these specifics so we can dig into actually how they derived all this stuff in the first place. So where they got the measurement of the curvature and all this shit. But then it brings us back to this Indian experiment, which you then actually just use another model that, another template, right? So like we're not actually really getting anywhere. There's circular reasoning in this entire thing, and you just can't happen. You happen to
Can
not
you
be able
just
to
ask
see
the
it.
question? Can you ask the question one time instead of 20 times in a row? And
No, you know what I did actually? I asked the question.
Just
No, you
ask
know what?
the
I
question
actually
one
asked.
time and then shut the
you know
fuck
what?
up.
No, how about I did? How about you? Like eat shit, suck a bag of dicks, and shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. All right? Take it up the ass, whatever you do. Pound sand.
It's not actually.
Problem is, what I actually did though is actually ask the question, and then figured out that I didn't even need to ask you because I answered it myself, and then tied that into everything that just happened, and realized I'd be an absolute fucking waste of time to talk to you any further because you do the same fucking horse shit that you did for the last couple hours with Matrix and I, right? And it would go nowhere. It would go nowhere, right? So suck it. Go do your fucking homework. Get the Snell's law from the source material, or eat shit. I'm done. It's fucking rat.
There are no angles measured between lines on the ground anyway. They're taken from points on the ground, but the lines are lines of sight that travel through the air. Imaginary lines, not real lines. Nobody's drawing lines. They're just pointing a device at another point on the ground, and the distance between them is in the air, not along the surface. So spherical excess. His excess is actually of three joining lines that are that meet at 3 points on the ground, but the lines are not even touching the surface. They're points. Yeah, you don't have that. You don't have, and if it's a triangle, then it's a triangle. Then that means that if they're measuring less or more than 180 degrees, then they measured wrong. Something's wrong. It's not because the Earth's a sphere, bro.
Well, this is what's interesting about the argument. If, for example, right, like check this out. How does one determine the rate of curvature of the surface of something? Like in the first place, in the first instance. Right, take a basketball. How do you measure how much it's curving? For what distance it curves, X much, whatever. How does one actually do that?
The deviation off a straight line.
Yep. Right, that's one method. Right, the other method would be taking consecutive measurements from a tangent at each point. You can do that. Right? And it's fully acknowledged that you're not taking a quote-unquote angle to a curved surface. Before anyone fucking jumps down my throat on that. Okay? It's acknowledged that you're taking an angle to a tangent at that point. Okay, then you traverse along the surface or the line or whatever it is, okay, a certain amount. Then you do it again. Do that several times. And then you can do some fancy math and figure out or interpolate what the actual curve would be. Okay, it can be done. But it's not, again, taking a quote-unquote angle to a curved surface. You're taking an angle to a tangent line at that point. Basic fucking trig and calculus, okay? I'm kind of sick of this horse shit about, the whole argument about taking angle measurements from a curved surface. No one's fucking dumb enough to think that you can. They're just too dumb to be able to articulate the detail.
That's what they do.
Period. Okay, that's what they do. This is how you do it.
No, but is that what they do? Is that what geodesists do?
This is the point in the argument. They're claiming they are, but it gets very hairy because out in the real world,
where's that in their methodology?
Yeah, so that's what we've been trying to get out of Talon, and he's claiming, okay, that they are doing this, okay, but the problem is they're hit with a roadblock. The roadblock is it's not purely fucking Euclidean geometry that they're able to work with here. Okay, it's not just pure like in a fucking vacuum with nothing else going on, right, affecting their lines of sight. So they've got a mix of factors that they actually can't technically account for. So their ability to account for how much is actually the ground curving versus optical phenomena affecting the average angle that they're able to take from any given point, right? They're not able to decompose that. They claim they can, but apparently the method that they're actually employing to actually do that, it's faulty at best. Arguably, horseshit, but their best guess. I haven't seen the actual material. I don't know. I think he's just talking shit. Maybe ChatGPT is hallucinating.
Correct me if I'm wrong. What they do is they actually treat the Earth as a local plane, right? And then, right, and do all their math, right, with planar Euclidean geometry, and then on paper, that was actually a local tangent plane, right? And then on paper, bend the surface away from the plane, right? But during their actual, during their what they're doing practically, they're using the Earth as a plane itself, they are. They're not drawing lines out in the field. They're not treating it at the time.
Yeah.
But how can the surface of the Earth be a tangent plane to itself? Tell me that.
No. The tangent plane, it's an abstraction. It's just an abstraction, right? It's like imagine this, right? If you're an ant on a basketball, I know no one wants to hear that but check this out, right? You're an ant on a basketball, and you're really smart. You can do math, and you want to figure out curvature rate of this giant basketball that you're on, right? So he does all this stuff that I was talking about before, but in his mind, he must be considering okay, he's going to take an angle measurement from the ground, but he's going to picture in his mind that he's standing on a flat piece of paper, right? an ideal flat piece of paper that doesn't bend or whatever, at that point. And then take an angle measurement to something out in the distance with respect to that flat piece of paper. And then he moves along, and the paper moves with him and stays, perpendicular to, it stays normal to the radius line, right? And does another one, right? So imagine little flat piece of paper following the ant around as he goes around the ball. That's what he's doing. That's what he's taking angle to. So they're claiming that they're able to do that. Okay, that's the same method. So when you do that, you do some fancy math, you figure out there's something wrong, things don't add up, so then you can backwards engineer what the curvature would be.
Right, so
there's no problem. Yeah.
So,
yeah. Go ahead.
So what I posted there, so they're doing that in sections and then saying what? That it's like we live on a giant disco ball?
No. It's not a disco ball. I mean, mathematically you could.
Well, then the height of that mountain, when they calculate,
yeah, I hear.
Then it's wrong. If the Earth is a sphere, then the height of that mountain, that's incorrect. I don't care about it doesn't matter a few millimeters, a few centimeters, feet, a few 100 feet. What's a few 100 feet here and there? I mean, no, it's wrong.
Yeah, it's not perfect.
To climb a mountain, right? Level a theodolite off where it should be in line with the top of another mountain based on that method's fucking height measurement, right? Height calculation, and then say, oh, look, it's below the crosshairs and the theodolite, so the Earth is a sphere.
What I'm getting at is if in an ideal sense, the analogy I just drew about the ant and the paper and doing math and shit like that, that would apply, okay, to what they're doing. The problem is the ant didn't have the same obstacles that they do. Okay, and the short distances and shit like that, the light doesn't behave like that. Or even if it does, the ant would have difficulty in actually accounting for shit. Short distances like that, I don't think it's actually applicable. It might be, I don't know. But these vast distances, we know it does. So that's the main issue. Decomposing that excess, accounting for what is causing it, and by how much.
Yeah, but what I posted there, that's what they're doing. That's basically what they're doing. In sections.
What? Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, the disco thing. Yeah, I mean, technically, it kind of sounds like that, right? So the smallest, to eliminate the disco ball kind of analogy, they would have to be doing more consecutive observations at smaller distances, more tightly knit, and then that kind of makes it like a smaller and smaller. Excuse me, same size disco ball, but with smaller pieces. And the more they do, the smaller those pieces get, and then approximate or approach what would be a smooth surface. Right. And I'm speaking just purely ideal math. Okay. So there's obviously practical constraints and shit. But that's not the worst part, man. It really is the stuffing in the assumption that they're able to account for all these details when they can't. Sorry, go ahead. Who was that?
I can't imagine how can space be curved.
Who?
Space-time,
Space-time being curved?
Yeah, like Einstein's theory.
Sounds like a very fanciful idea. How was it proven?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't think.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't subscribe to that. Personally. A lot of big problems. That's all I can say.
So there was this guy that sits around. He's got white hair. It's all crazy and it sticks up. His name's Einstein. And he sticks his tongue out all the time. And he wears women's shoes. And he came up with this idea that Everything sticks to balls because there's some magic trampoline in the sky that forces everything together. Does that sound reasonable?
When you started off with the white hair thing, I thought you were going to say teed up.
Him too.
I think what he was saying is that space is flat, but it has some curvature at the same time.
So it's flat and curved at the same time. Dude, are you okay?
No, I mean, it's just what we learn in the school.
Oh no, I didn't learn that. I didn't learn that straight lines are curved. I never learned that. I learned straight lines are straight lines and curved lines are curved lines. You went to a special tiny school where they ride short buses.
No, it was all about memorization.
I forgot what you said.
No, I said it was
Nice.
all about memorization, you know. They all say space is flat, all the scientists, but at the same time has some curvature in it.
So not flat then. Sounds like people are trying to confuse you.
Well, it makes some sense, you know, the fourth dimension of time. But
So
there's
you
something.
just made somebody's imagination about shit make sense to you. That's crazy. Also, you somehow magically said straight lines are curved, and that makes sense.
You know, I'm trying to grasp it from a long time, but I can't.
Just because straight lines are not curved, that's where your problem is. That's where you're stuck.
You mean like what I posted in the side chat there?
I'm sorry, what did you ask?
Oh, there's another guy comes in here that says similar things to you, and he posted that one day.
I'm not a native English speaker. I don't know what this guy said.
So you don't believe in all that stuff then?
I have no conclusions about it. You're asking me or the guy on the side chat?
Yeah, you.
No, I have no conclusions yet.
You can't decide if straight lines are curved or not.
It makes sense, you know, if you can.
It does not make sense that straight lines are curved. If it makes sense to you,
If you measure
there's something
them
wrong with you.
No, if you measure them in a ball, let's say, it's a straight line. being curved.
You're making my head hurt. Straight lines being curved.
I think what he's trying to get at is, for example, if you're an ant on a basketball and you got to walk somewhere, right? You just walk forward. For that ant, he's going straight. But in actual reality, 3-dimensional space, he's actually either going up and down and forward and backwards and then back up and shit and all that. To him, he's going forward in a straight line, not deviating left or right from his initial point. I think that's what that whole thing is about when they talk like that.
I thought he meant like a
The
hula
Earth
hoop.
is round.
The Earth is round.
The Earth is a
dude.
sphere, dude. Okay.
Yeah, can you be any more rude?
What?
We're having a conversation. Can you be any more rude than that? What's wrong with you?
I'm sorry, but when you're having a conversation about how the Earth is flat, that's a stupid conversation. So
Right. Hello.
it's a stupid. Yeah, it's a stupid conversation.
What we
Why?
observe.
Why?
Why
Because the
isn't
Earth
the
is a
Earth
spherical globe. That's why.
what you observe it to be?
Your microphone just had a fucking aneurysm, dude. I don't know what the fuck you just said, bro.
Oh, God.
Well, anyways,
Not what you observe it to be.
I observe it to be a sphere because I went on a plane the other month.
Never observed it to be a sphere. No,
I saw the curvature. I saw the curvature.
Really? How curvy is it? How do you know?
It's about a globe. That's how curvy it is. It's about a circle, a sphere.
You got any numbers? Like, what's
Probably
the curvature
like
rate?
6-7 million miles.
Holy shit, that's a big giant fucking ball.
Yeah.
Is that what they
Yeah,
tell
it
you?
is. What?
What did they tell you? What did they tell you how big it was?
They didn't tell me how big it was. I just just estimated in my head, really.
You're just estimating, just best guess, right?
How about this one? Artemis 1 is like planning to launch at its earliest like February. Would you believe that they actually went to the moon?
I like
Artemis
talking
2,
about
I mean
rockets.
Artemis 2. Artemis 2.
That was kind of gay, dude. I like talking about rockets. That sounds like a
Yeah,
stupid conversation.
I'm just saying, like Artemis 2, NASA's about to send like a bunch of astronauts and like to pass by the moon in like a couple of months.
Really, eh?
Search it up, Artemis 2. I mean, like shit.
How far is the moon? How far do they have to travel?
Let me see. How many miles is between Earth?
Oh, we know.
238,000 miles. So that's a
No
lot of miles.
kidding. How the fuck did they figure that out, man?
And it's moving. How did they figure it out?
Well,
Damn.
it's moving, but there's like gravitational
aren't we
trajectory that they can go through. I mean,
Gravity. You
I thought
can't
we're
measure.
moving.
You don't measure things using gravity in the sky. You don't measure look at the moon and say, "Oh, there's this much gravity,
No.
so it's this big."
No, that's not what I mean. I'm saying like just because it's moving doesn't mean they can't land on it. They go through a gravitational trajectory.
How do you measure it when it's moving?
How do you measure it? Probably with fucking telescopes. What the fuck?
No, you don't measure things with telescopes. Try again,
You
little
do
guy.
the Hubble Space Telescope probably.
Hubble
I mean,
doesn't
shit,
point
dude.
at the moon, little guy.
No, I'm
Wait,
saying
they
like
measured
the Hubble Space
No, they measured
Telescope like
distance?
measures shit, not the moon. I know it doesn't fucking
Wait,
measure
what-
the moon.
It
What are
doesn't
they
measure
measuring, though?
anything.
Yes, it. Okay,
What-
let's search it up right now. It does. Hubble Space
Yeah,
Telescope.
ask what it's actually measuring. Like what characteristic it's measuring. I asked you what the
Measure
distance
various
was.
astronomical phenomena, most notably the expansion rate of the universe. It measures distances, stellar and galaxy positions, and
No, it
luminosity
doesn't.
across
It
ultraviolet,
doesn't measure
visible, and infrared
distances.
light.
Stop using AI and you won't be so confused.
Dude,
Yeah,
I'm
dude,
just
how-
reading a summary, man. Jeez.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
you're
maybe-
confused.
Yeah, unless you inquire further, dude, you're kind of just gonna be at like a surface level, like uncertain. Kind of maybe it might be this, maybe it might be that. I'd encourage you, dude. Inquire how they actually determine a distance from a telescope.
Okay, I'll do that, even though I don't think that they have any reason to lie about that. But I mean,
I'd say they're lying.
I still think
Maybe
that. What do you like? What are you guys gonna react with when they launch Artemis 2? Like, do you think the rocket's just gonna be fake?
Same way we react every other week when SpaceX goes on TV and says, "Look, we did stuff," and people go clap and they all high five each other. We're gonna do the same reaction we always do. We're gonna laugh at you guys.
Stock footage of people with a group of people watching their mobile phones in the air.
How about this? Where's the landing pad again? I forgot. Wait.
then also I would say some of us might be inquiring how they obtained and how to verify the results that they give us.
Well, how about this? I mean, if one of you guys live in Florida and you guys like to mess with radios, how about you fucking look at where the rocket ship is going? I know this guy
What would
fucking
that?
works on radios, Professor
What does
Triangle.
radios have to do with that?
I mean, just look
What
at
would that
like
tell us?
where is the ship really going up in the sky? How about you
How
search
is
that
my
up?
radio? How is my radio gonna tell me that, son?
I mean, isn't there like signals that they send to the
No,
fucking
there's not special.
NASA?
There's not special signals that tell you where it's at.
Okay, dude. Well, what the fuck do they do then? Jeez, don't they use radio waves or whatever?
No, they just tell you a story. They make up a TV show. They tell you a story. You watch it, and then you go tell other people about the story you saw on TV.
Okay, does
And then
anybody here live in Florida? This is a weird question.
no,
Don't tell me anywhere in Florida, but like just Florida State.
I don't. But even then, dude, even
Professor
if
is
we
being a
did,
little paranoid.
I mean, shit, I'm
never
like a
think of
couple miles away from fucking
well.
Florida.
Well, check this out, right? So imagine what you would do, right? So you go out there, you go to the launch point, okay, and you see the thing go up in the sky, and you have some intricate gadgetry and shit. What would you look out for? You said radio signals, right? So if they send, okay, so if they
rocket is going up in the sky.
okay, so how would you determine how far it's actually going? Okay, if you had proper gadgetry, like what would you be looking for?
Radio waves.
So okay, so analyze the radio waves. You get radio waves. Now what?
Well, there's probably like some device that tells you the distance between your device and the radio waves that are like sending out or whatever.
Do you know how that happens?
Do I need to, or do I just like need the device to tell me? I mean, shit.
Well, you kind of need to know. Like you're going to put this together, right? You don't know if the device, bullshitting or miscalculating or whatever. You're going to put it together yourself, right? So what are radio waves? Little energy, vibrations and shit in the air, right?
Uh-huh.
So at best, you can try to decrypt what the signals actually are embed the information embedded in the signals. Which you might have difficulty doing because they're probably proprietary and encrypted and shit like that. So all you're left with itself.
All I'm left
So
is with what?
You got the signal strength, right?
Uh-huh.
How quote unquote how loud it is. Okay, then what you do with that? You basically guess or you estimate, use some math to determine maybe how far the thing is. But is that actually accurate?
Probably,
how
yeah. I mean, I don't know how you can encrypt literal radio waves to tell you the distance. Like, you can encrypt information from radio
That's
waves,
what
but you can't encrypt
that's what
like
I said.
the literal distance of the radio waves. I don't
No,
think you can do that.
no. What I said is you can encrypt information, embed that packet in the radio waves, and send it off. That's how Wi-Fi is done, dude.
Yeah,
Wi-Fi
I
is
know.
a
I'm
form
just
of
saying,
radio
like,
wave.
for
Right?
example, you can measure the literal physical radio waves that
Signal.
you're receiving.
Yeah,
The signal,
that's what I'm saying. The signal. Yeah. So all you have is signal strength at that point. How loud the signal is physically. Okay. Now what do? You determine what are you going to do?
How about this?
How far
Let
it
me
goes?
search it up. Can you
Yeah.
measure distance with radio waves?
You can estimate.
I think you
Maybe.
can.
But there's there's a lot of variables into it. A lot of variation. You got to deal with the properties of the air that the shit's going through.
I mean,
you have
even
to
if
do it
there's
like
like a couple thousand miles of margin of error, I mean, that's like imagine like it's 30,000 miles and it's
a
actually
couple
25,000 miles.
100,000
No,
miles margin of error.
couple thousand, not 100,000. Jesus.
Okay. Okay. So so check this out. Right. It sounds like you're assuming that this rocket is just going to go straight up from the launch pad. Is that what they say they plan on doing?
No, they don't go straight up. I mean, I'm sure it's like curved or
Okay.
something.
Perfect. Yeah. So if they follow a curved trajectory, right? They say, oh, they're going to wrap
Yeah,
around the
that's
Earth,
what we
gain
see.
velocity. Yeah. Right. So that's what rockets tend to do. At least all the ones
I've
that I've
never seen a rocket go around anything.
No, I've never seen it go around anything, but I've seen footage or images that the rocket goes up and
they
takes a curved
bend
path, and then it goes. It turns around. It turns to the side and goes around the horizon. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So at that point,
then
what
it
the fuck
falls
you
in the
gonna do?
water.
Arguably, yeah. For all we know, but apparently Wella knows how to kind of capture that signal and determine how far it is. But what if it goes
No,
beyond the horizon?
he doesn't. He's just using AI. He doesn't know anything actually.
The only
Yeah, of
AI
course
thing
he's
I read
talking
was like the
shit.
fucking summary off Google, but like I'm 90% certain. Like for example, you know,
But you're not
90% certain?
100% sure of anything, are you?
I'm curious
I mean,
how are you able to quantify that, dude?
Quantify
Tell me
what?
your method as to how you came up with the number 90%. Is that just like a gut feeling you
Okay,
got,
no,
or did
listen.
you
I'll
do
tell
some
you why.
math?
I'll tell you why. I know that you can measure distances with radio waves. I know that for a fact. I also know if you have a strong enough rig, you could like get the measure, or you can measure the distance between you and like a satellite in space. And so, put the two together, do that with a rocket. I mean,
Wow.
shit.
Okay, so let's talk about the rocket again some more, right? So the rocket goes out over the horizon, can't see it anymore, and you lose signal. Now what? How far is it?
Well, you see the last signal that you got and measure the distance.
Okay, so is
And
that
that's
where the
how
moon
far
is?
it is.
Because
That's how far it
yeah,
is from now on.
yeah. So the signal says 180, 200 kilometers, and that's your last blip. Okay, are you going to say the moon is 180 to 200 kilometers now?
No. I would say that.
Oh, right.
How,
So
like, listen. How about this? How about
you're
this?
kind of
Right?
fucked, right? You're kind of
No,
fucked.
because no, I'm not. I'm obviously not gonna fucking get the signal when they're like far out in fucking space. I'm just saying, like,
No, but you don't know if they're going to space. This is the point, right? They go over the horizon. You can't see it anymore. You can't track it, except for using the utilities that either SpaceX or NASA or whatever would give you, show you on a map or whatever, or whatever, some sort of like 3D rendering of where the thing supposedly is, and that's all you can go by, right? Think about it, right? So where's the proof in any of this? Sounds like storytelling, just like Professor
well, I mean,
Triangle said.
like,
Or it
I
could
don't
be
really
at the
think.
very least.
Just like listen, the way you're framing it, like all you have to go on is what the evil fucking scientists.
That's all you have to go
I
on.
didn't say that. Don't put words in my
No.
mouth.
Obviously, that's all I have to go on.
You
But
can
like,
put
why
words in
is it
my
a
mouth,
bad
though,
thing,
dude.
though?
You can
No,
put words in my
No,
mouth. That's all you have to go on.
Yeah, dude, I'm not saying it's a
Did you
bad
not
thing.
say
Hang
that
on,
like
well,
all I have to
wait,
go off is like what the
wait.
tools NASA and SpaceX
Yes,
is telling
that's
me?
what, dude. Yes, this is what I said. Now, what I didn't say is, or what I did not say is the word bad people or evil people in any of this. Okay, you shoved that in there. You think I'm insinuating that? I'm not. I'm just highlighting to you that all you have to go by is what they tell you. You cannot verify this stuff empirically beyond a certain point.
I mean, shit. You want
Right?
me to go to fucking space? I mean, God.
I didn't say that.
Yes.
That's your problem, man.
Space is
Your
fake.
problem. It's your
I
problem
bet you think
to
space is
prove. It's your problem. It's your burden to support your argument. Your argument is all this stuff about the space and the globe and shit like that.
And your
And we're
argument is
just
like putting a stick in the fucking
we're,
floor and talking about geometry, dude. Like, come on.
I didn't
No,
say
the
that.
stick is a
What are you talking
globe
about?
argument. Sticks are
Yeah,
globe arguments.
Yeah, Sticks and Shadows, dude. That's your fucking your King Eratosthenes. What are you talking
No, I
about?
remember fucking like watching this video of flat earthers. They had like a light experiment, and he said, "Put it up, and if it meet,
I
if
don't
they,
know
if you
about a
can see the
light
light."
experiment. We don't do light experiments. We use lasers.
Okay, laser screen, whatever. Like the guy was holding the fucking thing, and you put it up, and he's like, "So if you see the
Yeah,
laser, or the light, that means
you
Earth is round."
don't hold the laser and you don't hold the
Oh my
target. You
god.
set them up in a apparatus so everything is nice and
Mhm.
steady, and then you measure things.
All right, Mr.
You
Know It
don't
All.
hold that. You don't hold anything in your hand, dude.
All right,
But you
Mr.
see
Know
what's
It
interesting
All.
though, Wella, right? Consider this, right? You got to at least give these people who are doing some of this stuff at least some credit for being active and going and doing shit. All you're doing is looking at a computer screen and listening to NASA and SpaceX. I mean, I don't know who deserves like the accolade. I don't know about you, but you know, the active
I
people
mean,
seem a little bit more
like that's
more
like
reliable to me.
okay. It's like telling me, well, at least the schizophrenic is going out and looking at the demons in his wall. What are you doing?
Oh shit. Okay, so you're just gonna outright demonize, you know, these
Whoa,
people
whoa,
because you don't like
whoa! I'm
them.
not demonizing them. Shit.
Yeah, you just call them schizophrenic and shit.
I'm
Like,
just
how do you know
making
they're
like an
schizophrenic?
example. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
but
just an example.
you're automatic. Yeah, but it's obviously a false analogy, dude. Unless, of course, you're going to try and attribute the same mental faculties to these people who are going out and doing this stuff to a schizophrenic,
I mean,
right? Be honest, dude. You have a bias against people who are talking about this stuff,
I
and it's
don't have
pretty
a
obvious.
bias, dude. I'm just saying,
Well,
like,
you
I think it's
obviously
just
did, dude.
weird.
Your immediate attribution of individuals who go out and do testing, right, is that they're schizophrenic.
No,
Bro,
no, it's not
there's
like
no
that.
way you guys
No,
believe in a flat Earth, dude. That's such bullshit.
They do. It's crazy.
Hold on, Mafik. You'll come in. You'll come in a minute. You know, sit down for a second. Right? Wella,
No,
did
I'm
you or
just
did you not
trying to
make the
think about it.
comparison? Did you or did you not make the comparison, Wella, to people who go out and do tests to
I
schizophrenic?
was just joshing, man. Don't take it so
I
seriously.
know, but
No, he's
that's an interesting
joshing
theory.
because
That's
he's joshing because his
yeah.
Globers went to Antarctica.
Wait, hold on.
Go
Why
ahead.
do you guys believe the Earth is flat? That's the most
Hold
bullshit
on a
thing I've
second,
ever
dude.
Because your
heard in
mom
my
You can
entire
speak
life.
to
told
him.
me
It's
the
fine.
Earth
You don't
is
need to speak
flat.
to me. You can speak to him too.
Yeah,
I don't
bro,
give a shit.
Your
you
dad
know,
sucked me long and hard through my jorts. So what's the?
okay.
What's
All
the
Another
right.
Glober who likes
Well,
guys.
I thought I was gonna maybe give him a chance there, but yeah, no, fuck
yeah.
that. Oh no, the other guy left. Oh no, he's still there. Wella, right?
Yo.
All I'm pointing out, of course, yeah, for sure. Okay, you're just joshing, but the fact that you jump to that level of joshing, right, is indicative of how you perceive things to some degree,
Oh my god.
right?
Okay, everybody has biases, dude. Everybody has biases.
Of course, and that's why we're here to talk about it. So
And
me
I'm just
highlighting
saying.
them
I'm
to
just
you,
saying. Listen, let me
yeah,
highlight. Can I try and highlight maybe some biases I've seen from
Man,
you?
I have more evidence that the Earth is round than it's flat. You know, but I'm unbiased.
well, let's talk
Round
about it
and
then.
flat.
Yeah, let's talk about it, man. Apparently, Wella's got evidence. He tried to invoke fucking like SpaceX and stuff, and
I
we
got
just showed
evidence.
him like you got like
I'm
you
not a
know.
fan of SpaceX. It was
Uh,
NASA Artemis 2.
hold on, dude. Talon, why the fuck are you off mute? We had enough of your shit.
This is
Fucking
longer
3
than
hours.
45 minutes. That's why.
Oh wow, is it really 45 minutes now? Automatic?
What it was. It's been the whole time.
I never knew that. Thank you, fucking Talon. Well, you should have been here, man. Listen to the like absolute horse shit coming out of Talon's mouth.
Most
Damn.
definitely.
You should feel bad being on his team.
Oh yeah, should I? I don't know.
Oh my god. Stick around, you'll find out. Maybe.
Maybe.
When he's like cooled down and, you know, got the dick out of his ass and shit, you know. Maybe next time. Anyway,
I have a
go ahead,
question.
Will.
Do you guys believe in the firmament?
You know, look at how the people shit in the ESS.
What?
I seen a video on the site.
Hold on. Let's not divert too much. I mean, well, you're onto something. Go ahead.
I was just asking. Do you guys believe in the firmament?
What's that? How do you define that?
The
No, I'm not
firmament is
religious.
like.
I'm not religious, dude. No, I don't believe in that.
Okay, well, A lot of flat earthers that I speak to, they
No,
tell
you
me
don't. No, you don't.
You didn't even let me finish what I was saying.
Because you've been in here before telling the same story.
No. I've never asked you guys about the firmament before. I've never asked you guys about the firmament before. It's either they tell me about the biblical firmament or something very, very similar to it. Where it's like, this dome that's made out of gas or something and it surrounds the flat
So
earth.
you don't even know it now. Now you think there's a gas dome around things.
No, I know the biblical
You
version is
still
like some
think,
glass
you
or
still,
material.
no matter what,
Yeah.
you still think gases form bubbles in bubbles.
Oh
Like
my
gases form
god,
bubbles
this
in
shit
the
again,
air.
dude. That's not what I'm saying, okay?
Well,
All I'm saying is
did
that
say
it's like
that.
some fucking sphere, some material that protects the Earth from like fucking I don't know what's outside of it.
Only
You guys don't
if
even
you
know what's
live
in
on a globe and you have outer space to deal with. You
Okay,
get
so
that, right?
okay, dude. Do you not like
It's
have a
open to
telescope that you
debate.
can look
It's
at like
open to.
Saturn through or something?
Dude, you only need all that protection if you live in outer space.
Yeah, well, think about this. Okay, you're invoking a firmament. Where does that concept come from? You said other people talked about it. What did they say? I'm
I'm
curious.
just saying, like, obviously it comes from like some, like it has biblical origins. But like, I know that a lot of flat earthers aren't Christian, but they say something very similar to the firmament. Like, it's just like
Okay.
some fucking dome around the
Okay,
flat Earth.
Right. Okay, so what did they describe when they were talking about all that? Just like a shield in the sky or something?
Sometimes they say gas, and sometimes they say it's just like a dome that protects from the outside, and they don't know what it is because
From
the
what?
burner proof
Protects
isn't
us
on
from
me.
what? Protects us from what? What do they tell you they're protecting us
This
from?
response is interesting. Do you
What
really
are
not
they
believe in
protecting
space?
us from?
Do you really not believe in space?
Well,
Dude.
hold on.
No evidence.
One at a time, dude. Think about this. Okay. The concept of a firmament in this conversation, in my experience, most people don't use that word because it's got a bit of a biblical connotation to it. And then people like you immediately, jump in and say, "Oh, you're a Christian, you're a retard or something." Okay. But what most people in this conversation refer to when they're talking about that type of thing is the notion of containment.
Oh, because like gases don't like go like they don't fucking rise up or something in like a vacuum or some shit like that.
You're getting it.
Fine.
Yeah. It's along those lines. I mean, you kind of botched it there, but that's the idea, right? If you take any basic physics or chemistry course, okay, in high school or whatever, among the first things that they tell you when they're talking about states of matter and gas and liquids and solids and shit like that, is they highlight one of the characteristics of gas being that it expands to fill the available volume. Okay. So if we have gas, we're breathing gas, right? You have air, oxygen, nitrogen, etc. around us. Okay. If we were living in an embedded space that is just so vast and actually expanding, right? In infinite fucking volume, right? The gas that would be down here would simply just fuck off and try to fill the available space. So it would not be here. It'd be virtually zero, arguably zero, but practically speaking, arguably zero. Yeah. But it would not be here. You would not be able to breathe. You would not exist. We would not measure any pressure. But we do.
So what is containing all this gas then?
Very good question. I don't think anyone's able to answer that.
See that this is what I remember. No hate, but this is what I remember. I just remember whenever I
And that's
asked that
fair,
question,
though.
they're like the burden of proof is on you.
So Weller, why is it so important that we know the construction of the container?
I mean, like, if you're so adamant on like
No. It's a simple question. You're just going off on why is it there's such a great importance on the construction of the container as opposed to it's a container, it contains gas pressure and
besides,
gas,
it's
etc.
you guys are adamant that pressure requires containment. It's your physics we're using to debunk you.
Yeah, this is straight up mainstream physics, dude.
Okay.
And what we tend to do is highlight the apparent contradiction, right, between this basic stuff and what we're told about the worldview that everyone should have.
Like something doesn't make sense.
Listen, I'm gonna speak on like. Listen, last time I took physics was like in freshman year. I'm majoring in computer science. I don't know anything about physics, but like, I don't think you can apply like this middle school level physics that you get taught to like, astrophysics or something, and like
Do you know what natural law
environmental
is?
science and like.
Hey, it's not some sort of rudimentary low level understanding. It's law.
Okay, but you learned that shit in middle school, dude.
Yeah, but guess what? Guess what?
then
They
you
apply that,
and it still applies throughout the expansion
Let me ask.
into university level.
Yeah, this shit is applied in like everyday engineering and shit.
How can you prove that the Earth is round? How can you do it?
I
Or
still
how can
think the
we
photos
prove
are
it?
real, but like they say it's edited, so I don't know.
Well, I didn't say it's edited, dude. I did not say it's edited. What I asked you is how do you verify it? It could have been, like, for example, right? For all you know, it's computer generated. There's no editing except for in the actual construction, which would arguably not be editing. CGI, you don't edit a CGI. You create a CGI.
I mean, like,
Crap.
I get it, but
And all those people are lying all the way since the.
And like that's another element to it. Like, how can so many people be lying at the same time, dude? Like,
Who's lying, dude?
Not everybody.
Tell me who's lying.
NASA, fucking SpaceX,
Okay.
fucking the Chinese
Okay,
space agency, the Russian
slow
space
down.
agency.
Stop talking while I'm
Oh
talking.
my god, dude.
NASA has just been classified as a intelligence agency. It's now a spy agency. Are you happy now? Now, whatever they say, they can lie about. Oh, what do you mean? I mean. That's what
I'm
they
not even done
are.
speaking, dude. Fucking calm your tits, man. Jeez. I'm just saying, like, obviously they'd probably be classified as that because, like, now satellites can see your fucking license plate, so it's
No,
probably valuable
that has
to make them
nothing to
like a
do. It
space
has nothing to
agency.
do with that. That's nothing to do with that.
Yeah, it is, dude. I mean, like, they can't see. Like, how the fuck?
Okay,
like,
if they're looking at our fucking license plates, why don't they show us a picture of Australia with ships upside down and people fucking on them?
What? It's like
Exactly.
the most nonsensical Australian statement I've ever heard in my entire life.
Well, you're the fuckwit that's telling us about how they can zoom in on license plates. Why the fuck don't they just zoom in to who asked them to speak?
What?
Are you angry, man?
Yeah, shut up. You're just telling us that they can zoom in on license plates. In regards to what fucking conversation, I don't know that was to. But if that's the case, why the shit don't they just zoom in on us? We're all upside down and they can go, look, here's the United States. Let's pan across. Here's Australia. There's Matrix and his car upside down. Here's his number plate.
Yeah, all in one shot.
He's trying to tell me that. He's trying to tell me they can read license plates from outer space, which I know that they cannot do that. It's not even, you can tell the story all you want. It's not possible. So good luck.
Okay, I'm sorry. I did not understand a single thing this Australian dude said. Maybe his accent or something. I don't know.
You'll be fine, dude.
And that's just your coping mechanism to get around it.
I'm so serious. I'm not even trying to be disrespectful. I just did not understand a single thing you said, dude. Your accent is super heavy.
Well, check this out, bro. Okay, let's try and focus on the thing from before. We're talking about gas pressure, shit like that. Okay.
Yeah. 20. You use your nickname is a 20 from the old internet. That's
20 cups, dude.
Oh,
I drink a lot of coffee.
I drink a lot of coffee. I'm 35. It's from my time.
I just drink a lot of coffee, dude. Okay. Anyway, well, that's the point. Okay, the gas pressure thing. It's it's rudimentary stuff, but that's like saying, oh, 1 + 1 is 2. It's rudimentary. If you say 1 + 1 is 2 in a university setting, you're a retard. It's like, no, it might apply to the context in which it's being said.
Okay, I get that. Listen, I get that, right? But like, hear me out, okay?
Just quickly, right? The whole point in this and invoking that is to open the door to those who oppose the worldview that we're talking about, and demonstrate that, oh, there is an alternative mechanism to contain gas. And at these levels, it applies. And here's how we know Here's how we've determined it, et cetera, et cetera. The method was employed to figure this out, whatever. This is the opportunity of your lifetime for anyone who knows that information, who can share it with us. Because otherwise, all you got is the rudimentary stuff. How else would it work?
Let me try and like apply this to something I know. Like at least I'm more well aware about. Like for example, right? And in my one of my courses today, or like in this semester, we're learning about Django. It's a web framework, right? It's based on Python.
Python
right?
stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
I do.
Like,
I work in software too, by the way.
yeah, I mean, I'm still a student, so like I'm not some fucking genius. But like this is just like if I'm trying to understand this, right? If you like write some for loop like fruits equals apple, banana, cherry, and then like if x equals banana, can print banana, right? If you put that into Django and you try to like for example, I don't know, make a multiple choice question. If you just put that random for loop in and add the fucking answers and then like link that to the question, they're gonna tell you, well, how the fuck is that gonna input on the website, right? So there's more like nuances to this. So what I'm like, I don't know the nuances.
Dude, you're terrible at analogies.
Yeah, that was a very bad analogy, but I think I get your point, dude. You're basically saying, how does this apply? Actually, I don't even know if I caught that, to be honest. Right, but in a nutshell, this whole panel, the whole point of all this is to inquire into these details. Sound like you're alluding to, like, oh, there's more to it and shit like that. Yeah, I get that. But then the problem is nobody's been able to come in here and actually lay those details out. They just reiterate the story. This is weird. This is the weird
right?
part.
Like, I'm pretty sure, like, if you ask somebody that's more, like, I mean, I don't know, like, more well aware in more advanced physics of Earth and planets and space.
That's me. Go ahead, ask me.
What's your major? What'd you major in?
In Earth.
Oh, you
Majored in Earth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I'm talking about somebody that's like,
take note of this, dude. There are people in this panel, maybe not the ones right now, who have sat down and had long form conversations with fucking like PhDs and shit like that in all sorts of different fields. Okay. And when they've gone into this level of detail, okay, they more often than not, these guys would basically say they don't know, but some other guy in some other field does know. And it becomes like this giant chase of trying to lock down the right guy who knows the proper science. Okay. And it happens so much so that, there's a term kind of coined now. We're all looking for the magic science guy who has the right answer.
What fits better, I think, is like, the best explanation. I think that's the point.
How about this? Let me search it up. How does gas in the atmosphere stay up there? I guess.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, we know what they'll tell you.
Gravity. Oh, gravity.
Exactly. That's the magic word.
Okay. I mean, it's the super genius guy named Einstein figured that out. So.
No, Einstein sticks his tongue out. He has crazy white hair, wears women's shoes, and you think he's your savior? What's wrong with you guys?
No, actually, Christ is my savior, but Einstein is a super genius guy. So
he's not a super genius guy. He was a patent clerk.
How do you know he was a super genius?
I mean, like, didn't they like examine his brain and they found that he had like more neurons or something?
Yeah, they found out it's smaller than everybody else's.
Well, like brain size isn't like that important. I mean, an elephant has a bigger brain than us. I'm talking about like the concentration in neurons is like more than us or something.
Capable of evaluating their authenticity.
All right, T-Dub, I'm sorry, but your microphone is having an aneurysm, dude.
Yeah, you're coming a little bit buzzy and low and shit, dude. To be honest.
I'm gonna go and listen on YouTube, and if it's not as bad as what you're saying, I'm gonna
go back. No, I'll second that.
What's y'all's YouTube link? What's y'all's YouTube link?
You see at the top, there's two bots, two YouTube bots. Yeah, tap on one of them or whatever, and there should be a link in the description.
Right, okay.
Hey, you're live, man. You're famous.
Dude.
If we can do it, let's say, let's put Professor Triangle on a rocket, and he will go up there.
Oh, that's awesome.
Just fly to space, bro.
Let's say if we can do it, and you would see.
So here's your problem. Here's your problem. Rockets require air pressure to push off of, so you can't go that high. So you can't go to outer space in a rocket. So that's not going to work. So I'm not going to see anything. You lost your argument.
No, but you would accept it to go on.
No, I'm not going to accept something I didn't see. Nope.
No,
But
no,
Walrus,
just to go there.
homie.
No, I'm
check
not
this
going to
out.
be able to go anywhere.
Yeah, Walrus, check this out, dude. There's a bit of a problem to that. Okay, what you're insinuating here, okay, is that we'll only know if we go do something sometime in the future. Okay, what we're talking about here is what we should already know, and how was it determined. There's no need to anticipate some down in the future. You know, something will be figured out to support an argument that should already be known now. Right?
No, it's empirical evidence, you know.
Well, that's what we're asking for, right? So we're just talking about gas.
No, that's not
Well,
empirical. If you go there and see by yourself.
Well, that's a very personal empirical experience, or empirical. I don't know if you're doing measurements and shit, maybe, but it's definitely a personal experience. But trying to convey that to other people, right? Like, people might not just believe you, but you would know, sure, fine. But it's not something that's easily repeatable, right? Unless everybody does it, but it's not going to happen. So we're trying to figure out what can be done and who's done what over the course of history to determine all these things that we're supposed to already know for sure, right? Right. So Wella said, okay, according to Google, gas is contained by gravity. That's like the
Testing.
That's like the main.
1, 2, 3. Sorry if I'm interrupting anybody.
Fantastic. Yeah, you sound great, dude.
Yeah, it sounds better.
Equally as shitty as the last few days, but better than 5 minutes ago.
I have a quick question. I speak to a lot of flat earthers. Sorry if I'm cutting off.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I speak to a lot of flat earthers, and like especially on TikTok Live. That's when I started speaking to y'all. And every single one I've spoken to has told me that nuclear energy isn't real. Like anything nuclear isn't real.
No, nobody said that.
I'm serious. It's like fucking
Dude,
guy.
stop
super
talking
old.
to people on TikTok trying to make money off you.
Yeah, well, I think you might have misheard them. I've heard the argument that not nuclear power, but nuclear bombs are something to
That's
inquire
fake.
about.
Nuclear bombs are fake.
Yeah, you can
see,
inquire
that's
about
the
that.
thing. Nuclear
but-
bombs are fake. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, dude, it's a side topic. We can get into it. There's a lot of shit.
Yeah,
can
we
talk
got
about.
a lot of photos in Japan.
Exactly.
No, photos of things that were on fire don't count.
What about
Yeah.
like fucking 100,000 Japanese people that could probably?
No, there wasn't. There wasn't 100,000.
No, like imagine like.
There wasn't 100,000 people that lived in the port, dummy.
No, I'm saying like right now, their descendants are probably like 100,000 strong, right? So like.
So
we could probably match
what?
them.
So they got told a story. Now it's real.
Well, every single one of them is fucking like brainwashed by their grandparents. I mean,
No, a lot of them don't even believe it.
that's not true.
And you obviously believe that any Jew died on Holocaust.
I didn't mute.
No, come on, guys.
It's non sequitur. It's not.
Yeah, it's non sequitur. I mean, last thing I would say to the whole nuclear thing is, well, if you look at try and figure out, okay, Hiroshima happened day X. Check how long after that day did the area that was actually attacked actually be repopulated to whatever degree it is.
We got
And
witnesses.
compare that to that timeline to what theoretically should be the case, right? How long before after an event such as that would that place no longer be habitable?
Well, it was already still habitable at the time. They just came outside and started cleaning up.
Isn't there like more? Isn't there more
all the
radiation
Japanese
levels in Hiroshima or whatever?
There are none.
What about
The
Chernobyl? Do you guys believe in Chernobyl?
There are no levels there either.
Oh,
Look, here's the thing. Before we talk about that, we might want to do some research, right? I don't have all the facts on hand.
I'm kind of on the fence with that, but I am willing.
Chernobyl looks like a nature preserve right now. The nature took it right back.
I've heard.
You know, the Japanese soldier said we got hit
What do
by
you
a
think
new
they're gonna
type of
say? They're supposed to say that.
the Japanese imperial so
Yeah. Dude, it's one thing to go by stories and traditional.
Man, there are savages, cannibals.
Yeah, bro. The point is, okay. Number one, it's off topic. Number two,
Okay.
we kind of have stories to go by, and that's basically it. It's not much there.
Well, you got
But anyway,
hit by a new type of bomb. It'll wipe all the.
effectively, like I wouldn't say it wasn't a strong one. It wasn't an ugly scenario or ugly context. But to say that it is what is said, like how bad, to say that it's as bad as they say it is probably questionable. But anyway,
Man, for a Japanese soldier of the time to say that.
Give us the name of one Japanese soldier.
Fucking Emperor Hirohito.
Hirohito.
I read a book about Unit 731. That counts.
Oh man, that's a Japanese savages.
I read a book that people live on the moon, so that means people live on the moon.
Well, you don't believe in Unit 731 or whatever it's called, Unit 731? Isn't that what it's called? Yeah, it's Unit 731.
Look, just tie it all back, right? Okay. Talk about gas pressure, a bunch of shit like that. You said, oh, I heard flat earthers talk about nuclear bombs and shit. Now we're off on this tangent.
Okay.
Probably not worth it. We get lost in the weeds and shit. Okay. Let's go back. What did you say?
All
What were you
Glovers
saying?
actually can do. That's the example of what happens. When they get lost, they move on to something else because they don't want to face the truth.
No, because I don't think anybody here can get into the fucking
No.
specifics in math about the fucking atmosphere and gravity.
Yeah, well, let's do that, dude.
Gravity is.
Let's talk about it. Okay.
Okay.
So the claim on the table is gravity. If you go by the Newtonian, approach, right? Mass attracts mass. So allegedly, the giant mass of the Earth is pulling down and having a strong effect on the small mass of each particle of gas. Okay. Alternative, according to Einstein, the massive Yeah, we'll get into it, right? That's Newtonian. There's questions in there. Same thing or same notion with Einsteinian, right? The giant mass of the Earth is warping space-time so significantly that all other masses are kind of falling into that gravitational well, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Now, the problem is, when has it ever been demonstrated that these forms of gravity or these ideas of gravity actually have any merit? I.e., that you take a mass, you can manipulate the mass, and you can directly see the effect that it has on another mass by pulling it or not pulling it so much or whatever, depending on the mass. Like, when were these theories ever validated empirically in the first place? Let alone showing that they actually have effect on gas particles. But mass in the first place. That would be a good
SKI about it. SKI.
Well, what is mass?
Mm-hmm.
Like particles and shit.
Like
particles and shit.
So particles and shit attract particles and shit.
Yeah,
that's exactly what they're saying. I mean, shit. I mean,
right. That's how you know it's real because particles and shit, dude.
Oh shit, Timbo, what's up, Timbo?
Hey, what's happening?
Talk about mass and gravity and shit.
No, particles and shit. We're not even talking about that. We're just talking about particles and shit.
Mass is made up of particles and shit, though. That's the thing. Like quarks, atoms, neutrons, protons, and shit.
Yeah, but we're talking
about penisons.
Yeah, but we're talking about the concept of mass, the notion of mass. Okay. What is it?
It's like a property or something. It's like it's like a property. Yeah, I don't know, property.
Right. So an abstract property.
An
like
abstract property. Yeah, exactly.
like inches or
I know the
or length,
photos have.
right? So wait,
Or
rather, excuse me.
masses.
Let me rephrase that. So the abstract property of mass is equivalent or akin to, or analogous to the concept of length, width, height, right? Shit like that. It's an attribute. Okay, great. So how does an attribute,
I don't
concept
know
of an attribute,
what
have
mass is.
have an effect, a physical effect on something else?
Isn't it like because whatchamacallit, like what, because the Earth is so heavy, and like for example of Earth and the Moon, the Earth is so heavy, so like it bends space time or the space, not
Who
space.
weighed it?
And
Yeah, but
the Moon like orbits around it because of the bent space. Isn't it something like that?
well, that's Einsteinian, right? That's right. So
That's the dude that
this
sticks his
idea,
tongue out. Dude, that's the guy who sticks his tongue out, has
I
crazy
know.
hair,
Probably
wears
smarter
women's
than you,
And-
shoes,
dude.
and
Jeez.
designs
married his
women's
cousin.
clothes.
And married his cousin.
Yeah. But
Nothing
the
wrong
point,
with marrying your cousin.
the point, Weller, though, is as much as you might, want to like bend over for this guy, okay, because you think he's so smart. The problem is, or the question becomes, when was this idea that he proposed validated?
In Brazil, I know that one. It was.
I don't think
next
it's
to
like. Sorry, continue. What was he saying?
No, it's my neighbor state. They saw the light was curving, or I don't know how they measured.
When did they see that? When? How did they see that?
Man, I don't know the details. I'm not an expert, but I know it happened in Brazil.
It did not
No one knows the
happen.
details.
We kind of need to know the details. This is the point.
He said that light would bend.
It was what he said. It never happened, though.
Gravity is just a theory, guys. Okay, so you can't
Yeah,
like.
thank you very much. Finally.
Like-
Okay.
No,
Oh, yeah,
but
it's
this is
just
the thing,
it's just a made up story, right?
This is the
Right.
thing, though. This is the
Yeah,
thing, though,
just-
right?
right.
Like,
Yeah,
all
simple.
the math.
Well-
No, listen. This is the thing, though, right?
No,
All
math.
the
No, math doesn't count.
Math does count. Why do you guys hate math so much?
No, there's nothing.
Wait,
there's nothing.
counting
wrong
is
with
math.
dude. Nah, dude. I enjoy math. Okay. It's a problem. The problem is how it's applied. At some point, you can apply math. You can apply math to a certain point, and then beyond that certain point, you can't really check it anymore, or you can't really check the effects of what you thought would be anymore
But
because
this
it's
is the
so,
thing, though.
so
This is the
vast.
thing, though, right?
And
All
that's
the
when you
math.
get into the realm of. That's when you start getting into the realm of pure speculation and pipe dreams and fucking shit like that.
Even if light did bend, even according to their own model, the sun is made of gas, right? And so, who's to say it wasn't just regular refraction? Because they have an atmosphere from the gas, and
Now it's
with the heat,
huh?
we know that light refracts.
What's
Why does
regular
it have to be,
refraction?
Why does it have to
What's
be?
that?
Yeah, regular refraction. Why does it have to be?
What is that?
This
What's that?
gravitational crap. Light bending.
What's that?
Because of
He's a flat
temperature,
earther, and he's
temperature and
flat
pressure.
earther, but he's,
What is that? What's regular refraction? What is that?
Light bending due to temperature and pressure.
And gas and gas
variations.
falls in a vacuum.
I couldn't answer that.
Do you guys
Fuck
not
no.
think refraction is a real thing?
No.
I knew we were
going
going to go down some fucking crazy road when that word was mentioned.
Yeah, I love this
I'm
shit.
sorry, like you guys just freaked out when he said refraction, but I think he's also a flat earther.
No. The whole refraction thing, it gets very hairy because not a lot of people can really dig into the details.
No, it's
Yeah,
always
but
that
at one
people
point-
can't know. Oh my god.
Bro, check it out. Let me ask you something. Okay, what is refraction? How is it defined in like the traditional elementary sense?
Let me Google it.
Here, I'll give you this. Is it the way light can be bent through a
Yeah,
medium?
the redirection of a wave as it passes from one medium to another. Yeah, that's what it is.
Very much.
There you go.
Okay.
Nice.
Right. Okay. So how many mediums is light going to traverse through when it goes through the air?
Probably
Gas.
a ton.
One.
Love gas.
One
Okay,
so
perfect.
far. I count one
Yeah,
so
one-
far.
one overall, right? Without any further detail, you just got gas.
Yeah,
Okay?
isn't like
Got
it's a shit ton of particles and shit. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it's a
So no
single medium.
refraction then.
It's a
So
single
yeah,
comp-
refraction's out. That's out.
Yeah, the composition of different gases, okay, becomes one homogeneous fucking substance or material or medium or whatever. What's going to happen? Light goes through it. Is it going to bend?
It probably depends
medium?
on like the gas. Like if it's fucking, is there like some heavy? Like what's the heaviest gas? Heaviest gas.
No, dude.
Radon.
Think
Radon.
what
Like if it went through radon, it'd probably
Well,
refract or something.
think what I said to you, right? The light goes through a single medium.
Yeah. So imagine it was like in a vacuum full of radon. It'd probably refract like crazy.
Vacuum full of radon, dude. That's like paradoxical. How do you have a vacuum full of radon?
No,
if
no,
it was
like,
isotropic, if
it's
it
a
was
container.
symmetrical,
Okay, a
then yeah, you'd be
container.
right.
God, a container full of radon.
Okay, even
was
even with refraction, right? You still don't have a ball.
But while I think about this, was the light generated from within the same container as the radon? Right? Like you have a container, you have a light bulb inside, turns on, right?
Yeah.
It goes through the gas. Well, I mean, the light goes through. It goes through like the light bulb part, like the gas in the light bulb. Then it goes through the glass of the light bulb. Then it goes out into the radon. But once it's in there, is it going to bend?
Probably, yeah.
Why?
Because I just searched up radon's like the heaviest gas, so it's probably like it
Okay,
could probably act like a
it's
solid or something.
Right, dude.
Wait,
the whole point,
no.
bro.
It's
We're talking about
Yeah, you're-
gas, right? So particles, the mixture we have in our atmosphere, these particles, they're going to absorb the light, and it's the gases are going to be excited. It's going to emit the light again.
Yeah,
in a
well,
weaker
yeah. I mean,
What's this got to do with the Earth, Kevin?
Yeah,
Zero.
we're getting there.
Absolutely zero.
We're getting there. We're getting that. We're kind of getting there. But the refraction thing is important, I think, just so he has like a primer on that part of the discussion. You know,
I don't know why you're fighting the refraction thing, though.
I actually like this part of the conversation, if you don't mind. You know, I'll keep it quick though. I want to respect everybody's time.
Okay, I'd like to respond when you're done.
Yeah. Well, the point is, okay, you have a single gas, even though it's very dense, it's a single medium. So while the light is traversing that medium, okay, it's not going to bend until it reaches another medium. Okay, so in air, if it's a single medium, what's going to happen? Ideally,
What? It should
it's not going
bend
to bend.
as well.
It's not going to bend. Now, if
No,
you
change direction once.
What if it bends
Yeah.
because of gravity, though?
Get gravity out of here,
Okay.
man.
Well, now you got okay. Well, then you're moving the goalpost, bro.
How am I
Can I
moving the
respond to what
goalpost?
you're
I'm
saying,
just
though?
saying, what if it
But
bends because of
what-
gravity?
Listen, okay, what I was going to get at, okay, with the whole refraction thing, okay, is that applying Snell's law, the thing that I just talked about, by light going through one medium and then to another and shit like that, you can predict that and all that. It's good, it's fine. How fucking glasses and shit are made, okay? When you're talking about atmospheric refraction, there is so much variation of all sorts of contributing variables, okay, that it's not even really the same under the same classification anymore. Yeah, it's the distorting or the altering of the path of light. Okay, but to be able to predict it in the same fashion, you would have to sample all these contributing factors across the entire line of sight to even try and model what's going on. Nobody can
Twenty,
do
I got
that.
a question for
I'd
you.
like to respond. No, hold on. No, I've been
Sorry.
waiting, and I have
Yeah,
next. So
let percentage go. You were waiting.
I think you're wrong to say it's
Go.
one medium. If we're talking about, like, for example, the perihelion of Mercury example, you have Mercury in the sky, not near the sun, right? The air in between, if we're granting that the sun has gas, whether it's hydrogen, helium, or whatever BS they say, but if we're granting that it has density, right, and when it approaches, the medium is changing. It's a different medium from when the Mercury was in the sky clear by itself. As it approaches the sun, it would be changing.
When I use the term medium in the sense that I said it earlier, I was talking about the same elemental composition. Okay. Now for sure, there's if you ascribe, a certain elemental composition at a certain pressure and whatever, and then directly adjacent to it, there's the same elemental composition but at a higher density because it's hotter or colder, whichever one it is. You say that those two are two different mediums, then in a sense I get what you're saying. Okay. This is what I'm talking about. To be able to quantify all that and model it out and then apply, all the Snell's law stuff to that kind of a setup. Right?
It's impossible for them to quantify it because they have no idea what the sun is and they've never sent a probe or anything. But to qualify it it comes before quantifying it.
Quality.
And we could qualify it with just regular refraction. There's no reason to go to gravity. There's zero evidence of gravity. It doesn't make sense.
How do you qualify it with regular refraction?
Just by the fact, even if we didn't know what the sun was composed of, we know that the sun is hot and that heat affects like the bending of light. We know that pressure is
off of the device that's giving off the light in the first place.
So we know that if in the skies you have Mercury alone, it's going to be different than when Mercury is near the sun.
Yeah.
Let's say a thing.
Wait, just to be clear,
what are you
right?
actually saying percentage though?
Wait, I think what we're talking about here is when Mercury was doing its fucking path or whatever, orbit, whatever, and it happened to go behind the sun from the observer's point of view, and then it popped out on the other side, right, at a specific distance or angular distance from the sun, from the observer. It appeared like it was doing, or it was in a different spot or something like that, as predicted by Einstein. Is that really the whole?
Yeah. That's basically their go-to for proof of gravitational lensing. It's retarded.
No, it's like if you have a clock.
Yeah, but how do you know it's? Sorry, one sec. How do you know it's gravitational lensing and not just distortion?
That's exactly my point. That's exactly my point.
That's what. So Weller was arguing. Yeah, so Weller was arguing that that's indication that gravity is a thing or whatever because of this thing happening. And Percentage jumped in to say, hang on, what was this other thing considered? I think that was a good decision.
Yeah.
No, but isn't
for once I agree with Percentage. That's amazing.
You're learning.
Yeah, no, I like Percentage, dude. I like you, dude. Just to be clear, I think we're cool. We go back.
Yeah, we got a clock here on the surface.
Who's this guy mumbling in the background?
It's Walrus. Yeah, Walrus. You're a little bit faint, dude.
I think he's trying to say something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Maybe get closer to your mic or something.
No. So, can you listen only my voice?
Yes.
Oh, it's cool. So we got a clock back here on the surface of Earth, and then we got a clock on the sky.
No, it's not It's not a clock. You're talking
about
about
measuring differently.
You're talking about the decay. You're talking about a decay of something, not an actual clock. They didn't take a clock.
I think he's talking about
an actual clock.
Different. Yeah. The argument that space time, as you go further from the surface, either time, dilates or some shit.
That's
so
a very convincing.
That's good, dude.
But no, it's not. It wasn't done with clocks.
If it's measuring time, then it's measuring time, dude. Jeez.
No, it's not. It's a decay. It's a decay. They're measuring a decay.
Decay of what?
The decay rate of a cesium atom. Can you tell me what they measured the decay rate with and how and with what units?
It's flat.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's a great question. I would really love to know how they measured the decay rate, with what instrument and with what units of measure.
It's Mervils.
Probably with fucking seconds.
With seconds, right? So time didn't change then. They still used the same unit of measure to measure the decay rate.
Dead serious.
No, I mean, you just look at the difference in time.
Dead serious.
How do you measure the difference in time?
No,
they weren't the clock that's in space and the clock that's on Earth.
It wasn't
with an unchanging unit of measure of time.
No,
Yeah,
no,
well,
it was
no,
Mervils. Mervils. Look it up.
Mervils?
Marbles.
So how many
Yeah,
Mervils?
Mervils.
yeah. What's a Mervil?
Yeah, look it up.
Sounds like some British TV kids show.
How many
Marvel.
Mervils?
No, it's not a Marvel. It's a Mervil. Look it
Okay,
up.
you can fuck off if you want, mate.
There's
Yeah.
some proven things like they said you go to a black hole.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a source
So,
on that Mervil.
Yeah.
What
All
about
right.
the
All right.
concentration in gas in the atmosphere? Doesn't that
Well,
prove
well,
gravity?
yeah. Well, how
No.
many Mervil tons is it?
Who's the drunk guy?
Yeah, it's this fucking
Question?
fella. Yeah,
Yeah, he's
Rosh.
about to get him to his ass if he doesn't quit that shit.
Sit down,
you know,
bro.
they say
Come on.
if you go next to a black hole, time stops.
Well, that's the
Oh,
theory.
show us that.
But no one
Yeah.
can see it.
Well,
So
They
it's
can't
like
wait
a
until
theory.
fucking like billionaires
Walrus.
make a hotel in
Just,
the moon.
Hold on, Will.
Just for
yeah.
shut.
Hold on. Let's just quick recap, right? So we're going down this Einsteinian worldview rabbit hole. Okay, you guys are invoking all sorts of theoretical stuff attributed to his ideas. Okay, black holes, stopping time if you're next to them.
Yeah.
And fucking bendy warpy space time slows down time from watches, but they weren't actually watches. It was actually they were just measuring the decay rate of certain elements, and we don't actually know really what they did. Okay, we've all heard these things, maybe different details and shit like that. Problem is, I don't think any of you guys, certainly myself, okay, especially during the time when I believed all this stuff, actually looked into it and tried to understand the finer details, inquiring about what they actually did, how they did it,
The thing is, like the
and
finer
what their
details is
conclusions were.
probably
not
like
done
fucking
yet. He's
50
almost done.
pages of
Well,
an
I'm
ad.
trying. You know?
Yeah, well, see, that's the problem. So, Wella, if you check this out. You just made my point, dude. All these details, you kind of have to know if you want to say that you know what they're saying, right?
You're telling me you know the conclusions of an ad?
Yet, check this out. You come in here and try to argue a point that they're making, saying that this stuff is known, maybe to them, right? And if so, we can talk to them about it. But it sounds like you're saying you know this stuff to be true.
Oh, no, well, but it's like we should
do know
trust some
to be true,
authority
though.
on some
Hey, Weller.
subjects, right?
Wait, one
What's
sec,
up?
Weller. Hey, how do you know the Earth's a globe?
What?
How do you know that the Earth's a globe?
He doesn't. He's retarded. He just believes
I mean, go fuck yourself. I mean, like...
No, that's a serious question, though.
I personally just, like, the main reason that I believe the Earth is round is because, like, the logistics of lying about everything is crazy. So that's my opinion.
Okay,
I don't debate about it, because every time I bring this point up, you guys freak out, so I'm not bringing it up. I just, like, my personal
I'm not freaking out. Right. So,
Yeah.
so you don't even know the Earth to be a globe, but yet you're talking about black holes and time stopping and things like that that are all based on the Earth being a globe, right?
Yeah, and a quick recap.
Well, and we got a pretty good evidence that Earth's
Hold
round.
on,
Okay, which one?
Wait, just want to point out. So, just a quick recap for Timbo, right? Whoever just jumped in. So, Wella came in. First thing that he was talking about was rockets going into space, and shit like that. Okay, so we went down, the whole traditional route, and now we're on gravity and shit like that. So he's been in here for a while. Feel free to inquire more, but we've done quite a bit.
Yeah, if you guys have already been over it, there's no point going back over it.
Well, if you want to know, I mean, feel free.
I'm not.
It's
I'm
good
not
to have a conversation.
But
the
audience,
just
anyway,
know that he talked about rockets, talked about space, pictures from space, and gas pressure. We did gas pressure. Talked about gravity.
We worked out he doesn't actually know anything, right?
No.
Have you guys looked at pictures from the Hubble telescope on NASA?
Yeah, I have.
They're old computer generated. I mean,
show me one.
One that
you
one
think's real.
You know what? I will actually do that. This is a very
cool.
This one's fucking badass. Let me pull it up. Do I have it saved? Let me see.
Well, are you talking about images that they would have taken of like galaxies and shit like that?
I mean, like not just galaxies, but it can be galaxies.
Okay. What
This is
what
from
do
the
they
Hubble
actually?
telescope. Look at that. Isn't that fucking badass?
Yeah.
Oh
Hold
yeah,
on, hold on.
that's
Okay.
real, isn't it?
Yeah,
Okay.
define
Well,
badass.
yeah. Well,
Come on, man. You
Badass
clicked
is
one that's like
badass.
the most obvious.
What is
yeah.
the
Well,
Does the Hubble telescope take photos, or is it a radio telescope? I can't
yeah.
I
remember.
mean,
The
I
radio
think it's a
telescope.
radio telescope, isn't it? So it
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
actually
yeah.
take pictures.
Yeah, this is an extrapolation. Okay, a CGI rendition of it, their extrapolation of what that little pixel, right? That they basically. So what they do, right? They have this radio telescope. They get up. They pick up all these different signals of various strengths and frequencies and shit like that, and they map that onto a grid on a computer. Okay, and these different pixels light up different colors and shit based off of the strength and the frequency of these signals. They have a little on the screen. They have a pixel screen that's mostly black, and then they have one little white pixel or one little cyan pixel or whatever, and then they
20.
infer that those things must be these things that are being shown here. This is
Professor
actually
is
what they
mad.
do.
Professor is mad at you, 20. He said this guy does not represent
I
flat
don't blame you for
earthers.
using that as a cover, dude. That shit's badass.
What?
Sorry, side
Well,
chat.
Professor said that you don't represent flat earthers.
Of course not. I'm one person, dude. No one here represents a whole group, dude. I'm not a fucking ambassador. I'm just a dude.
What about
I like.
this? This can't be like a specific hype. Sorry, you know what? Continue. My bad.
No, it's okay. I mean, I'm curious where like someone's shit talking me. I want to figure this out.
To be fair, I think it was in reference to me because it came when I was talking about refraction.
Oh, did you say professor, like Professor Triangle, or percentage?
Triangle.
Yeah.
Where?
It was
Earlier, he was hating on me
nice.
when I was mentioning that it need not be gravitational, whatever.
The
it's just regular
Einstein
refraction.
theory.
Yeah, dude. Hold on. That's what school. Here we go with it. This guy does not represent flat Earth. Yeah, no, that's fine. He's right. I don't. I'm not arguing. I'm not a fucking lawyer or fucking. You know.
I represent flat earthers, the smart ones, the ones that know to
Okay.
adopt wraparound effect.
And yeah, look. If there's a critique on anything I said, I want to know. Okay, so feel free to bring it up there. Or if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I want to know. But my point is the whole fucking thing about the Hubble telescope for Wella and Walrus is that's actually what's actually being done. And then what you see are, again, CGI renditions of what they think that little pixel might actually be representative of.
Well,
Think about it. One
how
fucking
does
pixel.
NASA make
Well,
Hubble
does like
telescope?
the Hubble telescope have some crazy zoom function or something? How are you going from a wide angle thing with all these lights and then to a close up of a certain one with not like? How's that work? Do they have some CGI like zoom enhance CSI function or what's going on here?
So that image that he posted, right? I just asked Google AI mode. Is this a raw Hubble image?
brother.
No, this is not a raw Hubble image. The
You
image
guys
you
are the
shared.
one hating on me over AIG.
No, listen, bro. I'll just read out what it says to me, right? No, this is not a raw Hubble image. The image you shared of Kepler's supernova remnant is a false color composite image created by combining data from 3 of NASA's great observatories: the Chandra X, the Chandra X-ray Observatory, the Hubble Space Telescope, and the Spitzer Space Telescope. Astronomers combine data from different telescopes and across various wavelengths of light, like X-ray, visible light, and infrared, to get a complete view of cosmic objects. Each color in this final image represents data from a different source. So it's a composite. It's a composite image, bro.
Hey, Wella, look at I took a
computer.
screenshot of those clouds. Those are copy and paste clouds from your little
It's the
real
whole.
globe.
Isn't it like they take photos of the Earth one at a time and then they put it
No,
together? In
I don't know. But that's a
like
fake picture. There are no duplicate clouds like that in nature.
No, what I'm saying is like, isn't
Dude, you gave us a fake globe, dude. You're lying to us with your stupid picture. It's fake.
No, they admit to doing it on their website, bro. They admit it. There's even interviews with the artists and the graphic the graphic designers that make it.
Travis, pick a side. Is it that it can exist on a flat Earth or it can't? I mean, like,
But
come on,
those
dude.
pictures of stars in the sky, why is that exclusive to a globe? I can go
Then you
outside.
say that it's all CGI. I mean, oh my god.
It literally
Well, the
is. Do you
globe
not have
picture
the
you
capacity to
presented was
view it and see
CGI.
it?
So the stars
Bro,
are
the globe
really. So
picture
we
that
can
you
take
presented wasn't
photos
just
of
CGI.
stars.
It was
Stop saying
absolutely
dumb shit. Nobody
documented.
said the stars are CGI.
Okay,
It was
okay.
copy
So they're
paste
not
clouds, bro.
CGI. Okay, so they're not CGI. So we can take pictures of stars like tens of thousands of light years away, but we can't fucking.
No.
Even if they
No,
were,
my
it's
claim is
irrelevant.
my claim is they are 1,000 light seconds away. Prove me wrong.
What's
Yeah,
a
well,
thousand light
just
seconds
do us a
away?
favor and actually click on the image that you posted. That one of like of Earth or whatever.
Which
Just
one?
click on it and look in the middle, bro. If you can't see the
Probably
copy paste
fucking
clouds,
forgot
I don't know
it,
what
or
to tell you, bro.
lost it now, dude. I probably lost it now.
Read the
Even if they
caption.
were CGI, it's
No,
irrelevant.
you've lost it, all right.
Oh no, I just
Yeah.
went back. Wait, where is it? Let me see.
Yeah,
One
you
of the
can't
single
prove your
Earth.
10,000 light years
Look at
away.
look
yeah,
the
there it is.
ocean. Look it's I guess the Pacific Ocean.
See, it's a
No, it's not
collection of
Pacific.
satellite
It's
images. Even
Atlantic.
NASA
The
says it
Atlantic
themselves.
Ocean in the middle where the water's dark.
Yeah.
Look at the copy paste
Yeah, we
clouds.
know, man.
Yeah. Wella, check this out,
Yeah.
bro. Okay. Them saying it's a composition. Wait, are you talking about the? Hold on, just to recap. You're talking about the Earth picture, or you still talking about the galaxy?
The Earth picture. They're the
Yeah. Okay. So they take a series of pictures, a certain resolution. Okay. Do you have a copy of the source pictures? Did they provide that?
I mean, they just provide the photo.
That's
provide
right.
the
It's
one
not a
photo,
photo.
okay.
It's not a photo.
The image. Okay.
Yo,
So you
20
don't
cups. If
know-
that's what they did, then their data is wrong. Their raw data is duplicated. Because why do you have duplicate clouds
Oh,
in that?
not. I was thinking not of the star. Excuse me, not of the clouds per se, but the land masses. Now I don't believe that per se. Okay, I'm just saying they claim that they take strips of data.
Strips.
He said that they take strips of imagery. They're not scanning like the ground of using radio frequencies or anything. Right. So which one is it?
It's for the Earth. It's a composition, and for the stars, it's like radio and shit. So
No, dude, you don't get it. They're both.
Why would the
compositions-
telescope
they're
use different
compositions of what?
technologies based off where you're pointing it?
Yeah, and
because
the, and
one
the
is like
question,
for super far away things, and the other's for like close shit. I mean,
yeah, but they're both. But
So
admittedly,
you're
they're both
changing the
compositions.
technology when it's in space? What the hell are you talking about, man?
Yeah, bro.
what do you
in
mean?
both.
What are you talking about? man?
Well,
So-
consider this, dude. Consider this. In both contexts, they are both compositions of something, of different things, but they're compositions nevertheless. So in one context, looking up at these, alleged giant fucking galaxy and star pictures or whatever that you shared, whatever they're called, right? They compose different images from different satellites, okay, as T-Dub pointed out, but not images in terms of like taking a camera and zooming in
A
and
full
taking.
picture, you mean?
They're reading radio frequencies in different wavelengths, infrared, ultraviolet, shit like that. And then they're putting like take a pixel, a green pixel, a red pixel, and a purple pixel, and you put them on top of each other. Now you have a different colored pixel. Basically, right?
Uh-huh.
You're gonna look at that one. Are you gonna look? Are you gonna look at that one pixel? Okay, and infer from that all that detail that you just, all that detail from in that glorious picture that you share by looking at one pixel or even two.
I mean,
By the way, where
I don't know the technology behind it.
where are this picture from that Wheeler sent?
The Hubble telescope. Are you mean Earth or I don't know about
No,
Earth.
the Earth.
I don't know about that, but okay. I have a question. Okay. Listen. Can't you guys? Haven't you guys ever seen those videos of like people that strap a camera on a balloon?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. But before we move
And
on to
you see the
that, 20
curvature?
cups. In terms of like their thing, do they actually use ultraviolet and infrared? They actually give give visible colors to those invisible colors.
Yeah,
that's retarded.
Well, that's
that
the
takes
thing.
the
So
cake.
they take so the satellites, they capture a wide range of frequencies, okay, that are beyond visible spectrum.
Yeah, and I'm saying it
They
makes
have a
sense to
range.
give the visible spectrum ones colors.
No, yeah,
you know.
well, that's the weird. That's kind of part of the deceptive part of it, right? Because it kind of gives the impression that these things are emitting visible light, if what they're picking up is not visible light, right? But I understand, like on a computer screen, to kind of get a heat map or to express or illustrate a heat map of all these things, they kind of have to colorize it. You know what I mean? But they're arbitrary, right? It could
Yeah,
be
they,
like the
they actually
highest
have.
frequency. If the highest frequency is fucking blue, and the lowest frequency is yellow, okay, that they want to illustrate, then it's just going to look all black with pictures of yellow and blue in various degrees, right? That's all, you know. But you choose that color spectrum to depict the range that you're picking up on.
Yeah. Look. You can go to NASA's website and read articles about
No, look at
their
video that I
teams.
sent.
One sec, bro. One sec. You can go to NASA's website and read articles about their teams of graphic designers and artists, right? Who went to university. They may have majored in astrophysics and minored in art, right? Or they majored in art and minored in astrophysics, and they get jobs like with NASA. They're given a bunch full of data and say, "Can you interpret that visually?" And they're like, "Yeah, we can do that." And then they construct the image based on the data that they received, just like Tony Cups has been talking about.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, giving the visible spectrum colors, giving the invisible ones visible spectrum colors is just retarded. If you have invisible spectrum radio frequencies and you're giving them visible, it's so dishonest.
Yeah, I mean, look, check this out. The dishonesty is in the part where they don't divulge that this is a computer rendition, okay, and throwing in these kind of details to inform the reader or the viewer of what's going on. That's the deceptive part. Now, I understand the tactic or the approach, because otherwise, how do you express something like this? Like, for example, if all these readings are legitimate, which let's for sake of argument, they're legitimate. Okay, how do you convey that to somebody? Right? You can
Not to mention, how do you know it's from
spectrum
this thing that
graphs
you're
and stuff
seeing
like that.
versus? Sorry, I was saying, how do you know it's from this target that the satellite is seeing versus the air that's in between? You know?
Right. Yeah. Of course. Like that's a follow-up
How do you know
question.
there's no distortion from refraction or whatever too?
Made?
Like,
I
we
don't
have
know.
stars twinkling. How do you know that these stuff
I know.
isn't tinkling? You know, like, how do they
all these
pinpoint it
details are worth
to the pixel?
All these details are worth inquiring about, right? But nevertheless, if the machinery is picking up a certain reading, never mind where it came from, it's picking up on a certain reading, which happens to be beyond the visual spectrum. Now, if you want to convey that blip to a user or to a onlooker, you can colorize it just to give an idea of what's going on. But to say that
We don't even know if they're
color,
making the data up, right? It could be
That's a
totally
whole
purely fabricated.
The whole thing has a lot of questions to it, but just that first step into the questioning, right? These are the types of questions that can be asked, right? And yeah, like, but yeah, my point is the point really is these things are not actually those colors, right? Because they're picking up non-visible spectrum. They're colorizing it for you.
So every single one is CGI.
Shit like that, I would think so. Yeah,
Wallace, what are you trying to say?
I just chuckled.
Oh,
you're talking to Walrus.
But do you get what we're saying, bro? I mean, please feel free to double check everything, but do you understand our point?
Kind of, but I'm not an expert on those, on physics too.
Yeah. Well, neither are we, bro. I work in software. I'm not a physics guy. I'm not a chemistry guy. But these details, it's not about having an expertise per se. Okay, if you want to call it that, the expertise that you might want to try to acquire here or adopt is in asking questions.
No, what I'm trying to get from you is skepticism. Yeah, I think it's good.
Sure.
And that's my main point of being here.
Yeah. And you have to find a balance, right? Because at some point in your life, you kind of got to trust people to some degree, right? For practical purposes. But acknowledge that, I'm just taking this saying at face value for whatever, for expediency, or, I just can't inquire any further. Like, fine, you do your thing. But when it comes to knowledge claims and shit, you got to be precise,
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's like heliocentrism has never been proved.
That's kind of the point.
I can say from my point of view that wherever is going around me,
The lights in the sky.
What was that, AJ?
Saying the lights in the sky that he sees moving over his head or indeed moving overhead.
I think I kind of got that there. But you are very faint, bro.
My bad. I'll just mute up.
Oh, that was okay. If you have your mic close, it sounds okay. Anyway. I realize I've been hogging fucking mic all night. Sorry.
You're good, dude.
From my point of view, the sun is going around me, so is the moon, and so are the other planets. Who can prove otherwise?
So like the Earth is a planet.
Yeah, round and flat, not mutually exclusive. I mean, granted, yeah, some of them could appear to have sphericity of some description, or curved. I don't know, like a convexity, you might say, right? Like, yeah, Saturn kind of looks like it's got rings going around it, like it's a ball with these giant rings going around it. It does. Even amateur photography can show that. The moon's surface kind of looks like it has like contours that resemble convexity, right? Like it looks like it's distributed over a curved surface. Yeah, it does. You don't know that they're balls. You don't know if these things are optical illusions. You don't know how that light is being generated. And we don't know what medium exists that they exist within, or what medium is in between us and that light source that could be affecting the way that we see things, right? But granted, even if they were spheres, right, they're round, right? We see them as round things, right? Yeah. Let's say that they're spherical objects. It doesn't necessitate that what we live on is like that. Does not. You would have to validate that. It's not even logical to assume it. It's not even logical to assume it.
We should change the channel, the name of the channel to the Earth is like stationary, and no one can prove otherwise.
Well, that's just our base experience, right? We don't feel like we're moving anywhere, right?
Yeah.
And it seems like, so we look at a bird flying and it's we go, that thing's moving across the sky. I'm motionless and that thing's moving. We see a cloud, it's moving, right? We don't think that we're the one moving. We go, oh yeah, that cloud's moving. I'm still, Yeah, same as an aeroplane, right? Suddenly, when it comes to the sun and the moon, the planets and the stars, oh no, it's not that though, right? I don't know why. Like, that people apply that logic. Suddenly, that their normal experience of things goes down the drain when it comes to the stars. But they do. Oh, I do know why. It's a lie to say I don't know why, but I do know why. Yeah.
Hey, if you're in the sun, looking at the Earth, you see the Earth moving. But if you're on the Earth, everything else is moving.
Yeah, well, that's just our normal experience, right? So if someone's got a claim that's
What is it,
antithetical to
sorry?
that, saying that's our natural experience. If somebody's got a claim that's antithetical to that, then it's the burden's on them to demonstrate it to be true, right?
Yeah, the guy needs to be on the, let's say, on the sun to state that we are moving. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm not moving.
I'm somewhat motionless. I'm moving my arms and moving my mouth. I'm breathing, right? Blood's flowing through my body, so there's motion involved to my being, but it's not like I'm traveling in a direction right now. But I'm told I am. I'm told I'm actually like on the surface of something that's in motion, like rotating, right? It's on an axis and it's spinning, right?
How
And
we don't know if it's rotating.
well, not only that, they'd say that it's also doing another motion around the sun. And not only that, they're saying that the sun is actually in motion around the center point of a group of other suns, right? A galaxy.
Well, maybe it's
right?
true for the sun.
And then not on top of that, they say that the entire galaxy is moving through the universe, right? At astronomical speeds.
I think ultimately the standard, like which does not move, is God. I don't know if that's the channel to talk about it, but I mean, him. It's not he or it's fixed.
Yeah, none of that stuff is experienced, and none of it's measured. So, like, it's just a story. It's just like
No,
a bedtime story.
it's the biggest lie of all of scientific history that the Earth is moving. Copernicus, he had no basis to state that.
Hello.
What's up?
Is this real?
Indeed. Very.
You're a flat earther.
Yes, sir.
Why?
Because of how flat it is.
How'd you figure that?
I looked at it. Don't you see it as that? I'm serious. Don't you experience the Earth as flat?
I think this is a troll channel. I think these people are all just bots.
No.
And you're doing some sketchy stuff here.
Really?
Trying to get
We got
people's
two.
information.
We got two streaming bots in here for YouTube because this is live on YouTube at the moment.
What's the link? Oh, what's the channel?
Links are in the description.
You sure
of the
you're
bots.
not trying to get people's information?
No, absolutely not. We're here 24/7, been operating, many of us for over 10 years, so all voluntary, non-profit.
Who's we? Why is no one else speaking? Why are you just sitting in silence?
Because there was just a group here and everyone's just left because it got quiet, and that happens periodically. When sometimes we're not even in this channel, we're over at other servers, we're at a different server. I mean, the Earth measures flat, so it's observed, measured, and used as flat and motionless. The only place you've seen it as a globe is on TV. The only place you'll ever see it like that.
My
I mean,
ship
yeah.
here bottom
Why
first
aren't
over
you a
the
flat
horizon.
earther? Say again?
Explain why ships disappear bottom first over the horizon.
Bottom first over the flat horizon, the horizontal horizon. Wouldn't it be going over a curve instead of a flat thing? Why does your curve look so flat?
Explain what I just said. I don't know, game.
You never saw that anyway. You've never seen that. You've never seen something disappear bottom up over the horizon.
Alright, so how many of these things are bots? I think all of them are bots, if I'm honest.
No, just the two YouTube things are bots. That's it. 20 Cups was
Why
talking
make them
earlier.
100
Cider
then?
is active member. I've heard him speak. Dove's active member. Heard her speak.
Make them speak.
I can't make them speak. They can speak of their own accord if they're listening and want to.
Speak.
This channel's been here for like 3 years now, I think, something like that. Maybe going on 3 or 4 years.
I've not seen it ever.
Well, if there's no moderator in the channel at the time, it won't appear in the channel list for you. But when we're here, it does appear. So,
What's the YouTube called? I'm gonna look it up.
yeah, click on the profiles and the links are in the description.
Just tell me the name.
24/7 Flat Earth Live is one.
Discord live open discussion. 27 watching. Who are these 27 degenerates watching? They're all bots. Vector is
What?
duration.
All bots. Bro, it's like, what's the purpose of having bots for a non-profit channel?
Well, more people probably watch.
Bro, people are going to come and go, like, as they will.
So how many of these 26 people are bots? And tell me.
I have no fucking idea. Probably none. And if they are, they're not implemented by the owner of the channel.
I don't believe you.
Oh, you don't have to believe me. I don't care.
Ada.
So, dude, do you think you're on a ball or not? Do you think you're on a ball or not? Is it just me, or is not coming in very well?
He doesn't talk to bots. He's a bot hater.
I don't talk to bots.
Oh shit! Okay.
I mean, I don't talk to niggers.
Okay. Yeah, just fucked yourself.
No, you just.
TOS, get the fuck out of here.
Bye.
Well, now it's boring, so maybe we shouldn't have done that.
Yeah. Oh well.
Did everybody just like change servers, or is everyone
I don't
gone?
see them. I don't see them anywhere.
Dang.
Yeah. I see. Well, they could have gone to watch Jaren live, maybe.
Jaren is
I heard-
live. No.
Yeah, I heard that. I saw that in the YouTube chat when I went to check my audio. Someone wrote, "Jaren is live."
The fuck does he talk about anymore?
I don't know. Crypto and his dick. I don't know.
What? Shit. It's funny. It took me a little bit of time to realize it, but like, I had been yapping for like 5 hours, man.
Yeah, damn. Were you here for Talon earlier?
Yeah, some of it. I was here for a bit.
How long has he been around, man?
At least the time that we've been in this server.
My God. Hey, Dubs, are you there? Dubs? No, okay. Cinderfella? I don't think I ever heard you guys speak. No, okay.
Done lost the crowd.
What the fuck? What the fuck did you say?
Just said, done lost the crowd.
Done lost crowd? What does that mean?
Yeah, we done lost the crowd.
Oh.
They gone.
It's alright. You guys get the clown car around what time?
Should be any minute now. Hopefully. No.
Yeah. Well, I mean, nights where I've stayed up like this, I remember, like, around this time, my time, like, it would pick up, Roots gets in here, Jedi gets in here. Yeah, it's the morning for them, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know where everyone is. Usually got a few late night stragglers, like from the States going, oh, I'm gonna just another half hour. It's only 3 a.m.
Yeah. Well, like now, it would be like 1:15 or 1:17, whatever, in California. You know, so
Right.
you would think, maybe a few, but probably all out partying and shit. It's fucking Friday. Well, Saturday now, but
Yeah, right. I'm too old for that shit now.
yeah. I remember a few times somebody's come in around this time. They sounded American, like a group of like 2 or 3 like drunk girls would jump in. They start talking shit. They're hammered. Like that's fucking funny.
Yeah, that's happened a few times.
We'll see.
What are they like? They're like walking home. They're like, you know what? I was on Discord, and you wouldn't believe it. I'll show you. Look, come here. Look, check it out. Flat Earth on Discord. Let's go in there. Let's go in there. Like, we'll tell them. We'll just pretend. Like, what?
Well, tell them it's a ball. I'll show them. That was actually a pretty good interpretation. Oh wow.
They're like, Jim, you studied science at uni. You can be our spokesperson. And he's like, bro, I only studied computer science. I don't know shit. No, they'll listen to you. You sound smart.
Your degree says science on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see. I'll give it a little bit there. I'm gonna be up doing a couple things. Maybe catch it.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on with the English. I hope everyone decided that politics was the go today. Maybe the later crowd. Maybe. As soon as DJ jumps in there, he'll sit there for a bit and everybody else can go over there.
Yeah. I was in another room earlier. I honestly do. I lose track of them all. There's just so many, and I don't even know where I go anymore. I just see people. Let's go. Because I use the fucking what's it called? In your messages, right? Top left corner. There's a row at the top, kind of just shows rooms that are populated. Shit, and it just shows the title.
Right.
Doesn't say which channel or, excuse me, which server that channel is in. They all have the same channel name.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that that's a feature. I've used it a couple of times. What's it got at the moment?
Yeah, I found it, and I'm like, oh, it's a huge time saver. You know, because I used to tap on the servers on the left, right?
Yeah.
And I'd scroll. I was
Wait.
like, oh, do I see people? You know? And tap on the other one, scroll, do I see people? It took like an extra couple seconds, right?
Yeah. India's in the AFK.
Yeah. Yeah. Shit like that, you'll see, you know.
Okay, Whisper
Wait,
Jack.
is he
Whisper Jack
lone?
is. No, there's like. It says Indio 007 and then transsexual number 0 ... I'm going to take a screenshot of that and show you.
Indio's hanging out with a tranny. Excuse me. With a transformer. Got it politically. Good old Optimus Prime.
There's something happening in Northern Rebellion server, or is it someone else's server? It's the cops voice channel. Oh yeah, I see Lioness is in there. That's looks like all the action I can see really happening.
Yeah. I forgot that there was like other servers that some people have put together. I haven't seen Jenna in a while, and
Yeah.
she's got some shit going on. I was never invited to that party.
Oh really? Oh.
Yeah. I don't think she likes me.
I'm curious. I'm going to join this channel and see if there's like anybody actually talking or have their mic open. I'll be back. Hang on a sec.
All right. I'll entertain the room. Oh shit.
Fish. What's going on, bro? You there, dude? All right.
You actually muted in there. You can't talk.
Who? What?
There's heaps in there.
Who?
There's heaps of people in there. Like they're just all being moved there automatically by the server bot or something. Because like after an amount of time of inactivity, I think it just automatically moves you there.
To an FE room?
No, it's an AFK room. It's like AFK with the sleepy face.
Oh, the AFK one. I thought you were talking about Jenna's server earlier. That you're gonna go see.
No. I was just going to see if I don't. But you can type in the chat though, right? What are you doing here, Indio? Just laugh out loud.
And no one answered.
Hi.
Hey, Car. Hello.
Hi. How's it
What's going
going?
on? Good. What's going on, bro?
Is this actually like flat Earth like chat?
Yeah, man.
No, I'm not trying to troll. I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
No,
I'm kind of like I'm kind of drunk. Okay.
no, it's a legit room. Dude. It's not a troll either.
Like how is it flat? Like for real?
There you go.
Where's the? I don't know because I've always I was grown up thinking it's all around and shit.
So did we.
Well then when did we crack the egg?
So you got the accent?
No, I'm wondering. I'm serious. Are we joking? Is this all a
No,
joke?
we're not. No, we were just talking about earlier, like how some, you know, southern accented person's going to come in all drunk
Oh
on their way home.
No, I'm not. No accent. This is drunk accent. Oh my gosh.
Okay, fair enough.
Whatever.
Yeah.
But still at the same time, like I'm tipsy, and it's late for me. But just asking, like what's the? Well, I mean, if you don't. I don't even know how sensitive the topic is to like you could message me in private or something like that, but how is this like a thing, because I've never even thought about it.
I mean, as far as I know, or as far as I think I know, it's been a topic of discussion amongst people for fucking millennia, you know. And then
like there's the sea monsters on the side of the fucking thing, and then the ice wall, and then all that shit.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, people talk about a bunch of shit, right? But you know, but there are people's worldviews. You know, it's important to them, right? So people have been guessing, or you know,
it's like anti-religious.
coming up with ideas. Yeah.
Is that part of it? It's like anti-religious. Because I'm not.
No, not necessarily, dude. I mean, it's a lot of it is being incorporated into certain religion. You know, if you look at several texts, they'll highlight the people's worldviews in it. So some if you look at the Bible, for example, there are instances of descriptions of a
corners,
flat
yeah.
You know what I mean?
What?
Of a flat,
Maybe the
of a
four
flat.
corners analogy is an analogy, not literally, maybe.
Well,
Yeah, I mean it. I was talking about basically in these texts, there's allusions to the nature of the surface of the earth. You know what I mean? So it's embedded in there. Now I'm not saying that as like a support for an argument that it is flat. It's just it's everywhere, bro. So we've all been told it's actually a ball for many years. We grew up with it. And when you inquire about where the hell that idea came from, it's actually sketchy as shit.
Yeah. Well, it's weird. Have you seen that Smiling Friends episode where it's like, holy shit, it's flat. Oh my god, it's flat. It's so funny.
No, I didn't see that.
Oh well, it's funny. It's like
Okay.
They get abducted by aliens. These guys in the cartoon, and then they come back and it's like, fuck, God, wait, it's flat. God, I didn't even think about it being flat. Now it's flat. All right, it's flat. Well, people said it's flat. Oh, and now it's flat. Okay, all right. We don't talk about this. Okay.
That's funny.
That's funny.
Yeah, you'll see shit everywhere, like in movies or whatnot. Either critiques or mockeries or highlights or whatever of different worldviews, And you want to ask, okay, well, if you inquire about it, who are the producers or whatever, in one movie there might be a mockery of flat Earth, then you look into the producers of the movie, and it's like, okay, so there might be something in there about that. It's all over the place, dude. It's a really important thing to talk about, because there's more to it than just the geometry. To be fair.
Okay. Well, what happens on the edge?
Well, that's a good question. If you assume that there is an edge,
Well, if
right?
it's flat, then where's the drop off?
If there
I'm
is a drop
serious.
off.
I'm
Yeah, check this
I
out, right? So, yeah, so let me ask you, right? Just to, on that point, when the term flat Earth comes to mind, what do you picture? Like,
fucking
what do you see?
fucking flat, like a
A, flat,
like a plate.
a plate. Okay, so like a circular
Sit-
object.
situated where?
Yeah, just kind of hanging
I'm
there,
a
right?
type flat.
Sure. Or like, well, that's what
In
I
space?
would, because I haven't really thought about it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, sure.
That's the thing. That's the thing, right? So not everyone would subscribe to that, because if you think about it, to say that there's an edge, what it would imply that someone knows there's an edge, like so someone went there, for
Well,
example,
there's a
right?
drop off though if it's a plate.
If it's a plate, yeah, but I don't know anyone who's actually advocating for that.
Yeah, that's not what we're saying.
What's flat then?
What you
Well,
experience when you go outside, the surface of water, lakes and oceans.
yeah, like so the
Let's
surface that you stand on,
Yeah.
build.
if you can describe it as being flat, that's
Yeah. I'm
Oh, really, where you're
I'm
at.
not being argumentative at all.
yeah. But
I'm
just to be clear, yeah. Like to be clear, like the position that people hold in this realm, or at least most
yeah.
of them, is not necessarily a position of knowing or to claim that they know the shape. We're talking about a surface description,
Oh yeah. Well, okay. Yeah.
right? Like if you have a
Like I
flat,
said, a plate.
you have a flat. If you have a flat table, or I don't know, a flat floor, they're different shapes, but they're both flat, right?
Yeah.
But we're not talking about like it being an object in a location, right? Placed somewhere within something like outer space. That's not what we're
Yeah,
proposing. Yeah.
yeah. If it was,
Nor
if it did have,
like a shape either. Yeah.
yeah, if it
Right.
had a shape, it would have to be a shape somewhere, right?
Yeah.
So what if this is all the where the there or the where the where is?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, no.
type shit.
Yeah. There's a lot of media about this, and then everything like that and stuff. But like how the like magnetics, like people have killed themselves thinking that
Uh,
thinking they could just do trajectory arrangements and stuff like that before. So I'm
what
just
are you talking?
wondering, like,
What?
that one guy who thought he could build his own rocket and then killed himself.
Oh yeah, okay. I heard about that.
Yeah, but
No, he wasn't going
like
very high though, bro. He was a stunt man that made his own. Yeah, he made his own rocket. It was actually
yeah,
steam powered, if I recall correctly.
yeah,
But yeah, he wasn't
spring
going to go
power.
high. Like he wasn't going to go that high. He was just doing it for kicks. He was a stunt
Yeah.
man, and his lawyer
Well,
actually his agent or whatever, manager, agent slash lawyer or
told
something
him
like that.
not to.
What? No. It was all right. They some flat earthers approached them and said, "We'll sponsor you" or something like that. Like, if you fly a banner for us, flat Earth banner. And so that's how all that got sort of involved with that thing. And then he ended up
Well,
killing, like, accidentally,
no. Well, he was
deleting
on
himself.
Tosh. He was on Tosh.0.
Mm.
Like
Let me
the
guess. Was the storyline like, oh, flat Earth guy kills himself trying to prove the Earth is flat or something?
No, it was before he killed himself. He was on Tosh.0, which was like that Did you ever
Oh
watch that?
no.
Well, it was like a before
Like an advertisement.
ridiculousness.
Like an
It was
advertisement.
no, Daniel Tosh had like a show on Comedy Central, and then he had this guy on, and then he was like, "All right," and then he hung out with him for a day, and then filmed it, and then it was on the show and
Mhm.
stuff, and then a shit like a year later, he ended up fucking being all like, "I'm gonna send myself to the fucking, I'm gonna look at the fucking wall," and stuff like that. Like he did all that shit, and then died. Um, I think it was it may have been the same situation if he was sponsored at the same time, but
Okay.
I don't know. It may have been somebody else.
Yeah,
But
everyone. A lot of people have weird ideas about it. In the same fashion that, like, you know, someone will say we live on a ball, but they don't have any evidence to prove it. They might
yeah,
have. Huh?
I can't really. Your microphone. Sorry.
So, what I was saying is, some people have certain ideas, right? In the same fashion as someone would say they know that we live on a ball, but they don't have any substance for it. They might have indications that it might be, but they take that at face value that it means for sure. You know what I mean? And then they build their entire worldview on that
Yeah.
without
Yeah.
checking, right? For a lot
Of
of people,
course.
it's in that same fashion. Some people would do the same when it comes to this, because there's so much to get into, and it's hard
Yeah.
to really say you know everything about all the details, you know. So some people like to talk about it and whatever. If they're honest, it's like, yeah, I have this idea. It might be this. And that's fine. But you know, to argue at a certain point, you kind of have to know your shit. So in this room,
Right.
we tend to stick along those lines.
Of
Right.
course, and that's why I'm only asking questions. Like I really don't
Yeah, it's fine.
fucking, it was like I'm not a scientist. I'm not a
Yeah.
I know we all got taught the same shit, and then uh some uh going through school we were taught is round,
Yeah.
and in this chat or anything, it's flat. So it's like,
Yeah.
um, it's like whatever you're taught or whatever who fucking know, like
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like
I know, I get you, man. Like when you're
I
young, you know, think about this, right? When you're 5 years old and shit, and they
yeah,
tell you you live on
yeah,
a ball, and they show you like, oh, you know, that like well, very highly simplified model of the Earth, you know, being a ball going around the sun and shit like that. You're 5 years
yeah,
old, dude.
yeah.
You know, like
True,
you don't have the faculties to ask, oh shit,
true,
that's
true,
cool.
true.
How did they figure
But
that out? You know.
you're still you're still taught that same thing for until you're 18, though.
And because you're kind of taught that early on at a stage where you're not capable of asking about it, it just gets so
Yeah,
ingrained that you take it at face value. And even as you get older, you know, you kind of just don't bother asking because you know
yeah.
it's a given, right?
It's like, who cares? I'm here. Yeah, it's like it doesn't matter. I live here. This is where we are.
And it must
It
be
doesn't
so,
matter.
right? Because everybody knows it, you know.
Yeah, but
So
yeah, the only argument I have against it, and mind you, I don't have a weight in the whatever. I'm not trying to refute nothing,
no got a dog in the
but
fight.
Yeah, no dog in the fight. But like, since say it is all round, like, it makes complete sense that there's flat space on a ball.
If it,
If
well,
it's so big.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, there could be flat spots, right, on an imperfect ball, right?
Yeah.
We get that, but we're not told. We're not. We're told that it's not perfectly spherical, but ideally, kind of approximately spheroidal or whatever. You know what I mean? What you're talking about, like the flat spots and shit. Well, that can happen on land. That can happen on land, right? Right.
Yeah.
But for example, water. Take water, right? The claim is, water is held down by gravity, right? And water kind of finds its own level. So in their conception of that term level, it's kind of like, level on a sphere would be like layers of an onion, so to speak, right?
Mm-hmm.
So water would find that kind of ideal curve, along or around the ball. So there would be no flat spots on the water.
Right.
Right? Unless it's moving and driving and shit like that. It can be like, not smooth and stuff. But it wouldn't be flat in the same way as like a flattened out plot of land would be, putting like an indent or whatever on a perfect sphere. You follow?
Sure. Yeah.
So when people go out and do tests, long distance observations, and they compare the results with what would be expected if we were on a ball of the specifications that they tell us, they do these tests over water to account for that.
Yeah.
Right? And the results are kind of mind-boggling, dude.
Well, they're hemispherical also. They're like, they go like north and south of the hemisphere.
What's that? Who?
Like whoever does those, no one does those. Whoever has those studies has them, and it's documented. You know what I mean? Like I
Yeah.
don't mean no one. I mean them.
Yeah.
Like whoever has documented that shit. Like no one
Yeah.
fucking goes out on a fucking boat
No,
in
yeah.
the bullshits
Yeah.
either which way.
Like most people, yeah, like the majority of people don't bother with this stuff. Yeah. But those who do, they come back with results like, hey, it doesn't conform to this ideal or to this idea. So either the idea is wrong or the results are wrong, right? The test was done wrong or some shit. So we talk about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, for example, picture this, right? Say you have a basketball, okay? And you have like a little Lego man. You have a little Lego man standing on top of the basketball.
I know it looks flat, right?
Right. Well, maybe not to a Lego man. He's kind of big, right? But picture this.
Sure.
Okay. If you imagine the little Lego man's got a little camera on his head, a little miniature one. Okay.
Yeah.
From his height, or the height of that little camera, okay, there's a limit to where he can see, like physically. Okay. Now, geometrically speaking, if you know how high he is, you know the specs of the camera, you know the size of the basketball, like the radius and shit like that, you can do some math and figure out how far he should be able to see, where that limit would be. Okay, and like for a good illustration, let me put some in the chat for you. Okay, a little image.
Yeah, but he's like gigantic.
I know, but like geometrically speaking, in like the most general form. Okay, the math applies. It's just at different scales.
the numbers change and shit like that. So if you see in the chat,
Like it was a
at 40,
miniature fucking tiny
yeah,
Lego
like,
man.
well, check this out, right? Check in the chat. 46 minutes past the hour. Okay.
Sure. I'm sorry.
You see the three snapshots.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now I know.
exactly. So
Yeah. So watch it.
that looks right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I know it's late and shit, and I don't know how how your
No,
math
I
is done.
totally get it.
So yeah. So the math, okay, just kind of works out how to figure
Yeah.
out what the line from A to B, how long that is. Okay.
Yeah,
Just
it's a shorter distance from a straight line. Like
what?
the
It's a
angled
straight. Yeah.
line.
The straightest line from A to B can be worked out using this map. Now, I'm not going to ask
Yeah.
you to do it now or whatever. Take note if you want and check it out later. Come back another time. We can talk about it.
Oh
But
no. Oh no.
based,
No, I get it.
yeah, based on how high he is, A and B will be yay long. Okay.
Yeah.
So on the last page, there's a little sample. Okay. Given the Earth is yay big, okay, and a
Yep.
person is, for example, 6 feet tall, you can work out that that point B, right, would be
Yeah.
about 3 miles away from the guy's face. Okay. The math also works out that, for example, if the guy was super super tiny, or just lying on the ground and his eyes were about 1 foot above the ground, or he's got a camera, a little tripod, that point B would be about 1.22 miles. Okay. So when people go out and do these types of tests, like over bodies of water, right? They can see shit, they can see shit in full view, like multiples further than these points. So there's instances of
Yeah.
a guy with a camera. He'll go out on a beach and zoom in to the horizon, and he can see objects in full view beyond, or just at and beyond 9.4 miles. So 9.4 is what, 6 or 7 times further than 1.22,
That's true.
right?
But the only thing is reflection.
Fraction.
No, reflection.
Yeah,
No.
refraction, dude. Yeah, light bending around, in the air because of stuff, right?
Oh, yeah, but from okay. Well, the bounce off from reflection, like
Oh.
you see your image in the water, but then
Can you
if there's something.
Can you explain different stars in different hemispheres? The Southern Cross is visible in the southern hemisphere, but not the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, hang on a sec, bro. Let's finish up there.
Wait, 1 second. 1 second.
Yeah. No, I hear
So
your point. You're talking about reflection, right? We're talking.
yeah,
What I'm
but
talking
because
about here. I'm not. But hold on, wait, bro. Hold on.
I'm
Gentlemen,
sorry.
one at a time.
You're talking about reflection. Most people would argue
yes.
not reflection, but refraction. So if you're interested, we can get to that. But reflection, no, they're not seeing these things in the water. They're seeing it above the water, and not upside down either.
Yeah, but it bounces off of the light prism, and
Right,
then
okay. Yeah.
shows.
Okay.
Right.
No, so you are talking about refraction then, like light bending through the
Yes.
air.
Yeah. Because
Okay.
I was just trying to say like reflection off of
Yeah.
and then refraction, like you were saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's understood. Check this out. Okay, it's understood that light does not always go in a straight line. Okay, so this argument here is really just the pure geometry, the baseline, the pure geometric foundation upon which that type of stuff can be built upon. Okay, so the problem is even when we do factor that in, okay, it's unfortunately a very crude detail to try and quantify and see how it's affecting everything. Okay, because the modeling of how refraction works at these distances and in these circumstances is very imperfect. But even if we do go
with the standard approach, okay, you might have something like, instead of seeing something at 1.22 miles, you might be able to see it at 1.4 or 1.5 at an extreme.
Sure.
Okay, so it gets very muddy, dude. And I don't think any of us have heard anyone be able to model out within reason the shit that we're actually able to see without really like bending the rules and stuff. You know what I mean?
I mean,
It's
if there's a body of water in front of anything, it's gonna seem closer than anything because light's hitting it,
but
and then it's
but what we're talking about here is not necessarily something seeming closer than it actually is. We're talking about something that is actually measurably a certain distance, and that we shouldn't be able to see it, but we do.
so like
You know what I
looking
mean?
through the illusion
I don't know what you
of
mean by that.
light.
No, we're seeing something that we shouldn't.
We're saying it isn't an illusion, and others are.
Yeah, other people say basically when somebody invokes refraction, they're making the claim that you're seeing some sort of like a mirage or some shit.
It's
You
not
know
a
what I mean?
mirage. A mirage is a fake word.
Okay, but basically the
That
point is they're saying that we see something that isn't actually really straight in front of you, but like a rendition of it actually being lower and bending up so you can see it. It's like some weird,
which is
discombobulated explanation.
which is I'm
I mean, dude,
I'm
I check it out. I can see the reasoning behind it. Okay, there's some of these
well
mechanics.
it
Watch.
makes more sense with spherical property.
Well, hold on. Not when you dig into the details.
Okay.
This is why this is why it's worth talking about, because the details put a limitation on what is actually possible, and what they're claiming is it falls beyond these bounds. So something else must be going on. Okay, that's why it's really interesting.
Well, interesting or trying to grab it.
What?
Trying to how
No,
does
Earth is observably flat, man. Just like over short distances, people say, "Yeah, I agree. The curve's imperceivable. We treat the Earth as flat. It measures flat, blah blah." But on a bigger scale, okay, so we measure the bigger scales. Well, okay, here there's supposed to be 290-foot drop from horizontal, over 20 miles of water, and we're just shooting lasers and seeing straight across to the other side of the lake. Right? Oh, well, that's because you're. And just like you, they say, that's because you're seeing an illusion. Light's behaving in a way that makes it look flat. Okay,
didn't
so
say
no
that.
matter what observations we take, there's just some kind of fucking excuse for why it looks flat. Every time.
But still, there's a better way to say that too.
Check the
The fucking there's trajectory and then there's gravity. Like if you're trying to hit a ball with gravity, you can't hit it straight on. You have to. It was like, why would they put a if you're trying to hit a missile, say you're in a satellite station or whatever, and you're trying to shoot a missile to the Earth or whatever. You're not, and you're trying to hit a specific point. You're trying to hit fucking England. It was like, all right, well, we're not gonna shoot it straight on top of England. We're gonna like the satellite is straight on top of England. It's not gonna work like that. You have to wait until England moves a while, and then the trajectory will end up hitting it. And there's a lot of science that goes into that too.
basically the Coriolis effect type shit. Like you shoot something where the thing is going instead of shooting at it.
Well, you have to. It's called Kentucky windage.
Yeah,
You
shooting
gotta,
a moving target.
yeah.
Type thing.
Well, it
Yeah.
still works when you're trying to shoot somebody in the fucking wilderness or something.
Well, yeah, but to claim that the reason for that is because the Earth is spinning underneath.
Well,
the ball-
why do bullets drop when you shoot them?
Bullet drift has nothing to do with the Earth moving.
Well, still, it's just still
dropping.
gravity. Like,
well, yeah. Well, hold on. Yeah. Well, bro. Yeah. Check this out, dude. Okay. Nobody here is going to say that things don't fall down. Now, what we will say is that actually, empirically, not everything does, but many things do. Right? You take your phone, hold it in your hand, stick your arm out, open your hand. Your phone's going to fall
So
to the ground.
do you guys believe the Earth is spinning?
No.
Do you believe it orbits the sun?
The Earth has never been measured to be moving.
So it's not moving and it's not spinning.
That has nothing to do with belief either.
Okay, I'm just asking you a question. So you don't believe it orbits the sun, and you don't
Do
believe
you
it spins?
experience the Earth to be in motion?
Listen, just answer the question. Do you believe that or not?
I already told you, dude. No.
So you don't believe either of those
Beliefs
things.
are just ideas that make people happy to think about. I do not care about beliefs at all.
So you still haven't answered the question. Explain
just straight up
stars in
told
different
you.
hemispheres.
You never
Explain why
experienced
the
the Earth
Southern
to be in
Cross
motion
star
at
is
all. You
visible in
never
the
have.
southern hemisphere, but never in the north hemisphere.
So you're talking about the sky.
Lights in the sky have nothing to do with the measurements of the ground, dude. It's a complete non sequitur.
You're complete nonsense.
No. I mean, dog, check it out, right? If the ground is flat, whatever's going on in the sky is operating around a flat ground, right? Now, just because you can't explain it,
how does the sky change?
Bro, check it. I was just gonna kind of like say that. Just because you can't explain it mechanically, right, doesn't mean it's not happening like that. Now, if you know it to be the case that we
Listen,
are
on a
on a
flat Earth, everyone would
Yeah.
see the same sky. So what you're saying is not true.
Are you really? How so?
What do you mean how so? Because like he said, the sky wouldn't change.
It's hemispherical.
Yeah. Do you know? So, do you know what's going on in the sky? Do you know all the
Yeah.
mechanics of what's going on the sky to actually justify that statement?
Oh, it's not an AI gridlock.
What the fuck, dude? You're honestly you're starting to get, like really like off your rocker, man.
All right.
Yeah, maybe
I'll
just
bet
kick back, bro. How about this? You
I
know,
bet neither of these guys know what the Rayleigh criterion is.
dog, do you?
Apparently, you don't know what the sky is.
No, I don't actually. Do you?
No.
Well, I know what the sky is. I mean, you look up and you see shit, right? But what are the what are its constituent parts made of? Like, I know what I was told about it. I was told, the moon is a giant rock. The sun is a giant burning ball of gas. Stars are a bunch of burning balls of gas. And there are other giant rocks and other balls of gas elsewhere. That's what we're told. But do I know that to be true? No. Looks like it might, but I don't know it for sure. Do you? Mr. Dog? Do you know? I guess not. past that. Sup, Jojo?
Hello.
Welcome. And goodbye.
Happens all the time.
Yeah.
Yo, doggy.
I still got ugly dog. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't answer me before. I think he's researching the sky a bit.
Yeah, it's all well and good to like imagine that, you know, from a you know, like a model. Like you can imagine that if you were on a sphere that you might witness the stars do a particular thing if that ball that you're on was tilted and spinning on its axis, that the stars might appear to do what we actually see them do in reality, right? It's all well and good to come up with that, but it's confirming the consequent. Right? It's working backwards. It's, you know, using the thing in question to prove the thing in question. I mean, you know, it's circular reasoning, affirming the consequent, and it's not established that it would actually do that. You know, that's what we'd actually see anyway. Like you got to lay on a bunch of assumptions in order to assume that you've got the correct explanation for what you're witnessing. A whole heap. None of which you can actually prove to be true. Like, it's a nice idea. I believed it for a long time. Problem is like, because you're insinuating that the surface you live on has a specific type of geometry, right? In order to explain something else. But if you measure that surface and it doesn't display that geometry, then your theory is out the window. Can't rely on it. It's not true. Therefore, as was stated earlier, whatever's happening in the sky is happening over a plane, a planar surface, not a curved one, not a spherical one.
We got Jay back. What's going on? Jay, you there?
That did not just happen. Oh my god. I mean, that makes sense because it's meth. But fuck me.
The fuck you talking about?
I can't believe this.
I mean, dude, if you're gonna talk to yourself, you can mute up or something.
Shut up, man. I don't speak to stupid.
Alright, you can piss off. Get the fuck out of here.
Waste of time.
I mean, yeah, you can hang around there if anyone else comes in, opens up a conversation, you feel free to listen in, but if you're gonna talk shit, dude, I mean, sorry, not sorry.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Damn straight. By the way, AG, you're sounding pretty good a second ago. Did you fix your mic or some shit?
I was talking to the other side. There's two microphones on it. I had to find out which one was the one I needed to speak into.
Oh, what? You got two mics on your phone?
Well, I assumed that because I was on speakerphone, I'd be talking in the one at the top of it, but it's the one at the bottom for some reason.
You have a microphone at the top of your phone? That's weird.
Yeah.
Shit, okay. Yeah, sounds great. Crisp. Good shit.
Wondering if it activates that when I'm recording video or something to do stereo. I don't know. I just know there's a hole in the top that looks identical to the one on the bottom, and that's the microphone.
Oh, yeah. I have a hole on the top.
I'm wondering if that's just stereo recording. Maybe it only activates when you've got the video recording on.
What the fuck?
But yeah, I was just speaking at the wrong side of the phone, so I changed
Yeah,
channels.
yeah, yeah. I always thought that was just a like a hole just to calibrate the pressure.
Maybe.
I never looked into that, but it always seemed to me like, oh, maybe on the inside of the phone it needs to cool off, or pressure needs to balance out, so you leave a hole. I don't know. Maybe it's got some other use that I have no idea about. But good stuff, man. Missed you a bit earlier. But now we good.
Yeah, man. It kind of had me second guess myself, and I looked it up. Yeah, it does have 2 mics.
Oh, okay. Does it say what triggers it or something?
I posted a screenshot on the side chat.
Oh,
It's a brief description.
okay.
Okay, I see why. That's to help with the noise canceling stuff, I guess. Okay.
Okay. But you would think it would actually work
Yeah, I assumed it did, but
in a
apparently not.
call, right?
Yeah.
You have to
I
toggle it.
figured if I'm on speakerphone, it's not the same as when you're holding the phone the other way. Whatever.
Hmm. Maybe there's a setting you have to turn on manually.
I hadn't even thought to check that. I'm probably gonna head out soon though, try and get an hour or 2 of sleep.
Damn, you're up that early on Saturday?
Yeah, it's already 5 a.m.
Yeah, me too. But up at 6 or 7?
Yeah.
You do you, man.
I just can't sleep well when I'm out at home.
You're at the Big H again?
Yeah, back at the hospital. Same shit, different day.
Fuck, man.
It'll be alright. I'm gonna try and get some rest before they come in here and start poking and prodding at me again, taking tests and shit.
Oh, of course. Yeah, do your thing, man. Wishing you well
Stay
and all
blessed,
that.
man.
Yeah, good to hear you, bro. You too.
You too, man. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Yeah, as usual.
Yep.
Bye.
Hey, how's it going?
Yo, what's up? Just hanging out, just working.
Working? Looking for something to listen to while you're working?
Yeah, something something I can focus on, kind of keep my attention while I drive. The server's pretty good for that.
Fair enough.
But what's going on in this flat Earth chat? Seems pretty quiet.
It is, yeah. We've hit a lull. that happens.
Yeah, it does, especially at this hour. I mean, most folks are probably tired. There's probably a few folks on the call that are asleep.
Yeah, even where I am, it's starting to get late.
Yeah, it'll be light in about 2 hours for me.
Well, sorry, there's
Oh,
not
what's
much
going
more
on?
happening
Anything?
in there. Yeah, no, not
No
much.
worries.
Like, get the usual, like people with their incredulity and and their exasperation about how could someone believe this. But we've had a couple of chill conversations. Had one drunk guy come in who he was pretty chill, but then I think he got too drunk.
Yeah, there's a fine line right there. But I mean, that isn't surprising too much. Everybody's got their own opinions, and especially in a place like this, people are very adamant about sharing them, which I'd say is a good thing. Just a good old ebb and flow back and forth. Seems like if I had to guess, maybe the conversation kind of stopped like 30 minutes ago or an hour ago.
Yeah, because there was quite a few people in here. Yeah, you're right. There was a big crowd and it was happening, and then suddenly we lost our interlocutor, and then everyone left.
Yeah, I was in the America First chat for a good couple of hours earlier in the evening, and that was pretty good for some time, and then it just kind of devolved, and like 8 people just suddenly joined in, and on top of everyone that was already in there, and then it just devolved into mad chaos, and I was like, okay, I'm good for now.
Yeah, I hear it can get pretty hectic in some of those other chats.
Yeah. So is this like chat room? Do people talk about flat Earth in this chat room, or is it just a name?
Yeah, no, it's dedicated to that discussion. Yep, exactly.
Gotcha. Oh, that's pretty cool. I kind of appreciate how the server's got all these various subsections where you can talk about this, or you can talk about that, or you can talk about kind of anything. And then I guess if you got promoted to a high enough point on this server, you can just kind of make a chat room about just kind of whatever you want within TOS, and that's pretty cool. It's got all these different points of view on here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, people might think that this is a bit of an unusual topic to have in a place like this. Because it's all mostly subjective topics, right? And some like to say that this is a subjective topic, but we present it as objective, right? And the nature of the physical world is not up for opinion or interpretation, so to speak. Whatever we can observe, test, and measure, we can declare as being a fact, right?
But some of these other places, even though they'd like to think that the topic is objective, it's clearly subjective, like politics, veganism, blah blah blah, spirituality, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's kind of a good point. Like, there's all these for whatever topic we're looking for, or not whatever topic, but for various topics, there's objectionable things that you use to discern X, Y, or Z, and there's measurements. And kind of just elaborating what you said previously, I think a good consideration to add on to that is you can have all these metrics to figure out X, Y, or Z, but the conclusions that you come to would be a little more subjective, despite the objective nature of finding out how whichever topic is being discussed.
Yeah, that's true, and that's something we'd like to do here is like to stop at that point, identify that point, that where beyond which you'd go, where you'd find yourself in the realm of opinion or speculation, interpretation, right? And stop there. Don't go there, right? Although we do sometimes.
Yeah, well, it can be hard not to.
Yeah, I mean, in one context, right? If you're talking politics and whatever, let's say you do like a study, quantify, approximately what proportion of a group of people believe or are aligned in one particular political leaning versus another. The measure. You ask people, they give you a yes or no kind of questionnaire and answer it, right? So you can count all these yes and no's. So there's your metric, right? There's your measurement. There's your quote unquote objectivity. But then the question comes like, how valid were the questions? Like were they too generic? And then some of these answers are therefore questionable because they didn't understand the question, or people bullshitting. Like there's all sorts of things that make that thing very shaky. So yeah, you got some quantities of some stuff. Then, as you said, the interpretation of these things come into question. Right? What does it mean? Why they came to be this way comes into question, et cetera, et cetera. And that's just like the nature of sociology or something.
Yeah.
Right? You're dealing with people. In this context, it really is, as T-Dub was saying, like it's objective, man. Like I got this basketball here. How big is it? How much air is in it? What the pressure of the air is, et cetera, et cetera. You can, test this shit out. Right? So beyond that, what it means, I don't know. But it's there.
Yeah, I think that's well said, and especially the. Oh, I'm sorry if you weren't done.
No, oh yeah, that's good. It's good. Go ahead.
Especially the point of these long-standing conclusions that we already have, and to kind of broaden it out to maybe even to a tangent, to something that I would consider, from my experience, is the conclusions that the government has come to about certain things and told everybody else about. It's like, okay, well, there's this event and there's this event and there's that event. Well, how can we trust you on these things? How can we say that you're giving us the USDA prime beef as opposed to not that, alongside evidence of past lies, and like I said, that's a little bit of a broader use of what we're just talking about, but all these past conclusions that we've come to as a society and as a broader whole, are they actually the case? Even with these given metrics, like what are some of the different conclusions we can come to?
Yeah, the interpretation of them of the objective facts, right? What it means. Yeah, it's a very floozy thing. No, and you'll
Yeah.
find that in different pockets. Especially in this topic, man. That's why I kind of found intriguing earlier on was kind of discovering that say you go out and you see a thing happen, right? And you try and figure out why it happened. So you do some tests and shit, and you gather some information. You're kind of like, okay, well, what does this mean? Say it's not. Say either you do a scientific experiment or just an observation, right? Either case, you have the real data, and then you're kind of like, okay, what does it mean? Why is this happening? And then it gets to a point where it's like it's beyond your ability to really test it anymore. So you're kind of faced with, okay, well, it could be because of this, it could be because of that, or maybe even more options. And you kind of got to pick one if you're going to, try and navigate any further, right? You can only go down really one road at a time,
Yeah.
So you pick one on, some reason. And what I've kind of found, come to find this topic is that investigating, the reality, whether we're on a ball or whatnot, is very much laid in with these types of kind of hurdles throughout history, where people have done shit like, okay, they survey the sky or they use some angle measurements of the sky, right? You got the angle measurements of of a thing in the sky, I should say. You got the angle measurements, okay, and it's behaving in an what could it mean? And the conclusion drawn is kind of like, oh, well, it must be this way because of some sort of philosophical tidbit based on how the guy or the group of people lean, or their reasoning behind it is rooted is rooted in philosophy. Okay, like for example, you'll say, okay, we're told we live on a ball. Let's figure out how big the ball is. So a guy goes out and takes some measurements of some sticks and shadows in the ground from one point on the other, one point and to another point. And the idea is, okay, well, if the shadow lengths are different at this time of day, how big? Let's measure the shadows or the lengths of the shadows, and that'll tell us basically, or give us an avenue to calculate the circumference of this giant ball, right? Well, you have to
Yeah.
assume you're on a giant ball in the first place. But how could we not be? Because when we look up, all we see are quote unquote giant balls. So we must be on one also. Right? But at that point, all you're really doing is measuring lengths of sticks, of shadows cast by sticks in the ground. Right? That's all really actually what you're doing. But based on some sort of philosophical leaning that, what applies up there also applies down here, we must be the same as what's up there. So somehow this measurement or this observation or whatever, it's got to fit into that category. So the mathematics that emerge from that are along those lines. You see what I mean?
I do. The
Right.
one of the things that I would think of is like, say it is a flat disk of sorts, and frankly, I don't know too much about like the flat earth theory. I'm sure there's a few different interpretations within it, whether it's like a dome or just a flat disk or otherwise. Like I said, I don't know too much, but like even considering it is a flat disk, and you have two sticks in the ground that offer various shadows, well, the position of the light source could just be so much so that at one point it's one angle and at one point it's a different angle, and that would kind of produce the same effect. And in terms of kind of the second point, I guess I would ask what would be different about our plane or our area where we exist, as opposed to the areas where all those others, all the other stars, planets, would exist. Like, what would be the difference that would allow us to not be a sphere, considering those are also spheres?
Well, see, we can get into that. First thing I just want to mention, no one in here that I'm aware of thinks that we live on a giant disk. Okay. Like, I'm sure, like, online, you might see mockeries of people who have this worldview. Oh, these guys think we live on a giant pizza floating in space and shit like that, right? Like, that's a very common thing. But when you ask people about it, no one that I've heard of is actually advocating for that, right? The position is just the ground is measured flat. If we're on an object, it's unknown. Where it is, it's unknown. For all we know, this is all there is. This is the only place, right? Just from that standpoint. For all we know, it's infinite. Don't know. But when you talk about enclosure and shit like that, it's another story. It might just be vast, a lot more vast than we think. More land. We don't know, but we're not really arguing for that point. You know what I mean? But the disk in space thing, I just wanted to mention that. Right.
That's fair.
But the thing that you're talking, this is where it can get really hairy, right? So when we look up, we see little lights in the sky. Most of them tend to move in a particular predictable pattern or a regular pattern, and others don't. Small minority don't. Right? We call them planets. That's where the word kind of originated. In Greek, planetos or planetas or whatever, that just means wandering star. And at some point throughout history, it was interpreted that these things are actually just giant balls of matter, either rock or some other gas floating up there, rather than a burning ball of gas like the other ones. See what I mean? But then it becomes, how do we even know they're spheres in the first place? That's like the cornerstone of that entire idea, right? That they are material, three-dimensional clumps of certain materials emitting light. Right? That's the idea. But
yeah.
How do we know, right? We only see them from one vantage point. So to be able to say that they're actually spherical, you'd have to be able to inspect from various other positions. None of which we actually have. We're just stuck here, right? See what I mean? So it's, again, there's like philosophy in there. Really, it's not science per se. It's not even geometry, really. Or it is geometry, but there's like a philosophical spin on it. You know?
Yeah. One of the things that what you said made me think of is we can't know. And to a certain degree, I kind of agree with that, because kind of what I mentioned a couple of minutes ago is like, we have to trust these organizations that they're telling us the truth. And so, well, just generally, before I say that, I'll give my considerations that I think they are telling the truth, that we're on a globe and all these other planets are made of globes and spheres and stars and all that good stuff. I think that is the case. But that being said, from a good faith a counterpoint to that, we have to trust these organizations, and that's like NASA, and that's the U.S. government, and other foreign governments, space organizations, and they've lied about a lot of things. I mean, it's the amount of corruption and nefariousness that's just kind of inherent within governments, to the point to where they've just kind of lost the official narrative on a bunch of stuff. This could be another one of those things where, like, we're supposed to trust these guys. Like, and a kind of follow-up question to that is, what is the end goal? Considering they are lying about all this stuff in terms of how the Earth is represented and how all of the rest of the interplanetary, all of the rest of the stellar bodies are represented. What is the end goal for that? And I suppose I don't know what that answer would be, but it's their validity is very much in question in terms of their integrity.
Sure. One way to find that out is to check. Right. So, like, for example, like you were using the term before, we have to trust them. I just want to double check. Like, do you mean like we actually have an obligation to check to trust them? Or do you mean that if we want to attain a certain bit of knowledge in a particular domain, that they are the only source to attain that? So it's like that's all we got. So we just gotta go with them. Like,
Right.
in what sense of the we have to? Did you mean?
Yeah, I was curious about that too.
I think it would be a little bit of both, and I think I would go about that by saying we only have so much time and energy in which we can focus on what we decide to focus on, and that's to a broader point where just kind of society comes in, to where you have people that make bread and you have people that make pots and you have people that make entertainment. It's specialized in that degree. You know, we're not tribes of people doing all these things, and we have to know
Can I
how to do all
interrupt
these
you?
things. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Can I interrupt you? Well, yeah, I see what you mean about that, except for one thing. There's no consequences, no risk benefit assessment when it comes to what, these other things that they're claiming to be able to do that the average person can't. Right? So we can benefit from the bread maker. We can benefit from the doctor having knowledge of human physiology. We can benefit from mechanics understanding how a car operates, blah, 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 blah. But we can't, but we don't get anything. It's just simply neither here nor there whether you decide to believe them or not. It has no consequence to your actions, like your daily decisions, the way you operate, anything. Like it's inconsequential.
I suppose generally I would agree with that. And the only reason it would be generally is I'm sure there's some, just based off of a likelihood standpoint, there's an element of benefit or difference in the way that we would make decisions from the information that we would choose to believe from them about the status of the Earth and the rest of the universe. And like I said, I can't think of a particular example of how that might be, uh, but for the most part, I think that's kind of true, because like whether the Earth is a globe or not a globe, or whatever other interpretation could be of the Earth, it just kind of doesn't matter, because it's not going to affect what we do for work for the most part, or it's not going to affect the relations that we have with our family or friends or how we buy food.
I think I would disagree with that.
Okay.
It's your worldview. Okay, it taps into your underlying understanding of who you are, where you come from, why you're here, all that shit. It really, really does, dude. And then I think this is why we actually get kind of like, the type of crowd that we do more often than not. They come in here and they're visceral, dude. Like, it's really strange. Like you and I and T-Dub and I right now, everybody here. Like, this is a really, really chill conversation. I actually, I appreciate this, especially on the tail end of what transpired earlier. This is actually very cordial and I'm very much appreciative of it. Okay, but it's one in a million. Okay, maybe not exactly that, but it's very rare. Okay, and it's because I think because people have there's like an identity crisis ensuing when they conjure up the idea that where they live might not actually be where they think. Okay, and it ties into the nature of who where they come from and all sorts of shit like that. You know what I mean? And if you have a certain perception of who you are, where you come from, where you're going, that has weight on what you should be doing or ought to be doing, perhaps, and has a certain meaning in why you do it and stuff. You know what I mean? So when you attack the ball, you're attacking an identity. You're attacking for example, if you ascribe to or subscribe to the idea that we came from a big bang, nothing became something, matter formed, blah blah blah, balls formed, started swirling around each other, then whatever, however it transpired, right? Then life is it's the single-celled organism just magically happened, then multiplied, then turned all to all these other things. And then evolution, slime turned to fish, and fish turns to monkeys. Monkeys turned into us. There's a sense that we're just kind of random. Nothing came to, pure fucking miracle, if you want to use that term. And it's just, you mean nothing because you're just a speck in this vast fucking, expanse of the universe. And you have no purpose, so your life means nothing. You can do what you want, and who the fuck cares? Like that type of mentality is on that type of worldview. You know what I mean? So if that's not true, right, and some people live like that, then it kind of puts the responsibility on them to change and adjust. And it's difficult to do that. You know what I mean? It's like that's just an example of the type of things that can come out of realizing some of this stuff, and it can be fucking scary. It changes how you interact with people. It changes what you do, or it changes the meaning in what you do. And, that has ripple effects. So to say that, this type of stuff is inconsequential, I think is a bit of a misnomer, to put it lightly.
I think that's fair, and I think that's a good point. And I would kind of relate it to so like say you're religious and you find yourself believing in the Christian faith, and someone criticizes Christianity. It would seem to me very similar to what you said of oh well, your worldview is attacked, and you kind of have to, or not, maybe not even have to, but you just reactively kind of defend it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
And that's why a
emotionally.
lot of us would yeah, that's why a lot of us would describe the heliocentrism as being a form of a religion.
May I ask what some of the alternatives would be to heliocentrism?
Well, one of them's what we're talking about.
Well, so
Again, there are people.
Mine is empiricism. So you're not trying to imagine reality as being anything other than what you're observing and experiencing, and can determine directly from it. Some of the things, I will admit, seem to be a certain way that I don't think they are, right? Such as the sun going down, right? And it appears like it's going below the earth, right? Well, obviously, if the earth's flat and somebody can, pretty much see the sun at all times, then it can't be actually going down under the earth at any point, right? So that is just a matter of perspective, and some involving something else because I don't know enough about the sun. I don't have any information about the sun to be able to make definitive conclusions. But obviously, if it's always above the plane of the earth, then it's not going below anything, right? It's not going below the surface. It's always above. So it's that part of it I would have to say is an illusion, right? Due to perspective and maybe the way light behaves through the air, and is having an effect on these other things that we see, right? But for the most part, right, so when you observe and measure a body of water as being flat, that's what it is. It's flat. It's not curving at any rate, right? So for me, it's just empiricism. It's not trying to replace this, this cosmological modeling, right? That's in the form of cartoons or computer imagery that we are presented, which admittedly it is, right? Because nobody can take a photo of the entire solar system or even the entire universe. So these ideas are presented to us in fictional form, right? But they're declaring it's real, right? Like that's the concept, right? But I'm not trying to do that with anybody. I'm just saying you go outside and have a look, right? That's and observe, measure, test what you can, and determine about reality what you can through that method, not through in inference, insinuation, speculation, guessing, any calculations, nothing like that. Like just it is what it is, right? That's my stance. That's my epistemology, you may say.
Could it be the case that, well, so I wouldn't even go with that one. There is a test that can be done to where, and maybe you heard about this, and I apologize to say something twice potentially, but you can watch the sunset and then increase your elevation by about 10 or 15 feet, and then watch the sunset again. Have you heard that, and do you have any considerations about that?
Yeah, and could be argued that it's just a matter of angular relationship that you're having, right, with whatever the sun is, right, and its distance away across a plane surface. So, like, you know how railway tracks, they're parallel, right, but you stand in the middle of them, a straight set of railway tracks, and look down the center. It looks like they're converging and they're going to meet, right, somewhere in the distance, but they're not actually. Right, it's just that the apparent angular distance between the tracks decreases with distance, right? But they're still parallel. You know that up ahead, they're still parallel with each other.
Yeah.
They're not actually converging, right? So obviously, like things above a surface, as they get further away across the surface from you, from the observer, the distance between that thing and the surface is going to appear to decrease, right? To the point where if it gets so far away, it's going to appear like they're touching, like two car headlights in the distance appear to be one headlight, right? So with the observer's height above the plane, they have a particular angle across the surface, right? Which if you raise in elevation, you're going to increase the angle, right? So that's how I would describe it. That's how I'd explain it, at least. Anyway.
Okay.
Like we've got amateur video photography where they've filmed the sunset, right? And like zoomed out, it looks in the camera's field of view, it looks like the sun's touching, if not partially going, below the horizon, right? And then the cameraman zooms in, and you see that it looks like it rises up above the surface. Like, so there's in fact, there's a gap still between the sun and the surface. So that's essentially a similar thing where you've increased the angle of view and you realize that, it hasn't gone down. It's not touching the horizon. There's actually a gap there.
Could an explanation for whatever the sun would be is just based off of what popped into my head as we've been talking? Could it be like a source of light and heat that's way closer to the Earth than science would suggest it is? And science, just to say the generally accepted, whatever the scientific community says, that it's way closer than it's reported to be, and it kind of makes like an ovular shape around the Earth.
Right, you mean like its range of illumination? Yeah. It's really hard to without making a positive claim about it. It's the suspicion. It certainly doesn't seem like it's far away and bigger than the Earth. Just to the observer. I mean, you could imagine that it is, that the Earth has a certain size, and that simply that the Sun is just a lot larger than that and a lot further away. Right? I understand that. I grew up thinking that. Right? That's what I was taught. But yeah, it may be the case, right? That it's whatever the Sun is, like it. I can't even declare that it is a physical object that is through some mechanism emanating light, right? The whole thing could be just a manifestation of some form of other production of light that I don't understand, right? But yeah, so I'm not going to say that that's the case, but I can at least say that I suspect it is the case that whatever the Sun is, that it's not, astronomical proportions away and of super astronomical size, like they say, like 93 million miles away or whatever. I mean, we observe divergent sunlight, right through the clouds. Like when there's breaks in the clouds and the sun's, like we have these almost like you could use them to triangulate where the sun's position is. Like they lead back to that source, like a pyramid. Like a triangle. So we observe divergent rays. We're told that its rays are essentially parallel, reaching Earth. I'd like to see some definitive evidence of that, if that is the case.
Okay. I've heard from just secondhand viewings online about Antarctica just being like a giant ice wall around what the Earth is. Would you have any considerations like for or against that?
I do. While it's possible, I don't necessarily subscribe to that idea. There's some problems with it. For one, I can't prove it. I can't prove that no matter from where you are on Earth, you travel south, you reach the coastline of Antarctica. Right? We're told that's the case. Even some flat earthers are declaring that's true, and I don't think they have any really supporting evidence for that claim. But whatever Antarctica is, it's geologically been surveyed, and that term ice wall was given by geological surveyors, right? And that think the Earth is a globe. Its coastline is mostly made up of ice shelf and ice wall. But yeah, I don't necessarily subscribe to a particular layout of the continents and the Earth's shape or whatever, and all that ice wall stuff.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say to the other guys if they want to join in, because I've got to mute up because I'm a bit busy preparing some food right now. I can join in again in a bit maybe. But if Lats or Plano or 20 Cups or anybody else or Neil wants to join in, please do.
Well, I hope it's a good meal. I'll just say this really quick, but before you go and make it, I understand that a lot of, for lack of any better words, the flat Earth ideas would say is the interpretations are based off of what you observe yourself and tests that you do yourself, as opposed to and I might have a part of this wrong, as opposed to what other organizations or what other individuals would say.
Absolutely, yeah, you got it, my friend. Yeah, we do our own personal observations. Like first, you could say that in these recent times, people have been exposed to these observations and measurements, and have been curious enough to want to have gone and see if it's true themselves, right? So they've gone to these large bodies of water and performed these types of tests, where they're seeing too far, or too much of the surface for it to be a ball, or that they claim at least, or do specific light experiments over the surface of the water where they have a target, and if the Earth's surface, if that lake or that piece of ocean's surface is curving, then the light shouldn't reach any sort of target that it's aimed at, right? It should, the target should be dropping below that target's line of sight, that light's line of sight, like a laser. So yeah, you're absolutely right. And this then essentially leads to the insinuation that there are people in certain positions of authority or power that must necessarily be not telling the truth, right?
Yeah.
And not the other way around. It's not like where we've just gone, well, I think the government lies about stuff, and so they must also lie about the Earth. So we're just not going to trust them, and that's why the Earth's flat, right? Like, no, it's the other way around.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's a really good point. That would lend a lot of credibility because the governments are not known for being transparent and honest. They're known for being nefarious and power hungry, and so the only thing that I would think of is what would be the benefit of governments and non-government organizations to push the idea that the Earth is a sphere and a globe, and that we're a part of this great big universe. Like, what would be the benefit for people in believing that? Or I'm sorry, what would be the benefit in lying to people about that?
Lots of people have their different ideas and theories about it. Involving money, power, spiritual reasons. They're trying to hide, the fact that they're trying to push this idea that you're on this meaningless spinning ball in an empty void of nothing. Like in your world, just
That's what they
created by
want you to
chance.
believe, brother. That's what they want you to believe.
Well,
Something like
maybe.
nihilism.
Yeah,
Government.
but I don't necessarily think that. I think it could just be the case that that the majority already had this idea well established amongst themselves, and some certain individuals saw an opportunity to exploit that and
Make it
claim that they
mainstream.
can actually perform tasks in a region that the average person can't go to, aka outer space. And of course,
Goddamn
they
right.
had to represent that false feat by showing them imagery of what those people would already expect to see if those people were actually capable of doing the thing that they're saying they're doing,
Exactly.
which is a ball Earth. So I see it more of a lie about what they're saying they can do rather than a lie about what they think the Earth is or isn't, right?
Well, I wouldn't be too disagreeable to that. I mean, for my considerations, that's kind of what COVID was just seeing what governments could get away with and what they could kind of push onto people without either them questioning or without mass resistance, and see what they would comply with. So that kind of frame of thought would be precedented.
Touchy subject, and one that's kind of taboo around here because that we already talk about a controversial topic that's somewhat shadow banned on social media. Yeah, we worry about what sort of consequences we could suffer from discussing those sort of things. I know that they've lightened up on the discussion a little bit, but we still try and stay clear of it. But I understand the sentiment, absolutely, and that's not exclusive to anybody that. There's a lot of people that it's not exclusive to flat earthers or necessarily conspiracy theorists. You've got people out there
I think that's
challenging
fair.
those sort of views that don't adhere to any other sort of conspiracy theories. You know what I mean?
I think that's fair, and I'll keep that in mind for future conversations. It seemed to me a kind of a fit allegory for what you said, but understood. Would that be for the server as a whole, or for this chat room specifically?
Yeah, just for this chat room, I'm not sure what the policy is on the whole thing server wide. Yeah, like I said, I know that they've sort of relaxed their stance a little bit about the discussion, but because there is actually people that like watch this regularly, looking for reasons to want to like get us like shut down or whatever, get us into trouble, so that they could report us for medical misinformation or something like that, right? Yeah.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me. That would be in line with authorities.
Yeah, we're just extra cautious.
That's fair.
Hello, Flat Earth. I have returned. The great master debater has made his great grand return.
What makes you the great master debater?
Go ask anyone in here, any of the moderators. Just do your research on me, on how I can make them mute me every time I come in here and speak facts. Or,
Oh, yeah, he
otherwise.
whips our ass, man. He's such a good debater. We just don't have
Whipping
any
their ass for
comebacks to his arguments.
He's undefeated. He's never lost a debate.
Yeah, I've been whooping their ass for like a year now. It's crazy. No, but who's counting? Honestly. Yeah. They have clips of. You go ask them about the clips, the older clips. Me, no, no.
I heard that I had to observe it and test it for myself, as opposed to rely on the witnesses of other people.
Yeah, they miserably try to disprove something and clip me, and then they just contradict themselves.
Well, kind of jokes aside, I have no claim to any understanding of that, so I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, I mean, besides me whipping their ass, I mean, the Earth being flat just logically doesn't make any sense, right? Because if you're making that claim, one, you're making the claim that space doesn't exist, and two, you're also making the claim that gravity doesn't exist, which can be proven in real time. And which, if you make the claim that gravity or or air or space doesn't exist, then you're just fucking stupid, right? And you would have to disprove all of that while also trying to prove the Earth is flat at the same time, because gravity doesn't work on a flat Earth technically.
Well,
and apparently,
generally, the conclusions that you would have in terms of the status of what is and what isn't, I think I would agree with. I think, secondarily, the approach that you take to talking about that is important. And I don't know how you approach it. I mean, as far as I know, this is my first time talking to you, so that's just a general claim that I would make on the basics of discussion. But can you prove that the universe doesn't exist, or that it does exist?
Huh? Wait, excuse me. Can you elaborate that question, please? Like, what do you mean by prove the universe exists?
As the scientific community would claim that the universe is just empty space with balls of gas and planets and galaxies and solar systems, celestial bodies that was formed by one way or another, whether you believe it to be God or whether you believe it to be the Big Bang. or some other theory of how it came about, because it's not just a false dichotomy. Can you prove that there are stars and planets and things like that?
Through observation or through claims of others? As in claim. Hold on. Let me elaborate on the claims part. The claims, as in footage of this happening, and the countless research that's been done on other planets and stars. Um, such as Mars. Right. We have footage of that. I'm pretty sure. From what I know. Right.
And I think generally I would agree with that. One of the things that I said some minutes ago here is the way that society and humans have developed is through specialization, to where you have various people that do certain jobs, and one of those jobs is some of those jobs are astronomical based, and so with this specialization, we just kind of take every other specialization's word that this is the case for botany or for animal, for raising animals, raising livestock, and the status of the universe. One of the things that I might point to is the footage of people in space when they're like on the ISS and stuff, and they're drinking orange juice or they're drinking water. That just forms in little balls. Not exactly perfect spheres, but little balls. And that's that would be a consideration that I have towards that. In saying that the Earth is a sphere. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was just about to say. Here's a way that most of these flat earthers try to disprove the footage on the moon. Right, this is like unrelated. It is related still, with like they try to disprove the footage of the moon. One of the claims actually was talking to somebody in here, one of the mods. I forgot his name, but he tried to say, well, the flag was moving in space, even though there's no air. So that means the footage is fake and it was on Earth, which if you actually look at the footage, the astronauts, because the what's it called, the flag was wrinkled, they were purposefully moving it around, right? And when you move something around, it's gonna move, of course, right?
That it will. I would think, without really remembering exactly how the footage goes, that implanting it into the ground would cause vibrations through it, which would in turn move the flag, or
No,
maybe
but it's not
something
even just
like
that
solar
though.
winds. And it may not be. That's just an interpretation of what I thought of based off
Yeah,
that.
they were literally moving the whole pole, right? They were adjusting it. They were slightly moving it around, which is why the flag was moving. But these dumbass flat earthers just don't actually look at footage and just hears other people say stuff, and then it's like, well, we're gonna go along with what the big man says. The big man, retard flat earther said, and we're gonna repeat what he said, even though we're wrong.
Hey, dude.
Go ahead.
Hey, bro, do you have the footage for that? Which one were you guys talking about? Because I've seen a couple of different clips of that type of stuff.
I
Yeah, let
grew
me
up
find the
with
clip.
the footage. I mean, the facetiousness and the precociousness of this young man. Oh my goodness.
Well, it's
Yeah,
not even
Master
that.
Debater's
Bro.
a known goofy goober.
I'm a known goofy goober, but then y'all are the one to claim.
Well,
It's
I think an
well,
important consideration is uh, just talking good faith. I mean, sure, we might disagree on this and that, but if you don't come at it with good faith, you can't expect good faith in return.
yeah. Surprised we're letting him speak this long.
yeah, I'm sorry, but
He's trying to
anyone's
get
hoping.
he's trying to get into your good graces, dude.
I mean, the
Stick
moon landing
around.
is another thing that isn't exclusive. Like, its legitimacy is not exclusive to the discussion of flat Earth. There's plenty of globe
Yeah.
believers that
And
challenge that idea that
notice,
occurred.
yeah. And notice one thing, right? How do I pronounce your name? Pony or something like that?
Yeah, that's me.
Pony boy. Now, remember the question that you asked this guy earlier, right? The question along the lines of how was the universe proven to be the way that they say it is? Did you get an answer to that? Referring to the planets and shit like that.
Yeah, if I can speak for him, if that's all right. I believe the answer was through footage and scientific measurements of the places that we were investigating at the time.
Exactly.
But were you not talking about like how it was proven that they're actually balls of gas? How it's known that their universe is expanding? How they know all those type of details? Did you get answers on that, or was that not what you were actually inquiring?
I did not, but I don't think I was directly asking about those specific two parts.
He's trying to gaslight you, bro. Don't fall for it. 20K stupid.
No, dude, no. I'm asking because in that conversation, it sounded like you were hinting at some of these things, and then immediately after, you kind of loop in that question. So it sounded like it was an all-encompassing thing, of which the answer didn't actually address those parts. So I just wasn't sure. So I would ask that. You know what I mean?
At the end of the day,
It was a good question.
Yeah. And all the questions he's asking are good, right? But, at the end of the day, the Earth.
He's asking good questions, but the problem is the clown giving the answers doesn't really like answering because he thinks he's some debate bro.
Yeah.
And the other to add insult to injury, Pony. How many of those answers did he actually back up with verifiable data?
Wait, so you went to back with the moon landing? Wait, where they moved the flag, where it was like flat earthers say, "Oh wait, the air was moving the flag."
Thanks for the straw man. Hey,
That's not a straw man.
Debater, shut up for a second. Pony. At any stage, did anyone in this room, prior to Clown Shoes dropping in here, say that anything about the moon landing?
We were literally just
no, that wasn't brought up yet.
Oh, so that's a straw man debater. So that's a fail on your behalf. So you can take that as an L.
You're so mad, bro. Go down.
I'm not mad. I just don't like liars and weasels. We've put up with Talon all afternoon. Why would we need you in here?
Dear Pony, was I not just referencing the moon landing?
Well, you did bring up the moon landing, and unfortunately, I forget the exact relation in which it was brought up. But previous to your coming into the chat or re-entering the chat, it was not brought up.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't get why that's relevant because it's a new
conversation. Why it's relevant is because Master Debater said flat earthers say, and I didn't hear any flat earthers say that because I was listening on YouTube.
Well, the thing is, flat earthers claim that all the time. I've been in here for about a year. Come on now, don't lie.
I've never heard anyone claim anything from 24/7 claim anything about that shit.
Yeah, y'all claim the moon landing.
It's usually we get asked. So, do you deny the moon landing, etc.? We rarely bring it up. Rarely, very rarely.
I've heard a lot of people try to disprove the moon landing in here. I've been here for a while.
Now he's sidestepping. It's not the flat earthers. It's a lot of people. Take that as another L.
A lot of people.
It's not like I said. It's not exclusive to the flat Earth discussion. Bart Sobral, one of the leading, media content makers, challenging the moon landing, is a glober. Doesn't even like flat Earth. Doesn't like the idea of it. Doesn't want to talk about it. Doesn't want flat earthers using his content.
and I've heard that from various different people who have various different belief sets that the moon landings were faked. And personally, I disagree with that. And then, oh shoot, there was a second part to what I was going to say. Man, I do this sometimes. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, while he's trying to remember really quick, I mean, you know, I have a question, Matrix. Do you believe in the moon landing at least?
Do I believe in the moon landing? No.
Because you're trying to disprove the moon landing, even though it did happen. Okay.
Can you not mumble and say that again, please?
Well, I didn't mumble. I think you just need to put your hearing aids
You
in.
said
But,
something,
you know,
something
I'll
moon
speak louder for
landing.
you.
You
No.
mumbled. I asked you to state it again, please.
Yeah, just put your hearing aids in before I say it. But, you know, I'll say it louder. I was saying...
No, I don't need it louder. I need you to not mumble like as if you're dribbling on your
you're gonna put in your
microphone.
hearing aids and needs to aid you to hear me because I'm
It's
speaking
not
pretty
a
clearly.
volume problem. It's you mumbling. Stop doing
It's not
that.
me mumbling. I think you need to just fix your ears.
Blah,
man.
blah, blah, something moon. Please restate what you were gibbering on about.
So you're trying... No, I'll help you, man. It's good. But I was saying...
I just want you to re-say it and not fucking mumble, kid.
Hold on, let me finish. You're trying to disprove the moon landing.
No, I'm not trying to disprove the moon landing. You asked me if I believe in it. I said, no, I do not.
We're just trying to disprove the moon landing, so...
That is not trying to disprove anything. That's a question. I answered it. You asked me if I believe in it. I do not believe in the moon landing. Full stop. That's not me attempting to prove or disprove anything.
Okay, so did the moon landing happen? How about that's a clearer question?
No. So again,
Why
that's
didn't it
not me
happen?
attempting to prove or disprove anything. You've asked me a direct question. I gave you a direct answer.
Okay, how didn't it happen then? How did they fake it?
How did they fake it? I don't know. That's a you problem.
How's that a fucking me problem?
Well, at least you've admitted they faked it, so you can take another L there.
Okay, I mean, you lost already because you tried to make a claim and you can't.
And now you're going to sidestep.
You can't even substantiate your claim, dude.
I haven't made any claims. Debater, I have made 0 claims.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, buddy.
And there you go, Dirt Pony. Normally this Clown Shoes gets muted a lot sooner than this. Because of this type of stupid debate bro tactic. What he does is does exactly this. Jumps into every channel, tries out his little trick questions. Oh, I gotcha. Sounds like Krusty the freaking Clown. And then when he gets sick of us because we mute him, he goes somewhere else.
I've got a brother who also likes to well, so he's got a few different modes. He's got a serious mode, which is kind of very similar to what I've been displaying, and then he's kind of got a troll mode, and he's got a devil's advocate mode, and so.
Yeah, honestly,
in some context, he'll like go into a conversation and just listen for a couple of minutes, and then just try to be like a massive wiener, and that's not to make a claim about any actions here. Just kind of that's what I thought of, and just be a shit poster, and so.
And honestly, you know, maybe Matrix feels like that because, you know, and also most of the other flat earthers I talk to here.
Maybe I feel like what? Please strawman me harder, Daddy. Strawman me harder.
I destroy them all the time, right? You know, ask anyone, you know, ever since December, you know, I've just been destroying them, you know, in debates.
And this is what this Clown Shoes comes in and says. I've destroyed them. I've destroyed them. Not to quote anyone, kid, but you couldn't destroy a soup sandwich.
I mean, I just want to point out, too, that nobody needs a reason to deny the moon landing. I mean, you just can simply say, cool story, bro. And then the
said you don't need to substantiate your claims?
The burden is on the person claiming it to be true to validate that. I mean, I'm under no obligation to just take anybody's word for anything. I can deny things and make negative claims all I like with no responsibility for my statements.
Do you even know what a negative claim is?
Yeah, a negative claim would be me saying X doesn't exist. And positive claim would be somebody saying X does exist.
You said the moon landing didn't happen. That's a negative claim.
Yeah, that's a negative claim.
Are you serious? That's a negative claim,
Yeah.
dude.
Yes.
Meaning
Just
you
to
would have to prove
clarify,
that.
just to clarify, this point here is the moon landing was not real is a negative claim. Like that's what we're saying, right?
Exactly. Yep.
Meaning the negative claim has to be proven first.
It didn't happen. Yeah, I'll take words directly from Buzz Aldrin. It didn't happen.
Okay, so you would have to prove that though, right? That's how a debate works. That's the burden of proof.
So
Actually,
I think
yeah, no, hey, Derpani, check it out.
in the classical
Derpani, check
sense,
this out.
the burden of proof falls on the positive claim.
Yep, debaters
Exactly.
just said he's pushed that onto T-Dub now, trying to be a hero. But the problem is, stupid debate brain doesn't realise we've got video footage of Buzz saying this. So we're going to put that in the side chat, and debater's going to cop another loss.
Oh wait, my bad. I got confused. Yeah, he's right actually. Okay, but either way, right? I haven't made a positive claim yet. This is a low negative claim. You realize that?
You have
right?
made plenty of positive claims
Wait,
that you've never
this
lost a debate, and you've lost 3 times just with me
Wait, hold
sitting
on.
here.
I've proven my claims. Hold on. I've destroyed you multiple times.
No, you
can't tell me
haven't.
what-
You have not
hold
backed
on.
up any of your claims to date.
Wait, you haven't even. Wait, is gravity a sector or vector?
Is gravity a sec or a vector? That's what I heard then.
A sector or a vector?
A sector.
Okay,
I
then
think
you just
I
proved
think
that.
we're
Okay, hold up.
those
I
terms
need
are
something
the same.
defined. What is
So
the
you
definition
just
of
proved
sector?
again. That is my old script. You just proved again that the Earth is round. Welcome to round Earth.
How is you asking a question and that not defining the words in said question proof of any curvature? You asked me, is Earth a sector or a vector? I asking
never
you
said
now
Earth.
to
I said
define
gravity.
sector, and then when you've
Gravity.
done that, stop
Gravity.
talking through me, fuck ya!
Gravity.
Okay, yeah, look, this is why you get muted. When you answer the question of define sector for me, I'm then going to ask you to define vector. So then I can make a choice of the two provided. Thank you.
Okay, so let me repeat the question. I never said Earth.
No, I heard the question.
Oh,
I
you
want
said
you to
Earth.
define the words used in said question.
You replaced gravity with Earth, though, so you didn't understand.
No, I haven't replaced anything with anything.
You did. I have it on clip. You want me to clip
I would like you to define the word
Would you like me to
sector
clip what you
in
said,
the
sir?
context of the question.
Would you like me to clip what you said, sir? Because you said Earth, not gravity.
I am wanting you to define the words you used in the question, so I can make an informed decision of the two choices. Number 1, define sector. Number 2, define vector.
Yeah,
Well, you're
I'm
flat
looking for
Earth, but you don't know what a sector or vector are. Okay, I'll educate you, though.
Yeah, the funny part is this guy's a fucking moron, man. He's fucking up.
I'm a moron, but you don't know what a sector or vector is.
Yeah. A sector
Wait,
or a
I'm gonna ask
vector?
you a 20. Is
Yeah,
gravity
it's
a
so
sector or a
funny.
vector?
This guy,
meant tensor.
dude, your question is malformed.
No, it isn't though.
I know
Is
the
gravity a
question.
sector or a
Watch
vector?
this. How about this? I'm gonna
He
repeat
forgot his
the actual
script. He misread
No, yeah,
his script.
he fucked it up. He got like it from ChatGPT or his
I
moron
didn't though. Is
buddy.
gravity a sector or a vector?
Yeah.
No,
So check this out.
tensor,
So you can't
isn't
even
it?
answer the question. Is gravity a sector or a vector?
Hang on, watch this. Masturbator.
So you
Okay.
can't even
Either
answer
you're
the
going to
question.
define
Shut
your
up then.
terms. Either
Okay,
you're going
shut
to
up, little
define your
boy.
terms.
Put a pie hole in it, sir.
No, I'm going to finish my question. Right. Okay. So check this out. Right. Either you're going to define your terms and you can move forward, or you're just going to like circle jerk, yourself off or something like that and laugh and whatever, and you're going to leave. And I'm going to rephrase the question to the room in its actual proper form, so everyone knows what you actually tried to say and failed absolutely miserably.
I didn't though, but none of you understand.
Yeah? Okay, so go ahead and define your terms so we're all on the same page.
Well, I have to confirm none of you know what a sector or vector are, right? And I have to educate you on that, right?
I know what a vector is. I do know what a vector is.
Okay.
But can you
So I
explain
have a
what a
question
vector
for you.
is?
Since you're educated,
Can you
what's a sector?
explain?
Is gravity a sector or a vector?
First, I'm going to corroborate with what Matrix was saying. Define sector, please.
Well, you know what it is. Matrix is uneducated.
I
You
think
already
I think
know
I
that.
think this point of you know what it is kind of a roadblock.
Yeah.
I think that's irrelevant whether we know or whether we don't know. The
Obviously, not
defining of
everybody
the
does.
terms is an important aspect of trying to figure out what we're talking about.
No, no.
Yeah. So instead of trying to get a cheap win, right? Do everybody a favor, especially those who are listening on YouTube, if there are any, right? Or
It's
even
not a
others in
cheap
here
win.
actually who don't know what the word means.
Well, I
Go
know what
for
it means because I've destroyed them with the script before. You just
And
weren't here.
do us
And
a
every
favor
time he's
and
used
do
the
it again.
script, he still fails to define 2 words. So we know
Well,
what
I have
context they're
before, and I've
used in.
destroyed you with it.
No,
So, I
no,
mean,
this is what you did before. Define sector or vector. They don't know what it is. Patil, and he's out the door.
Hold on. I'm curious. Okay, before we move forward. Yoder, are you there?
Yoder, go ahead and unmute.
He's typing at the moment.
Dude, can you can you confirm or deny that the question that Master Debater is asking is a malformed question or not?
It isn't though. If no, you know.
Repeat the question. I want to see if Yoder can back me up on this.
Is gravity a sector or a vector? Okay,
so what is a sector?
Hold on. So,
oh my god, that's not the question, bro. Get it
I'm
right.
shitting myself.
Please.
This is hilarious.
it's a question, dude. Okay, bro. Wait,
that's not what you used to ask. It's not incorrect question. It's not sector.
How are you gonna tell me my own script?
Get the word right. Get the word right.
Wait, how are you gonna tell me my own script?
I've heard you say it before several times, and now you're getting it wrong for some reason.
How am I getting it wrong? How are you gonna tell me my own fucking?
Let's all bypass these roadblocks that we're running into. Mr. Debater, can you just say the definitions of the 2 words, and then we can constructively move forward?
I mean, if I had to repeat it again, I just need Matrix to concede to the fact he doesn't know what it is. That's why he's asking.
Yeah. Okay. So let's.
I think
he
this
does
session
this. He
is
tries these
absolutely
negotiation
pointless.
tactics. He tries these negotiation tactics. Well, conditionally, I'll answer it.
Yeah. So let's clear the air on here. Okay. In the past, Masturbator, okay, you've asked the question: is gravity a scalar or a vector?
I never said
Bingo.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Never
Okay.
did. Okay.
Bullshit. Okay. So now that air is clear, okay, what is a
That's not an
sector?
error because I never said that.
Yeah, you did, dude. Don't fucking lie. Don't fucking lie.
Bro, y'all are
Okay.
fucking
Check
schizophrenic.
this out.
Dude. I
Check
never
it out,
said
right?
that.
Check it out.
Dude,
In the
bro.
context of the question, right, it can be asked, right, is gravity a scalar or a vector? And the answer could actually be either one because it's got direction, but it's also got magnitude. But unless you're specifying which direction, or if you don't actually care about the direction, you're just talking about the magnitude, like the acceleration. Well, then fuck it. It's just a scalar. So it's context specific. Okay. So now you're invoking scalar. What the fuck? Or excuse me. Now you're invoking sector. My apologies.
Sector.
What the fuck is that?
So again, I never said scalar or a vector. So y'all are
Shut
kind of
your fucking
schizophrenic.
mouth.
Dude, bro.
Don't
Y'all
fucking
are
lie,
schizophrenic.
dude. Don't
Dude,
fucking lie.
y'all are schizophrenic, dude.
No,
Let's.
You're just a fucking rat.
Can we bypass these roadblocks and you
Let's
define these
bypass the
terms
fact
so
that
we
they're
can
gonna
move
lie
forward?
and shit.
Regardless of anything else, it doesn't matter. Can you define the terms, please?
Depony, I can tell you now, I'll save you a lot of heartache. He won't. Full stop. He will not do it.
No, I
He'll
will,
just sit
though,
there and giggle
as
like
long
a
as
schoolgirl
you
and
look at
carry
you're
on,
wrong,
and it'll go
and you don't know
round
what
and
I was
round in
talking about.
circles for another 40 minutes.
No, but Matrix, I'll literally no, hold on, Matrix. I literally said the conditions. Just concede to the fact that you need to know what it is, and I'll tell you what it is.
Master Debater, I'm going to explain something very, very simply to you. If somebody knew what it is, they're probably not asking you to define the fucking thing.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so are you gonna concede to the fact that you don't know what it is now? Explain, okay?
What is
And as
the
you can see,
point
ladies
of
and
this
gentlemen,
concession?
that's the brain capacity of
Okay, I'll
my
tell you what it
opponent
is.
here.
Okay, hold on. I'll
This
tell you
is
what
the
it is.
definition of a win.
I'll tell you what
All
it
right,
is.
go for it.
Okay, it looks like I'm proud of you for getting my script. No, I want to see if you remembered. So good job for remembering it was a scalar. No,
Yeah, no fucking shit,
congratulations.
dude.
Are we going to move forward with definitions?
Wait, so if you
Okay,
ask
let's
to
move forward.
define something, it means
I
you
want
don't
to
know
make
what it is?
my bad. Okay.
I was just
This
testing you.
guy, he's trying to get a cheap win on saying that we don't know how to define the term that he's kind of pulling out of his ass in the context.
Well, I pull it out of my ass. Okay, scalar or vector?
Yeah,
Is gravity a
scalar
scalar
or
or a
vector.
vector?
Like I said, dude, context specific. You can use either one. You can just say, okay, I got a acceleration 9.8 meters per second squared on average, right? 9.8. Use that in the context, whatever you're doing it for. But if you're actually going to apply directionality to it, then yeah, you have to have a vector. Right? It's just down. So
And guess what?
the x, y, z vector, it's just fucking down, so negative y. Right? So
And
0,
guess
0,
what?
or 0, negative 9.8, and 0. There's your vector. But if you don't
Well,
care,
then,
you just want to omit the other, it's just negative 9.8.
if it's just down, then why do things above us, like very far above us,
Okay,
not go
good
down?
job. You just proved that the Earth is
No,
round.
you didn't miss the question. You missed the question. Right? There's shit above us, yeah, but he's asking what is gravity if it's a scalar or a vector. The force, quote unquote, the pseudo force, whatever the fuck you want to call it. You take something, you let it go, it goes down, downward direction.
No, not always. No, we see things above us.
Okay,
Like
and I
the further
understand
they
that,
are,
but
like
you
the
understand
sun, the
how that
moon,
proves that the
the
Earth is round, right?
satellites,
but
they don't go down.
No, listen to me. So in the context, what we're talking about here, it goes downwards. In your worldview, it would be inwards. Right? So with respect to that thing compared to the thing that's pulling on it, it's downwards. Right? Or if you're upside down, it's upwards. Whatever. It's inwards to the larger object, according in that worldview.
Yes.
By the way,
And things in
whatever,
orbit are
dude,
claimed to be
it's not
falling
the point.
towards the Earth, but they keep missing.
Yeah, it just depends on how you orient up, down, left, and right, and then the direction, and then the vector just shifts along those lines. But if we're standing up straight and we define the coordinate or the orientation as forward and back, up and down, left and right for your x, y, and z axes, okay. Simply put, to start with, two of those parameters are going to be 0, and one's going to be negative 9.8. Now, if you rotate that entire axis, then yeah, things are going to change. You got to start somewhere, right? Simply put.
Yeah, and let's start here.
Okay. So is that fair summary, dude? Scalar
Yeah,
vector.
sure, but I'm gonna counteract it
Yeah.
really
Okay. So
quick.
thank you for
No, I'm gonna
conceding.
counteract it really quick. Hold on, don't jump the horses.
Yeah. So thank you for
I didn't
conceding.
concede the
That's the
shit. Hold
question.
on.
Now we can move forward, right? What was
No,
the
we're
point
not
of that?
moving forward nothing because I didn't
I'm
agree
just
with anything
saying that
you
you
said.
can't completely model gravity as a true vector.
Well, hold on though. Hold on. I'm about to disprove that though. A vector is a straight arrow at a single point. Correct? Do you realize that? Correct?
That's what I just said, dude.
Okay, I'm making sure. Hold on. And do you know what a gravitational field is? That is around the planet.
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
We're aware of the
Are you
claim.
aware that there's many vectors?
Are you
There's
talking
a
about the 4 dimensional? Are you
Wait,
talking about the
hold
4
on. I'm gonna
dimensional?
explain to you. Hold on.
Hold on.
There's a
Wait.
pattern of many vectors around the planet.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you're talking about the 4-dimensional coordinate system known as
Yeah,
space-time, right?
exactly. And let me finish. Hold on.
Yeah.
Forming. Guess what it forms? A round field.
A torus. Yeah, I know.
Okay, exactly. Which is a magnet.
Yeah, like a magnet. Sure.
Exactly. Which forms a round field, not a flat one, a round one, which you've already conceded to. Welcome to Round Earth.
No, what? That's all the theory. I get the theory.
What do you mean that's a theory when it
Doesn't
happens in
prove
real
you're on a
time?
ball.
Yeah.
Where in that construct is the proof that you're actually on a ball, rather than just describing how the theory would go, right, in the context of a ball, if there was one.
There's gravity in real life. What?
What?
Yeah, you're
Answer the
stupid, dude.
question, dude.
They don't
Answer
believe
the
in gravity,
question.
they believe in buoyancy.
There's
Answer
literally
the
gravity in
question.
real life.
They're quite stupid.
Answer the question, because this is the
Does your
theory,
apple fall on the
right?
ground?
This is general relativity, right?
Drop something on the ground right now.
Dude, no one's. You really think we're denying that if we take something and let it go, it'll fall, depending on what
That's
it goes for?
gravity. Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
Gravity.
yeah,
Gravity.
sure, right?
He said
Yeah.
sure.
So what's the
I'm
causational
not denying
mechanism?
that. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Well, apparently it's space-time, right? 4-dimensional coordinate systems having some sort of magical effect to pull the thing inwards towards the mass.
Yep, and you're falling towards the ground right now without
Dang.
knowing it. All of us fall towards the ground. Our magnetic field is pulling us towards the ground 24/7.
Oh, so it's
Yes.
magnetism that's pulling us inwards now.
No,
You hear that?
no. And that's attributed to what I just said earlier. If you were paying attention.
What did you just say about magnets, dude? Why did you talk
Dude.
about magnets?
Again, dude, it's attributed to around Earth.
Magnetism's not gravity, Master Debater. You've just confused
I
the two
never
of
said
them.
it was magnetism. Hold on, what?
I can't hear this other guy. Is he
Gravity and
speaking?
magnetism can be
You guys
put
are talking
one
to
in
someone,
one,
but I
though,
can't hear
right?
him.
I'll agree with that.
Oh shit!
He goes
Hey,
hand
hold on.
in hand. Hold
Master
on.
Debate, did you mute Ice JJ?
Who did I mute? Let me look.
Actually, it might be the other way around. Oh, it's JJ. Did you
excuse me.
mute Master
I feel like I
Debater?
just want to talk about it here.
Yeah, I
Yeah, my
said
fault.
muted.
Yeah, why did you do that, dude?
I had him muted a long time ago. I don't know why.
Okay, can you not do that? Like,
Yeah, probably
clean that up, guys.
He was acting like a dickhead, but I'll mute him.
Okay, and vice versa, dude.
I
So
thought
it
I
makes
was going
sense to
crazy.
you.
Well, he's not even
No,
gonna
it's Master Debater.
No, actually, I thought you guys were
Masturbator.
going. I thought you guys were going crazy. Honestly.
Ice JJ, can you hear me?
All good. This guy's going crazy.
Ice JJ can't even hear me. Hello, I'm about to put him back on mute. Anyways, let me know
Don't
when
do
he
that,
unmutes.
dude. Come on.
Wait, let me know when he
Hey,
unmutes.
whatever.
How the fuck would I? If he keeps
Right.
interrupting me.
He's not a mod, so
Okay,
it's okay.
Master Debater, don't mute him completely. Just put him down to 10%.
All right, hold on.
It's so it stops audio chaos in here, because if you're yipping along and he starts mumbling, then we just got two of you idiots going. We don't need that.
Okay, I'll put him on like 10%. Ice and Master the cream of the cream. Me and Ice JJ are not the same person, bro. Don't compare me to Ice JJ. But why do we meet Mr. Swordsman? What did he do? Free my dog. Why do we meet him?
Don't worry about it. So, Pony, I hope you got your popcorn out, by the way.
Yeah.
I had some sunflower seeds, but I can't really eat them while on Discord because it just makes too much noise pollution. But I mean, on this server as a whole, I'm just kind of used to stuff like this.
Yeah.
You know, is this the silence a concession of you being wrong, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? I won the
No,
debate.
he's just saying he's used to clowns like you, Master Debater. That's all.
No, I already
Yeah, no,
counted the 5. I won. It's okay.
Yeah, well, what the fuck are you talking to me for, dude? You're done.
Well, I'm not done. You know, it seems like you consist.
Want to keep going? You're racking up
Well,
those
you already
L's?
consist. I mean, it's okay.
Well, okay, where did I concede to? Remind me.
You already conceded the fact that there is gravity by literally
When did I-
presenting gravity with
Okay,
dropping
the
that
effect,
pin. So it's
right?
okay.
Yeah. You drop a solid object, it falls,
Yeah,
Some of them
yeah, gravity. So there you go.
Yeah,
We agree, right?
I mean, yeah, there was no concession there.
Well, you agree. So yeah, there you go. You conceded.
Well, what
Well,
was the claim?
There you go.
I think
Like,
the
welcome to madness.
Oh boy, hold on. What was the claim that that we witness an effect that we call gravity, or were you claiming the causal mechanism for why we witnessed such an effect?
I never said that. No, I said it was all gravity, sir.
Oh, see, okay. So you basically fucked yourself.
Well, I
Fucked
didn't
up the
fuck
entire
myself.
question. You're leading us into
You
this
already
entire
consisted the fact that
thing
it was
by
gravity.
invoking Einsteinian general relativity and four-dimensional space-time and all this shit for nothing to basically just say that you can drop your phone, right? So you weaseled around to try and create this air of confidence that you know what the fuck you're talking about at a theoretical level, only to fall on your face when I say that I understand that, and now you're saying, oh well, you're conceding because that was the point you were making, but that wasn't the point that you were actually making. Like, what's wrong with you, bro?
The thing is, we all agreed it was gravity, and you already consist to the fact that it was gravity. So I don't get what your issue is now. Like changing your mind.
Shit falls when you drop it. Some things float, some things go up. Yeah, context
Hey, what
dependent.
floats? A ball's gonna
Argument.
float in the air after you drop it.
What's your argument though?
Wait, so you're telling me a ball's gonna drop and it's gonna just
If I have a helium balloon and let it go, it's not going downwards, Master Debater.
Yeah.
Wait, you're saying if you drop a ball, it's not going downwards?
No, I didn't say that.
You're
I
not
don't know how you got if you drop a ball out of me letting a helium balloon go, but maybe it's you that needs to get your ears tested.
Yeah, dude, I have a question for you. All right. If I take an anvil and I drop it into a pool of mercury, what happens?
It's gonna fall, and since it falls into the mercury, it's gonna, dissolve. I think, right? I'm not sure.
No,
What's gonna happen?
it floats. So is mercury an
It'll
anti-gravity?
drop though, nigga. Like, what are you talking about?
No. Do you mean to say that iron will not float in liquid mercury? Are you really that stupid?
Dude, nigga,
Can I answer
Do a little
that?
chat GPT. Get your friend Chat GPT out right and ask.
Are you serious? Are you serious, bro? Are you serious?
Come on, Krusty, you can do this.
No.
So there he goes. Hey, kids.
Fuck,
No, what
I
did you
love
just
fucking
say? You
I
said,
love fucking kicking.
you said,
I love kicking this shit around like a fucking soccer ball. It's hilarious.
you said it doesn't. Are you serious? Or are you
And now
trolling?
he's gonna make some shit up about you said because he's too busy laughing and no one even remembers.
Yeah. So recall what I said, right?
No.
Recall what
I heard what you said, but
Okay, what did I say? What did I say?
I'm not having a mental breakdown. Yeah.
Right. So recap, right? You were talking about gravity and space time and vectors and scalars and shit like that, right? And then you tried to spin the argument that because I observe things falling, that I am agreeing with you and conceding that space time, space time fabric is the causal mechanism for that. Like it's like you got problems, bro.
You said I have issues, but then you said because you dropped a metal pipe in the mercury and it floats,
No, I didn't
that
say
means
metal pipe.
gravity doesn't exist.
I was
That's what you
no.
fucking
I was
said.
asking you a question. I was
That's what you
asking
said,
you.
bro.
No, bro, you misheard me. No wonder you're laughing your ass off. It sounds stupid because it sounds stupid in your head, right? What I asked you explicitly was, if I take an anvil, you know what an anvil is, right? Those iron blocks that people fucking like hammer shit up against. If you
That's what I
drop it
use in
into
Minecraft to enchant tools.
there you go, right? Drop one of those fuckers in a pool of mercury. What happens? And you didn't know, right? So I had to tell you, it floats. Now, obviously, a rhetorical question: is fucking mercury an anti-gravity device or anti-gravity catalyst for iron?
Are you serious? That's still stupid though. Like,
Yeah, of course it sounds stupid, dude. Yeah, it's a dumb question, but it's not going down, dude. It's going up.
but it doesn't matter. What?
I know. It's a stupid question. Scratch
But
that. Doesn't matter.
that's like saying, like,
Point
hold
is,
on.
we all understand that
Uh,
solid shit drops through the fucking air. Does that prove Einstein in space time?
It does. But hold on, really quick.
How?
Really quick.
No, don't dive
Really
depth.
quick.
No.
Hold on.
You little
You asked me a
Weasley.
question first, so I'm gonna answer that one.
You. You Weasley, you.
Weasel. I'm answering your first question, but what's it called? Well, not first. Okay, that you were trying to say, because the iron metal block doesn't fall to the mercury. It floats means gravity doesn't exist. And I know you're not saying that, but you're just using it.
No.
No, I know that's not what you're saying,
No.
but you're
You're
using.
obviously not listening,
I
bro.
know that's not what you're saying.
I even prefaced everything I said
Yeah, I
after
know
that.
what you're saying, dude.
That block
Hold on,
as
chill
a
out.
rhetorical question.
I know,
Right?
but hold on.
Yeah. So
Okay, but
then,
that's like saying, right? That's like saying.
no.
That's like saying.
No, bro.
Actually, yeah, no, look, we're just going to
Bro.
quiet that thing for a second. Pony, do you have any sensible questions that you'd like answered? Because this kid is just, yeah.
The only contribution that I would have is the acknowledgement of how a theory would work isn't acknowledging that that theory is what is happening.
Why do they do that? Yeah, no, that's just disgusting.
It's fucking ducking.
Every time.
Yeah. Right. So then, Pony, how would one establish that there exists a four-dimensional coordinate system, fabric, so to speak, that's bending and warping when you have shit inside of it, and then that bending and warping causes, shit to move around and get closer to each other, depending on the sizes of these things? How does one go to establish that?
That is a good question. I'm probably not smart enough to answer it. One of the things that they say about black holes, which is for lack of any better word, because there is a better word, one of the strongest examples of gravity is that time kind of bends around it, and even though it something like that, and I was gonna say, even though it might take like a few seconds to fall into it, it would feel a lot longer than that, and maybe that's not exactly true, but there's something like that. How would one go about a four-dimensional coordinate system, if that's the question, with a consideration that if I have it right, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, basically the space-time fabric, right, modeled out as a four-dimensional coordinate system, like mathematically, right, to do all the calculations and everything, right, to say that that construct manifests in reality in some sort of quote-unquote physical form, or rather an abstract form that has a causal, like a possibility to influence physical reality from like the abstract space, right? How, like, to say that actually happens, like, at this point, it's just purely theoretical, is my point. But it's spoken to about or claimed to be like an actual real phenomenon.
What would be the fourth dimension in this regard?
Time. Length, width, height, and time. Are influenced by matter. And then that kind of bending of that, whatever, that fabric is what pulls shit into each other, basically. Or pushes, rather. Depending on who you talk to, they'll use either term.
Well, I think gravity tends to pull in, and from what I understand, and in regards to space and stuff like that, I'm not super duper knowledgeable. But there's supposedly a thing called like antimatter, to where it actively pushes things away. Maybe that's not entirely accurate, but that's how I understand it. In terms of, and I hope this isn't a poor answer, but in terms of going about a four-dimensional coordinate system, probably it would be based around at least the X, Y, and Z would be based around the orientation of the Earth. So it would probably be true north, and then east, west, and then there's not really like a forward or backward like there is for east west. It's just kind of a rotating plane like that.
Sorry, just a quick clarifying question. What's antimatter?
It's supposed to be some kind of physical force that sits around the universe that has antithetical or that's not the right word, but it does kind of like the opposite stuff that gravity does. And frankly, I don't exactly know, but I have heard that antimatter is to be a thing. And maybe it's not called antimatter. Maybe it's called like black matter or something like that. Or I would probably have to look into it. Yeah, that's it. Dark matter.
Yeah, it's probably something invented just to fill gaps in equations. That'd sound pretty cool.
Well, I think when things like that happen and they find and they create new things like that, it's because there is a gap in the equation, and so they have to have something to fill it. And so they create these concepts, and I think that's what the black hole was before we found evidence of it, or at least supposed evidence of it. Was that it's this concept of something, and then it just got expanded upon.
Okay, so still theory then, basically. That's fine then. You know.
What happened there?
I'm sorry. Say that again, please.
I was just saying. So, general relativity, special relativity. You know, space-time fabric. It's theory. It's
Well,
fine.
and you know what is called gravity today is known as the theory of gravity, and you could even apply that to the theory of evolution as well. And I mean, I think that's a fair criticism. Personally, go ahead.
Let's parse it out quickly. Okay, in this room, it's happened so many times, and right from the get-go, it's good to get it out of the way, right? And I was kind of alluding this to Masturbator earlier. Okay, when someone uses the term gravity, are they referring to the effect that we witness, the phenomena of taking the thing, solid object, for example, out in the open, you're just letting it go and seeing it fall to the ground, right? Or is the word being used to describe the supposed cause for why that phenomena happens? So in this case, what you're saying, what are you referring to? The phenomena, which we can all witness, or the alleged cause, which is, at this point, at least theoretical, as to why that thing happened?
Yeah, is it the law or the theory of gravity that you're invoking?
Yeah.
What kind of semantic thing is that?
Well, I think that's a necessary point because
no, it's this.
for the point of scalar and vector, sector and vector, whichever it is, bringing it back to that, these terms need to be defined. Like, what are we talking about? Are we talking about the observable phenomenon, or the measurements of what this is supposed to be? And when two people are talking about an idea and they're using the same words with different definitions, they're always going to run into a roadblock.
Yeah, so let me rephrase it. Are you talking about uppercase, capital G gravity, or lowercase g gravity?
Yeah.
Because
Well,
the
and I
lowercase
get
g would be what you actually measure.
I'm sure
Right? The
he's
actual
talking about
acceleration.
both. You just
Oh. Yeah.
maybe that
Yeah,
was
dude.
misclick or something.
I just want to point something out too. Sorry, Craig. Just like the way you phrased your statement earlier, it was kind of because the phenomena, what we actually witness, is what we actually measure. But it almost sounded like you're kind of like painting them as like a dichotomy or something. You know, you drop something, you measure, you time how fast it takes to hit the ground, and it's in different points. You measure the different distance from, the starting point, onwards, and you'll see an ever increasing gap over same periods of time. So it's accelerating. You can measure that. It's not a problem. The problem is the idea as to why it's happening, dude. So that's the
Yeah,
that's the
I think that's
lowercase
fair.
g, right? That's the lowercase g. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh my god.
I'm afraid I don't really have much else in that regard.
All good.
I mean, all these observable things are things. It seems the question is, what exactly are they?
That's a good question, because you had Tyson on the podcast, Star Talk. He was like, this reporter was asking him, hey, I just want some things I'm confused by. Just like, I hear people talking about, astrophysics and astronomy. One of the questions she says is, what is gravity? His answer is, I don't know.
Wait, hold on. His answer was, I don't know.
I don't know, yeah.
Are we just like lying about that? You really think that Neil deGrasse Tyson's answer is, I don't know?
Yeah, it's, I don't know. That's what his answer was.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you know what it is?
Yeah, I was
Do I
about to
know
ask.
his answer? No, but we can easily
No,
find
do you
out by
know
looking it up,
do you know
right?
what your answer is? What was gravity?
You said that he said, I don't know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he
who
said
asked-
we have no idea. So someone asked him, "What is gravity?" He said this was his reply. I can send you the clip. He said, "We
Okay,
have
thank
no idea. We have no idea." Next question. I'll
Yeah,
put
in
the
a
clip
much
the
broader
side chat.
sense.
That's it? Yeah? Can
Yeah,
you
in a
actually,
broader
yeah.
sense.
Can you put that clip in side chat?
Yeah, because that's in
Yeah,
a broader
absolutely.
sense.
Well, how about you just say what you
No,
think gravity is?
Like,
you,
what
you're
is
saying he
life?
said it. I just want to know that he actually said that we don't
He
know.
just wants.
he said
He
it.
just wants to
Just
hear
put it in the
DeGrasse
side
Tyson
chat.
say the words "I don't know."
Yeah,
I'm curious to
honestly,
know
I
what
did.
Toaster. But Toaster, you're here though with us, right? You're live and in person. What do you think of gravity, brother Toaster?
I'm nowhere near as smart as him. I'm not going to say that I can speak above him or below him or whatever, but I want to know where he said I don't know. And
Okay,
put
so
that in
you
the side chat so we
concede.
can see it.
So you
Put
concede
that in
and
the
then
side chat
appeal
so
to an
we can see it.
authority. Appeal to the
Certainly.
authority that doesn't know. Bet.
We will see. Put in the side chat.
It's there. It's already there.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
That's why it's not good to follow these blurts. They don't do anything anyway.
Where
We're
is
talking
it? Am
to
I
this other
retarded?
dude.
Where is it?
Oh boy, I'm just gonna fumble through the conversation now. Yay.
Yeah, we're talking to the pony.
You
Oh,
said
yeah,
it's in
what's
the
up?
side chat. Where is
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, just look for it.
Where's the side chat, or where is it in the
No,
side chat?
where is it in the side chat?
Look for it,
Yeah,
brother.
so
Use your
look at my name
eyeballs.
and then look at what I posted 2 minutes after the hour.
The psycho crazy lady face ice Yeah.
Oh my
And
god.
we
Just
gotta
watch.
listen to him look for it as
DJ
well.
Soyfish.
Toaster, how about you
I'm
mute
definitely
up,
not that.
right? And look for it with your eyeballs versus your mouth.
Well, so
Working on
for
it.
my
apparently.
considerations in terms of the side chat, I'm driving, so I'm afraid I'm not available to access that. Unfortunately.
Yeah, don't worry about it. You don't need to. This is not. It wasn't for you. It's a derail.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
So, Control F, his name's not there anywhere. What are we doing here?
Okay, put yourself on mute and then look for DJ. I think maybe even Crit may have replied for you.
Yeah, I did.
And just scroll through.
How far do I have to scroll up?
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
it's right there, bro. It's like 2 minutes after the hour. You know how to check the time, right?
The
So it says
www.livescience.com
PM, but it'll
slash
be a different.
planet Earth, that one?
Hey DJ, he's asking for a measurement which would
is
be
it that
synonymous with time.
By the way, if you
No, he
Control
wants-
F and type in his name, he's not there. What are you guys talking
Okay,
about?
you just move on from this idiot. I mean,
I'm
enough
confused.
already.
I'm so confused.
Okay, stay confused. All right, Pony. Okay.
Sock inserted in mouth.
Yeah, enough of that shit. Okay. So basically, what they're getting at is when you watch a video, Tyson describes that it's a placeholder. They don't know what it is. It's just a thing, and it's going to change. And really, it's a long-winded. When someone says, "Hey, what is the force of gravity?" It's a long-winded. I don't know. That's what he's saying. He's saying they don't know. They don't know what it is. It's something that came up by man. We invented this thing as a placeholder to describe the way things move through time and space. But what it actually is could be anything at all. They have no idea. So the best part is that's what the experts at the expert level are saying. So you'll get people coming in here and be like, well, I heard flat earthers say that gravity doesn't exist. Therefore, the earth is a globe. And you're like, well, really? Okay, what is that? What is this thing you're talking about, this gravity? What is it? And they don't know
I think
either.
that based on the form of reasoning for disagreeing with the heliocentric idea of Earth, that seems to be in line, and especially when it comes to all of these ideas about what actually is, these ideas that humanity has put in place for them are placeholders. They're placeholders until people have enough evidence or have enough proof to say, okay, this is this, this is that, and kind of like I mentioned dark matter earlier and black holes. Like they were noticed. Considering that's true, they were noticed before they were found proof of.
There's
and
no proof.
expanded
There's no
upon.
proof of dark matter at all. Literally nothing. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson says the same thing. He says it actually annoys him when people call it dark matter because that insinuates that it's some kind of matter. He said you could call it Fred, you could call it whatever you want. They
Yeah,
have
Fred the Wilma.
absolutely no idea about anything about it, right? There's even a Scientific American article in the side chat there that says the crux of today's cosmological paradigm is that in order to maintain a mathematically unified theory valid for the entire universe, we must accept that 95% of our cosmos is furnished by completely unknown elements and forces for which we have no empirical evidence whatsoever. For a scientist to be confident of this picture requires exceptional faith in the power of mathematical unification. So yeah, they have no idea.
That really sounds like an ego cope as far as I'm concerned, right? We can't explain it, therefore we're going to say, I don't know. But if I'm sorry, go ahead, Pony.
What? What is
Pardon
that?
me.
That's called being honest.
In terms of
No,
what I
JJ
when I brought
Fish,
up
if you
dark
want to
matter,
walk that, we
I mean I only heard it like once or twice a long time ago, and it's just an idea that's rattled around in my head that came up when we were talking about the stuff. So frankly, I mean, I don't really know the left, right, up or down of it, but it was related to that, so I brought it up. However, that also made me think of, and I may have misunderstood what you said. If there's something out there that we don't know of, but we've just attached an idea to it or a word to it, that would kind of be in line with this idea of gravity, of following this through. We don't know exactly what it is, but we know it's a thing.
That's not really the case, though, bro. Right? This is what happened. Their math was off by like 99%. So they had to make something up rather than throw the math in the bin. So they just made up something that they have absolutely no evidence of whatsoever. So they didn't have to just completely throw their entire model in the bin.
Whose math is
Not
off
just the math, but their
99%?
assumptions.
Whose math is off
Their
95%?
axioms. They had to throw their. They didn't want to throw their axioms in.
Who are they?
plot writers.
Astrophysicists, astronomers.
Yeah, who?
The plot writers, JJ.
Who?
Whoever writes a plot line that you believe in, JJ.
No, I'm talking about the people you're talking about. Who?
Are you listening to the
You said they
confines
were
of the
proven wrong.
conversation? Are you tracking with the
99%.
conversation?
Someone said 99% wrong. Who?
No, they found out their math was off by over 95%. Right? So they had to. That's why they had to come up with dark matter and dark energy.
For clarification purposes, that's the math of the theory of gravity.
No, it's how the stars are moving through the sky.
Okay.
They said here's a mathematical model that should predict the motion of stars. They said it doesn't match. They try to use a theory of gravity and the law of gravity built inside the solar system and apply that to the rest of the visible universe. It doesn't match. It's off. It's off by like 96 or 98%. So what they did was this guy called Lawrence Krauss invented dark matter and dark energy. And they thought he was brilliant. Like, wow, that's so amazing. Until Neil deGrasse Tyson has a full lecture on this called The Dark Universe. He goes, normally that wouldn't be a problem. There's some minor variable in here that we're not accounting for. The model still works. He says, until you realize that the model now is 96% dark matter and dark energy. He basically says their own model, their own visible universe is completely unobservable. Their own observable universe has no observations in it whatsoever.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, this is called the dark universe lecture. It's like I don't know. I think it's less than an hour, like 48 minutes or something like that. And he goes all Tyson, like the Fred and Wilma. He goes, people think this sounds scientific, saying dark matter, dark energy. He goes, you could call it Fred and Wilma, Hanna-Barbera characters from the Flintstones. Fred Flintstone and his wife Wilma.
Sounds like dark matter would be synonymous with a zero inserted as a placeholder until somebody actually comes up with a valid explanation for the zero to be replaced by a number that actually has a numerical value versus just a placeholder.
Yeah, or like an X. So they're saying they got 1 + 1 plus something equals 3. And
Very well said, brother.
Yeah, just put an X there.
Solve for X.
Or they have 1 plus, their model says 1 + 1 = 3. They just like scribble in dark matter, dark numbers. We got a dark number here. But it's more than that, because that would be a third of their model is dark. This would be like having 99 dark numbers and then a 1.
So, Crit, to parse out what you said about 25 minutes ago, to double back to what you said about 25 minutes ago, parsing out the idea of gravity. Like, what is it? And I mean, I'm asking if JJ wants to jump in on this, or Pony, or any of the spheroid model fans want to jump in on this. What is the actual claim of gravity? That things just go down?
The answer is either I don't know or a long-winded I don't know.
I was hoping that Pony or JJ would be able to step up and defend their claim. But at the end of the day, here's the thing, right? We all know that objects have an inherent weight, right? Objects weigh something. I'm not saying that weight is the actual explanation of it, but we do know that we observe buoyancy. We observe that when I disrupt something that is resting and I change the thing that is resting upon, let's say a pen is resting on a table and I move that table away, we know that that pen's going to fall, right? These are the things that we observe. So the question then becomes, why is that thing falling? Is that thing just seeking its next place of rest? Or is it there actually some magical force that we are literally sitting here trying to parse out that's causing that thing to go down, go boom?
The understanding that I have of gravity is it's attraction based off of mass. So the bigger the mass, the more attractive it is to local objects. That would be the result of the pen falling to the floor, or probably the more famous or infamous example of the apple falling on Isaac Newton's head. And how that would work for terms of space is you have series of space debris, rocks, dust, whatever. They start to coalesce around a large object, and it only grows until there's not enough debris to draw it in. And it would also explain kind of the solar system in terms of how it rotates around the sun and the galaxy, and how it rotates around the black hole in the middle.
So to jump in hot on that, what is your evidence of things moving? Right, the stuff in the sky appears to move. What's your evidence of the ground moving to make your claim work?
Evidence of things moving. Well, we have
specifically the
camera.
ground. Sorry.
Well, so when you say the ground, do you mean like the surface of the Earth, or do you mean the surface of uh, a set of mass that attracts an objects?
Well, okay, here's what we're going to do, right? We're going to keep it based on Earth because that's what we're here talking about. So what I'm going to ask simply for is any evidence of the ground moving, because that would have to be that if P then Q, right? We would have to have evidence of the ground moving in order for your claim of things coalescing to be actually true. So do you have any evidence of the ground moving? First question.
I don't think. Well, so the ground does move. Now, the explanation I would bring for that would be tectonic plates. Now, the consideration would be, well, are the tectonic plates moving as a force of gravity? I mean, they're shifting around each other, but is that because of gravity? I might think that depending on move, and maybe that's a little bit of a dumb point. I don't know if the Earth is at a stage any longer to where the ground is moving like that. I mean, it's all kind of settled out, and it's been settled out for about 4 billion years, considering the science is accurate. So
to jump in on that,
I guess
when you say, oh, sorry, go ahead. I was.
Pardon me. I was just going to say that would be my answer.
Right. So you've got a couple of claims that are built into there. The age of this place, the fact that you think that this place has reached a point of maturity where movement is no longer detectable. Like, these are a lot of claims. I would almost say subjective, because I've never heard about the movement reaching a point of maturity where it just stops evolving, it stops moving. I've never heard this before. So from a standpoint of me asking you if you have any evidence of the ground in fact moving, tectonic plates, well, yeah, we know that. We have earthquakes, we have swells out in the ocean, tsunamis, we know this. What I'm asking for is an actual rate of spin, which again, you mentioned coalescing, things coming together based on their rate of spin. I'm asking for proof of that. If you don't have any proof of that for the confines of the conversation, just like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, you can say, I don't know, right? That is fair. That is truthful. And that is how we get to the bottom of things, by people being able to relinquish an answer.
I would consider that I'm not particularly smart enough or studied enough to give you a speed of rotation or to give you more specifics on what you asked. That being said, I don't think just because I'm not smart enough or studied enough that those answers don't exist. I think that the specialization that we have in society, and I mean, this would go back a couple thousand years, which is expanding it, what we're talking about. So fair enough if that's criticism. There are people out there that know these things and that study these things for a lifetime. And so, I mean,
And what's their
there's
answer?
the
Their answer was,
my
I
answer would
don't
come
know.
down to
Their answer. What was
Lazarus's. Well, so
their answer? Was I don't know. So what's your answer?
that I'm not smart enough or studied enough, but me not knowing exactly what the parameters are doesn't mean that the parameters aren't out there. And I would point to Lazarus's flaming laser sword, which would say that the simplest solution is most likely the correct solution.
See, the problem here is that a lot of these guys come in here, these anti-flat earthers, and they say, we know the earth is a globe. And by knowing stuff, you have a moral claim. Knowledge is morality. The more you know, the better you are, the better human you are. So when you hear someone say, like, hey, I don't know what gravity is, I don't know how you'd prove the curvature of the earth or whatever, they see those as moral failings. They got this very upside down, very subjective, like relativist worldview. So when they hear people say something that's wrong, that they believe is wrong, they go into this Trump style debate tactic, this debate bro, where it gets wrong, where you're like, basically a placeholder for evil, wicked. And they want to they want to shut the conversation down. And that's when you start seeing that, hey, how come you don't have the same problem when these, like master theologians, these master, cosmologists, divinationists, when they say they don't know, how are you not upset by that? And then there's a cope. Well, they have an answer. I just don't understand their answer. Or they have an answer. I just haven't heard it yet. It's out there. It's out there in the ether somewhere, but I don't know where it is.
Well, a lot of these things that we're talking about are rather complicated, and there's a lot of theory, and there's a lot of there's also evidence that goes into those decisions.
No, that's quite the opposite. We were told that. We're told that this stuff can be mastered by children in 4th grade. Like a 5th grade education is all you need to completely master the heliocentric model. This is content that was mastered by Bronze Age goat herders 2,000 years ago. So they say, well, now it can't be. It can't. You don't know this stuff. It's beyond comprehension. That's another contradiction.
I don't think I said it was beyond comprehension. I think if you look into the material, which I'll grant you that I really haven't done all too much, you can find an answer, and you can find the answer. I would also consider that a 4th grader or a 5th grader, I'm afraid I don't remember which one you said, unfortunately, can master this idea. I don't know if they can. I think they can tell you the idea that they were told, but I don't think they exactly understand how and why. It's not a mastery of it. They can only share what they've been told. Something I'll bring up is if you go high enough in elevation, like 7,000, 8,000 feet, and you have a good line of sight that goes out for miles, you can see the curvature of the Earth. There's no measurements beyond what your eyes tell you.
Okay, who wants to get that? No one?
Um, Pardon me. I thought of something that I wanted to say, but my brain
no.
kind of sucks.
No, go
Um,
ahead.
it doesn't really upset me when humanity can't find an answer for something. The world and the universe is very complicated, and some things are simple and some things aren't. But it's complicated enough to the point to where an answer like "I don't know" to me isn't dissatisfactory. Because there's a lot of things that we'll never know. And while I don't think that a spherical Earth or a flat Earth is one of those things, coming to terms with the consideration that you'll just find enough I don't knows out there uh, seems like a reasonable thing to come to. Now we can disagree on what the I don't knows are, and I think that's perfectly fair. But that's a consideration that I would have.
Okay, so how much curvature do you see in an airplane?
That's a good question. I'm sure if you took a particular tool, you would be able to find out the curvature that you would see, and it would probably depend on your exact elevation. But I don't know what that angle of curvature would be.
So that would be an untestable claim.
No, it would be a testable claim. There's mathematical tools out there that will, if you know how to use them, that will tell you the curvature of a particular sphere or 3D object or curve in general as a greater whole.
There's disagreement on it. There's disagreement from the globe side about how high up you would be before you start to see the curvature. Yeah. Some people, like if you do a quick Google search, it'll say, "Oh yeah, easy from 30,000 feet," you know. But then you get others saying, "Well, you'd have to squint really hard. It's really subtle, you know, like it's not really perceivable." And then you've got others that say, absolutely not, no way, I've done the math, and you wouldn't even see it from 120,000 feet. Actually, you wouldn't even see it from the altitude of the ISS because you're only seeing about 3% of the Earth's surface, and you're basically just taking a slice of a circle out of the top of the globe, and it's a tiny little circle, so the horizon would just look flat from that altitude.
In terms of the ISS, I think there might be a little bit better of a claim there just because I mean, I don't know if it's 3%. If I had to guess, I would say it's probably maybe 30%. And maybe you didn't say 3% and I misheard, and that'd be my bad. But I mean, I could see that from the ISS. I can also say that I went to Hawaii years ago, and I went to Maui specifically. And the tallest point of Maui, I think it's only a few thousand feet above sea level, and it's you know, it's an island and it goes right up to zero feet sea level. You can see the curvature of the Earth from the top of that. Now, I think there's a couple different factors. It's how far you can see. It's is there foliage as far as the eye can see, or is there hills, or so on and so forth. But I can say from the top of the volcano on Maui, you can see the curvature of the Earth.
Wow. I'd say that's wishful thinking.
Fair enough.
Oh, we've got, well, I've climbed high mountains. I've been in aircraft. I've never observed the horizon to curve left to right. So yeah, there's like I said, there's conflicting testimony regarding that left to right curvy horizon that supposed to exist.
I think that's fair. Especially when there's a few different parameters that's going to dictate what the curvature is that you see. And I don't even necessarily have a grievance with the differing claims of what curvature we're actually seeing, if any curvature at all. I mean, one of the things that I thought of earlier, which is slightly related to this, from when Debater was in here, and he was saying like, "Oh, well, you guys think this, and you guys think that," and it's like, in any group of thought or ideas, you're going to get a variation of it, and it's unfair to attribute a whole group of uh, a whole group of people who think something to the exact same ideas. And like I said, that's not exactly related here, but it's what I thought of. And that's a very fair stance. And whether they're talking about flat Earth or spherical Earth or religion or government.
Yeah. Look, there's also photography from all different altitudes portraying both flat and curved horizons, right? Curved horizons that we see in photographic imagery are due to lens distortion, because when you use now there's going to be a little, slight barrel distortion, just about with any lens you use, but when we use high altitude, we don't see any left to right curvature as far as the camera's concerned. But the main point is, like, if someone's claiming to see curvature of the Earth and that curvature, like in a horizon and from high altitude, and it represents the Earth's sphericity, right? Its curved surface, then we should be able to measure it from here on the surface, because we're given a specific size and dimension of the Earth, so that it would have a specific curvature rate, which we could easily test for over distance, and that has been done, and no curvature has been found.
Well, I can't claim any stance on the second part, as I haven't heard of any tests of it being founded incomplete or without curvature. I can, however, attest for the first one, because the angle, or I'm sorry, the lens that a photo is taken with is very important. I mean, you could be at ground level looking at 10 feet in front of you with a fisheye lens, and you can see some curvature, and you can get the same effect looking at a perceived curvature of the Earth. So that's a fair point. Yeah, that's what I got. Pardon me. I kind of suck at giving satisfying conclusions to my points.
You're all good, Boney. It's unfortunate when you're trying to build your house upon a faulty claim. And I know you're wrestling with it. It's all good, brother.
Well, I do that in more than these discussions. It's just a general trend of my speaking.
All good. Now, let me ask you a question. I'm going to shift it a little bit, if I may.
Sure.
T-Dub, is that okay with you, brother? 'Cause I know T-Dub was asking some questions.
No, please, by all means, go.
Thank you so very much, brother. And I apologize for the background noise. I am at the gym, just about to get onto the stationary bike. But I want to ask, so buildings, Brother Pony, have you ever built anything in your life?
Nothing of substance.
Pardon me?
Nothing of substance. Nothing like a house. Only small kind of models.
Okay. If I was to ask you about two principles being like rules, if you sorry, I got a phone call. Am I still coming through?
Yeah, you're coming through. Yeah.
Thank you for confirming. So, principles. If I told you about two rules that the building industry honors whenever they build something, would you be familiar with these two principles being level and plumb?
Level. I'm aware with, and plumb. Yeah, plumb is like when it's bit and it's flush, right?
Yeah, I mean, plumb would be synonymous with vertical. Like all walls are built to the principle of plumb, and then level would be perpendicular to that. Do you agree with that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So my observation in asking you all this is not to say that we can see quote unquote a curve. My observation in bringing this to you for consideration is to say that every single building that is built upon this place, whether the building is located in Canada, the building is located in South America, the building is located in Australia over by Brother T-Dub, or the building, or actually the Great Wall of China as another example, right? These things, these places all have buildings that are built to these two principles, level and plumb. Every single functional floor and ceiling that is built in any of these buildings are built to the principle of plumb. Every single wall, functional wall that is built within these buildings are built to the principle of plumb. So it's to say, if I was to go to each of these buildings, quote unquote, look at their inspection records, I would be able to confirm that these are the two principles that were employed when these buildings were built. So with that comes, how can you have a curvy earth when I'm observing level and plumb when I go to all of these different buildings? And that's the question to the spheroid claim. How do you have these two things? You can't suck and blow at the same time, right? You can't have a curvy earth when I'm observing level and plumb everywhere I go in every single built form I observe. Is this tracking with you, brother?
It is, and the answer that I would give would be that the Earth is so relatively large that even with a curvature, you would still get levels of flat area that don't particularly increase or decrease in elevation among, like, say, 30 square feet, which is small, of course, but even out to 1,000 square feet, and I would also consider that the physics that are used to dictate measurements and measurements such as level would have part of that curvature accounted for.
Right, and this is where I say that this is why I walked out with you the locations of all these different places. So if I'm in Canada, right? Let's say Ontario, Canada, where I actually am located IRL, and then I go over to Australia and I observe the Symphony Opera House. Based on the globe model, I would literally be upside down looking between my legs when I go from Australia to Canada. The observation of level and plumb is independent of the location. I say that to say the observation, the derivative of plumb is independent of the location because plumb associates itself based on where it is in spatial reference.
I think I would attribute that to gravity itself, where and the act of gravity, what it's doing. So we have these large masses, and in this case specifically Earth. The gravitational mass of Earth is the center. So all of these level systems that we're going to use are going to be dictated off of it being drawn towards the center of the Earth, which is how we can get the same measurements from Sydney, Australia to Canada.
Well, earlier you said sea level, right?
That was one of the metrics that I used, but specifically for the perceived curvature.
Right. So we know the sea level, the sea associates itself at the bottom of the horizon, and then the sky associates itself with the horizon above the horizon line. So then I go to a construction level and ask you, are you familiar with what a construction level shows?
I don't think those two things are necessarily incomparable because of the scale involved. The scale involved in perceiving curvature at sea level, and maybe this is a mischaracterization of what you said.
You're
So I
jumping. You're
apologize
definitely
if that's the
jumping the
case.
gun. Yeah, it's
Okay,
all
that's
good.
fair.
Go ahead.
Well, if I'm jumping the gun, there's no point in continuing that answer.
I appreciate that honesty. So from a standpoint of how a construction level works, it has the green liquid or blue liquid, depending on the level that you have. The green liquid associates itself with the bottom of the tube that it's located within, and then you have the bubble itself, which would be the air within the container. And then when you look at it out of the horizon, let's say you're looking out over the ocean, you see that the ocean is on the bottom of the horizon line, and you see that the air, quote unquote, is above that horizon line. So all I'm saying to you is that from the standpoint of what a construction level shows us, realizing, yes, it is small in scale. But then when we associate that with the horizon line, they match. No matter where we go, we always see that happening. And this becomes a problem, as T-Dub was saying to you earlier, that we don't see any drop over distance, left to right drop, even front to back drop, that would give us the necessary observation to say, aha, we're actually hanging out on a curve. Man, your indicator's loud. That's cool.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Nah, you're driving. I don't want to distract you. It's all good, brother. It's all good.
I think I would go back to gravity and the gravitational center of Earth with that one. It's always going to. I got to say this without saying the same thing over.
Dude, repeating something is not a problem. Anything worth saying is worth repeating.
Well, perhaps so, but if I'm afraid I might have to go, gentlemen. I'll just stay on mute for now.
All right.
All right, brother. Be well. And it's all good. And Crit, thanks for jumping in with that. And it's to say that we will, through the conversation, through the sussing out of what we're looking at, we will get to these points of I don't know, right? Coming back to the claim of gravity, coming back to the claim of the center of the Earth. These two things, which again, center of the Earth has yet to be proven, that there's actually a centrally magical point that everything is attracted to, that is yet to be effectively proven. And secondly, again, drop over distance, a curvy Earth. Thanks for the conversation, y'all. Appreciate you.
Let's get Toaster back in here then.
Toaster have a little meltdown, did he?
Yeah, when we said Tyson said, I don't know, when asked what gravity was, he said he didn't say that, and then he did say that, and then he didn't say it again, and then that's not what he meant, and then now he couldn't find it because of Control F, and then he found it, but not with Control F, and then the whole time narrating that while we're talking to this last guy. Or like, dude, just put yourself on mute. He's like, no.
No, fair enough. So he was helped onto mute. I got no problem with that.
Yeah. I go, dude, you have to narrate your whole process of finding the video. That's not required.
Welcome, Rin. Was it Rin? Yeah, welcome, Rin. What brings you here today? Curiosity. Ooh. Well,
Yo,
you are
Matrix, I
allowed
wonder if he's a cat. Sorry, brother.
You're right. Well, you are allowed to click your microphone button and talk to us. You'll probably find it easy. I'm good. Just here to listen. Well, if you're curious, you could probably ask very specific questions, and it'd be a lot better than just random numpties coming in here with no guarantees of what you're going to get.
Oh, brother DJ, I don't want to make anybody look stupid. I'll stop talking about that one then.
Well, the only point is, bro, like, if the Earth was a globe with gravity, which they think it is, then when you build a building anywhere on the Earth, it's going to show level and plumb locally. Right, so when you say, how could it possibly show level and plumb locally if the Earth were a globe? It kind of sounds like you don't know how their model works. And then that associates
Right.
the rest of
Sorry.
us with you in a sense.
Right, but then we ask for the DOD, right? Show me the drop over distance, that would actually reinforce and back up a globe claim. We go to a 100-mile observation distance and look for a 1.25-mile drop and realize the higher up we go, the further out we see, removing the claim of a curvy Earth from it. But that's cool, brother. I appreciate you walking that out with me. I've been, asked about that
yes,
prior.
that second part of your argument, that's what I like. Right, that's what they need to be able to prove to us.
That's the qualifier for their claim that our natural experience is just, an illusion, or not significant enough to worry about. Like when they say it's negligible, that's short distance.
Right, but here's the thing. Oh, sorry. Here's the thing, right? In order for me to get to the ask of a drop over distance, I must build a solid foundation first. And my solid foundation is talking about the principles of level and plumb, so that we can walk out how we go to different buildings, point out level and plumb where we go, and then we get to the drop over distance. And with the analysis of the drop over distance not being present If somebody's being intellectually honest and genuine within the conversation, they would then realize that that drop over distance is not there because the buildings are again reporting level and plumb everywhere we go, right? The lack of understanding isn't my issue. I'm pointing out the observations so that and the evidence so that they can draw to their own conclusions.
Yeah, I get you, but they'll just say if the Earth's a globe, then you can go to Australia and check a building, right? It's going to show level and plumb, and then you can go to Canada and do the same thing. It's going to show level and plumb on a globe. It's the curvature in between point A and point B that's the that's the issue, right? But they could go to unlimited amounts of places on the Earth. It's just going to show level and plumb. Like even if the Earth's a globe with gravity.
Until they want to try hitting us with reciprocal zenith angles over a mile. Then it's not local. Not locally flat then.
I just got this message. I won 250,000 if I use promo code.
Oh, what a deal. Beers on you.
Yeah. I wonder if I should go for it. It's like, well, my lucky day. I always do this. I click what mutual servers we share. So they kicked it already. Artemis. The next launch window would be the 8th of February.
Are you kidding me?
Say
That's
what?
hilarious.
2 days.
It's already been pushed.
Yeah, it's already been pushed. They just posted this morning.
What are you flurfers going to say when they put Artemis 2 up?
One of the stage lighting workers has got sick, so give him a chance to replace him.
Yeah. Stage light Cirrus has fallen down.
Yeah, I'm looking. They put a calendar too of the available launch windows. Like I can't seem to find where I saved it. Because I think if they miss this one, then it's like late March or something like that. Like it's not as open as you think. Because I had a bunch of news prepared for like the week leading up to it, like every day prior. Okay, here we go. I found it. Yeah, so if they miss the 8th, then they can do it again on the 10th and the 11th. If they miss that, it goes into March, like a month later. Then they got a couple days in March, and then it's like the end of April.
It'll end up being the 4th of July.
Yeah. They're going to just keep kicking it. Kick. Like, oh, we missed the launch window. I'll just see just the math on that, too. You know, like, how do they determine these launch windows?
Well, what they do is they take into consideration all of your holidays, all your public holidays and all that, and they put it in between things to keep people entertained.
So do you guys think that they're going to cancel the mission, or you think they're going to fake it?
Well, it's already been bumped.
There's articles I was going to post where a lot of people, like this scientists, have said that it is unsafe. The heat shield has some major problems that have not been addressed yet, and that this is just devastating. That basically they're getting push from the top down to launch anyway. Because if it's a disaster, they'll say, "Hey, you need to privatize it." If it's not a disaster, they'll say, "Look at all this safety concerns. You'll bog the system down. You need to, like Elon Musk had said, you'll move fast and break things." If they fake it or if they don't fake it, there's going to be people are going to believe or not believe it already. It really won't matter what they show. I mean, you had people who fell for Starman.
I apologize for this, but what is Starman?
Oh, that was that. It was supposed to be a concrete block that Elon Musk shot into orbit as like proof for his like Mars rocket. It could take a payload, but instead he put a car, a Tesla Roadster, with a mock-up dummy wearing a Tesla spacesuit or SpaceX.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know that was called Starman.
Yeah, well,
Appreciate it.
he called it Starman. Let me get it. Yeah, you just type in Starman. Look right here. That's like one of the first GIFs that pop up. People fell for that.
Yeah, and didn't they get caught faking it because of the wheels and like what they found it wasn't the same car that they showed that they were launching?
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff with it. Yeah, they said that it wasn't spaced like what would happen to the tires, all the materials and whatnot. Yeah, it's like there's so many problems with it. Like people are like, and then eventually he gets called to the carpet. Like, hey, can you take some questions on this? Will you answer some questions? He's like, yeah, certainly. And then they're like, well, okay, how do we know it's real? His answer was, you can tell it's real by how fake it looks, or something along those lines. I don't remember the exact quote. Something pretty similar to that. The more fake it looks, the more real it actually is. And his justification for that was, we have better CGI than that.
See, and that's what I don't understand. I mean, if you look at what Hollywood's putting out, like the Transformers movies and all that stuff, and then you look what NASA's putting out, it's comical. I don't understand why they don't, tap Christopher Nolan to make one of their videos. People might actually start believing it.
This is what happens when you fake it. And all of a sudden now the technology for faking it is far superior to what they already had. Makes it stand out even more when it's put to you like that, doesn't it?
Is the Flat Earth channels back? Finally.
It's always been here.
Yeah, Charlie, how do you find pinned messages?
You guys took a break for a while.
No, Charlie, you got one question on the table to determine if you're going to be here or not. How do you find pinned messages?
Well, usually you just hit the tab at the top that says pinned message.
No, how do you find pinned messages? How's that done? We just worked through some other numpty who couldn't find anything. We're not going to do it again. Okay, you got one chance to get this right. Just one. If you're looking for a pinned comment, how do you find it?
You go to the top right where it says pinned messages and you click on.
Okay, bye. Go away.
How do you find them, Crit? Because that's what I fucking will do.
No, he's talking about their, like, when you're in a text channel. If you go to a text channel, there'd be like pinned comments. He was saying that you can't pin comments in the voice channel because there isn't a button to click. So there's no.
I must have missed this part of the conversation.
Yeah, there's like no pinned comments in this whole, like, none of it. There's no comments exist here. Couldn't find a single one. And it was good too because it was just like me and him in the text channel, or maybe some other people, and in the voice too. So the only thing visible was the pinned comments because there wasn't a lot of text chat there. He still couldn't find it. It had to do basically like what the rules are and whatnot. It was quite interesting. Trying to see where maybe I deleted it because it had been a while since he come around. So I was like, okay, we can get rid of that. And then we had even better. Had a server. I phoned a friend. Had a server moderator come in here and explain it to him, and he still didn't get it. Then I was like, okay, well, first I had another a guest channel moderator come in, and like, hey, dude, I gotta let me call in a favor here. I'm trying to explain to this guy how the purpose of pinned comments, and he's not getting it. Do you think you could try? He's like, yeah, sure. Let me have some fun with this idiot. So he comes in here and tries to explain it, doesn't get it either. So I'm like, okay, well, then just by chance, I was like, hey, let's see if a server mod will get it. We'll be able to get it through to him. Nope, didn't work either. This is like you play stupid games, win a stupid prize. The bare minimum. Yeah, here it is right here. Still, okay, good thing I didn't delete it.
Pin it.
Yeah, here's the last thing he said. If you guys can't acknowledge you don't have the permissions to to pin, I'm just gonna block you. The channel sucks anyway. You guys should be banned and muted. I said, you need to be able to understand pinned comments. This is step one. Pinned comments stay at the top until they're manually removed. The longer it takes you to understand this, the longer it's going to be a path forward to get you back to the channel. Direct time correlation. Holy shit, this dude's dumb. So this is why we keep the stat bot. He's only been in the server 1.2 hours the last 30 days. And with that sample size, he's determined that the channel must have been shadow banned because he's never seen it. I mean, it doesn't get this much this dumb, man. It really doesn't get this much dumber than this.
Nigger, 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 nigger.
So what do we got here today? What's going on?
Artemis got kicked.
Oh, you mean they didn't launch today?
No, they're supposed to be the 6th, and they kicked it to the 8th.
Oh, shocker.
Still saying heat shield problems.
It's funny because Space Weather News reveals space weather problems. So why wouldn't they just say that?
Oh yeah, I was the space weather prediction forecast thing came up a couple days ago. Olish had a blast with that.
Hey guys, I'm semi back. My imposition has returned to normal, and I should be able to be back and speak within maybe 15 minutes or so.
That's outstanding. You got Yoder here. He'll be able
Uh,
to answer a lot of your
oh,
questions about space and time and all that, all the stuff you had earlier.
well, that sounds like it'll be an interesting conversation. I'll have it to look forward to when I'm available to speak more consistently.
Yeah, hey Peter, you dropped the N word last time you were here, so you're not getting unmuted.
Oh, is that the guy that came in and chanted that word
Yeah.
over and over and over?
Hey, look, I can talk in here. How's everyone going?
Nope, you can't. You literally can't talk in here until you figure out one simple thing. That's it. Yeah, you also can't block mods.
Is that did he run?
No, he's sitting there. He was supposed to go channel to channel and tell them, start a conversation, an argument about how they don't have the ability to pin comments.
Oh, that sounds productive.
Yeah, because he says that Flat Earthers, uniquely, this is the only channel, only guest channel, where they took our ability to pin comments away. For some reason, which he won't explain or take questions on. Then he said the channel disappeared for a while, even though I posted the data there showing that we've been here the whole time. That he's the one who disappeared. His stats show that he's only been here in the last 30 days, 1.5 hours.
So yeah, how would he know?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like omnipresent or some shit. Toaster, welcome back, dude.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Yeah. Hey, what's up, guys? We ignore that. Hold on. Let me cancel. Shut up. Hello. Hi.
All right, are you calm now? Did you get a chance to collect yourself?
Yes, I was not watching Mulan.
That's all right. It's a good story.
What's up?
I mean, there's a lot of different interpretations of it, and I know some people have some problems with some, live action modern versions, but yeah,
Okay.
it's definitely a good story.
Okay. What's up? Are you okay? Hello.
Yeah, Toaster, what's up?
What's up? What? What's up?
The sky is up.
Oh, okay.
I've had this really unhinged person in my DMs now for like 2 days, just spiraling in broken English, barely comprehensible.
Is it the I love drama or love drama?
It might be the same person. It's clearly an alt. I
Yeah,
won't say
What
the
are they
name, but
saying?
check the back chat, our back chat for the
Oh, okay.
screenshots.
What were they
Funny.
saying?
Oh yeah. That's a different. No, that's a different guy.
Oh.
Yeah,
A
that's not the
bunch of TOS violating stuff.
Yeah, that's a totally different person. The one I was talking about, that guy Star Life, who was like my fan for like a year.
Yeah.
That's
Do you have
he's back on.
fans?
Oh yeah,
Oh.
yeah. I got people who follow me server to server, channel to channel. They just can't get
Yeah.
enough.
Okay.
Seems I've picked up one. Maybe that's
Yeah.
Starlight too. I don't know.
No, it's not. It's someone else.
Is that really like somebody completely unique? You really think so?
Yeah, because like just the mannerism of which they post and stuff, and like what they say, it's totally different.
I'm actually just kind of curious though. Like, you call them your fans?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, because
I
like say
mean,
I'll be in a channel completely unrelated, like the one like dating advice. I'm
yeah.
sitting there, people just talking, just normal dating advice, just giving tips and whatnot of
Wait,
things they've come. Yeah, I go to the dating advice channel quite often.
okay.
Okay, you'll get people come in there and be like, "What the fuck?" And then people are like, what? Crit's in
My
here.
man. My
Like,
man,
Crit.
I guess.
They're
Yeah.
like, yeah. Crit's got some good dating advice. Yes. We like having Crit here in the dating advice channel. He's
Hell
a
yeah.
flat earther. That's a fan, okay?
My
That's
man.
definitely a fan. That person joined the channel for one reason. That's just one. I mean, the best one. I mean, sometimes you could say it's peripheral, like you can get close, close to the topic. Like there might be, some channel where it's semi-related, but that channel is non-related to this topic whatsoever, at all. Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah. So the dating advice channel shouldn't have people coming in there being like, "What the fuck is there a flat earther in here for?"
Okay. I got you.
Calling them fans is really might actually be closer to the truth. Because I think these people are in what's called a parasocial relationship with us. Do you know what that is?
Let me guess. It's a relationship that you're about to make up for other people when it's really you who's doing it.
Yeah, basically. So it's like a
Yeah. Thank
one-sided
you.
bond, right? It's like if let's say you got a crazy person who's a total fan of Axl Rose, and Superfan is so in love with Axl Rose that Superfan thinks that Axl Rose might have some kind of relationship with him as a result of that strong feeling. And then when Axl Rose does something that the fan doesn't like, the fan feels personally betrayed and then starts sending hate mail and then follows Axl Rose around everywhere.
Where do you come and play?
Well, the people that Crit mentioned are just like that super fan. They have a parasocial relationship with us. They've probably been listening to us on our live stream for months, if not years.
Do
They
you think
feel
you're
this
close?
one-sided bond with us.
Do you
And
think that you're close to Axl Rose?
no, what
Okay.
part of this conversation led you to think that that's what I said or meant?
I don't know. Fuck me, right? I think you'll figure it out.
No, I haven't figured it out. That's why I'm asking.
Well, it's not my issue, I guess. So, why are you comparing yourself to Axl Rose?
Well, because these people listen to us on YouTube, like I said. These people follow us everywhere, like Crit said. They are obsessed with us, as if we're some kind of object of their admiration and their derivation. They hate
Axl
us
Rose, am I right?
and love us.
Like Axl Rose, right?
Well, for them, we are somebody that they admire,
For
just like a
whom?
super fan might admire someone like
Well,
Axl Rose. It's that simple.
like Axl Rose, yeah. Just like him.
No, it's not just like this is right.
Okay.
Just giving you an analogy. Sorry if that went over
Okay.
your head.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, yeah,
Well,
I
it did,
can
I guess.
I can go give myself brain damage and maybe talk to you at your level here.
Okay.
Might
Axl
help.
Rose. Axl Rose.
Yeah. If you say it 3 times, you'll end up in a Guns N' Roses concert.
Yeah. I like Beetlejuice. It's scary how someone gets to this point where, like, they just think that way. Like, who? I don't know, man. It's weird. Definitely fucking weird, that's for sure. No matter who tells you what or who tells you not, you're never near anyone who you're trying to get to be at. So just don't. It's weird. You ain't fucking Axl Rose, homie.
I didn't
Come
say
on.
I was Axl Rose.
Stop trying to pretend to be. It's weird. You're
I don't even
literally
like Axl
nothing.
Rose. I don't want to be him.
You are like 1%. Like, if Axl Rose is like $1 million, you were like a fucking penny. Relax, bro.
How about I say Donald Trump
Calm the
instead?
whole.
How about we do that? Okay, let's
Oh, now
yeah,
you're
let's
trying to.
erase Axl Rose and replace Axl Rose with Donald Trump.
Are you trying to be like Donald Trump? Is that your whole flex?
What part of this conversation led you to say that?
What do you want to do?
Maybe answer a question?
Okay. Let me know the question.
I already asked it.
What's the question? I missed it. My bad. That one's on me.
You missed it?
That one's
I
on
asked
me.
what
I
part of this
missed it.
conversation led you to say that?
Oh. What's the
Yeah, that
question?
question. That question that was asked right before you asked me what the question was.
Which was? Which was what?
Hey, Crit, can we talk about the importance of good nutrition and a balanced diet?
What do you want to do? Like, where do you like trying to get it?
I wonder if you have enough omega-3s in your diet. Just wondering.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm allowed to be concerned for your health.
You want me to eat fish pills? Bro, I'm chilling. Like, what
No,
are you
not
trying
eat
to
them. You
get at?
actually swallow fish pills. If you're eating fish pills, you're
What
doing
are
it
you
wrong.
trying to get at, bro? Everyone knows, like, what you say. You ain't clever. Like, what are you trying to get
No,
at?
I'm trying to understand why you would think about eating fish pills when you're supposed to swallow them.
I'm sorry. Say that again without saying E3. Go ahead.
Why would
Oh,
you think
uh-oh,
about
you
eating
can't.
fish pills?
Wow. Turns out people are stupid. Like, what are you trying to get at? What are you trying to do?
I'm
What are you trying to
concerned about your
prove?
health, your diet, your nutrition. Is that okay?
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe you.
Are you getting enough omega-3s?
I believe you.
I have returned.
Okay.
What up? What's been going on? Any developments or updates or new discussion points?
People been yapping, no discussion points.
Gotcha. Well, people do like yapping. I would know I'm a person, and I also like to yap sometimes.
God damn it, Severus. Oh, fuck him, honestly. He's a piece of shit. No one likes Snape. Let's be real here.
I think that's a very divisive statement within the Harry Potter community.
Do you think Snape is a good person?
Well, frankly, I don't know, because I don't really know much about the Harry Potter series. But I do understand that there was a hate relationship that turned into a love relationship with Snape.
If what you know about him,
He was a perceived mean guy, and was generally dislikable until we figured out, well, I say we, until the audience figured out his motives for why he did what he did.
do you know anything about it?
Spoilers, potentially.
Do you know anything about it? If not, I would love to know like your point of view.
I
Like,
understand that he made like a promise, and spoilers if anyone cares,
yeah.
to
No, look, spoilers. Fuck that shit. Came out like 20 years ago. We're good.
that's also fair, that he made a promise to Lily to look after Harry.
You're a liar. You know. You this guy. Yes,
Like I said, I don't really know the Harry Potter series all that
yes,
well.
you do.
I just know it from
Yes, you
a
do.
tertiary point of view. Well, I mean,
Oh,
I
sorry.
guess you can speak for
Hold on,
me and
hold
what
on.
I know and what I don't know.
Sorry. I mean, naturally. Yeah, of course.
I mean, I watched the movies. I never read the books. And it's even been years since I watched the
Okay.
movies.
Okay, fair enough then. Did you grow up watching the books, or was it just like randomly like, oh, I just have nothing to do today, and like the movie's just like in the background, so I just now see it.
I think it was probably a matter of just people I hung out with were interested in it. And it was by association. I mean, maybe it was the case that I watched them on my own accord, but I don't remember, unfortunately.
Don't remember. How long does it take to watch Harry Potter? What do you mean, don't remember?
Oh, it would have been like 12 or something like that. It would have been 2 decades ago.
Damn. Actually, damn. Actually, yeah. It is that old, isn't it?
Yeah, I think like the 90s was when the book series started. Maybe I'm wrong on that. And then didn't
1990,
finish.
1999, I believe, is when it started.
How's about that? Well, it's later
Yeah,
than I would
we're
have
in
thought.
fucking 2026. Holy shit.
Time flies. Good old time.
Yeah. Fucking the grand old time, man. Damn.
Well, I'll tell you guys what.
No, I'm sad now. No,
I
please tell me.
well, I really like. Well, I was gonna say one thing, and then I thought maybe I should say something different, but I think I'll just go ahead and say my original thing. I really like existing, and I don't think it matters, at least to me, whether it's on a flat Earth or a not flat Earth. But I really appreciate the aspect of existing. It's really awesome.
Can I say something to agree with that?
Sure. Yeah, I'm
That
not the arbiter of
that
speech.
that like to me that is like yeah. Doesn't everyone?
Sometimes. I mean, there's
Like,
certainly a lot of suffering out there.
but like even before like fuck flat Earth or round Earth, like just people who are living on Earth, like they think that same way too, right?
I think so. I think it comes and goes, which
I
is
think
only
so too.
natural.
I think that you have to be very special to go out of your way to contradict reality to fit in your own little idea.
What do you mean by that exactly? Like, is there an example or something?
Yeah, so like okay, hear me out. Okay, ice. Hear me out. Hear me out for a second, right? Like, what group of people is like sitting there promoting ice, right? Like, you have the rest of the world. You have when half your country and the entire world is telling you you're wrong. It's like, come on now. You kind of gotta, like you kind of gotta think a little past that.
Well, the
Like,
world told Jesus that he was wrong.
bruh, that's what I'm saying. Like, we're way far past that. Jesus ain't the entire world, homie. Like, there's a lot of world that exists far after Jesus. That is
Well,
crazy.
yeah, it's very true. I mean, I don't know how much this particular chat cares or
Like,
doesn't care about politics or religion. But certainly both of those can be divisive topics.
crazy. Well, the issue is like depends where you live. Politics and religion are the same thing.
They're certainly
There,
related
there
a lot
is
of the
there is
times.
no difference. No, there is no difference. Like that is their idea. Like that's like their
But
mindset.
like politics is a religion or something like that.
Yes. Religions, their politics, yes. 100%. Yes. Everyone knows who we're talking about. The entire world knows who we're talking about. Like it's that easy to comprehend.
Are,
Like
are,
come on.
uh, are you talking about Trump in this instance?
As a Canadian, I was not talking about that, but the fact that that is immediately what you thought about, yes, that proves my point. Thank you. Literally, yeah.
Well,
Duh.
so I guess I would point to you said everybody knows what I'm talking about here, and I guess my asking of a clarifying question kind of implicitly stated that I didn't exactly know what you were talking about. I mean,
You did know,
certainly
though. You did know. Don't play dumb.